Hi, Counselor McKay. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Yeah. How does this sound?
Perfect. Thank you. Hope you had a good weekend.
Yeah, I did. And I've did you get my message? I've um asked the mayor if we can just move 9.4 up to 9.1, but I guess I'm gonna have to wait and see if that's possible.
Yeah, the mayor did get the message, so we'll have to wait and see at the start of the meeting.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
Thanks, Cheryl.
thanks.
And when you press it, you can hear, and your face will actually.
Hi, Donnie. Welcome back. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Good morning, Cheryl. Sound check.
Thank you. Hi, Joanne. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Good morning, Cheryl.
Thanks. Tim, can we do a quick sound check?
Good morning, Cheryl. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna get going. I'd ask, Bill, are we waiting for anybody down here or are you good?
We're good to begin, Mayor, whenever you're
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask for silence in the gallery, please. Thank you very much. We will commence the meeting here at 9:30. I would ask or take attendance. Everybody is here today in person except for Councillor Mackay will be attending virtually. So I'd ask for a motion for the adoption of the agenda as presented.
Mayor, can I confirm it's been amended?
Yes, it's being amended. We're not amending it. We're just going to reorder. So it's going to be adopted as it is. We're just going to and I'll go through that as we once it's accepted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. That the May 19th, 2026 agenda be adapted as presented.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. Yeah. We're just waiting for. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Well, that motion passed with 6 in favor and 1 absent at this current time. Councillor Hughes will be back. So there is going to be just some slight adjustments to the agenda this morning. The first being that the corporate business plan presented by administration through Mr. Fletcher will come after, which is 8.4, will come after the council vision, mission, and values for 2026 through 2029 that I will present later this afternoon. So that'll be moved down. And then to ensure Councillor Mackay is available, being that he's virtual, we are going to move the ambulance contract up from 9.4 to ahead of 9.1. So just a slight reorder. There are a number of individuals this morning that are willing to speak. I will give those the option that are looking to speak on the ground ambulance contract. If you'd like to wait until we get to that agenda item, you are allowed to do that. The time limits still of 5 minutes still are applicable, but if you'd like to speak at that point, we can wait and go through it at that time. I understand we have individuals from Greater St. Albert Catholic School Board, so we will start there with Lydia Yeomans and Clint Moroziak to come forward if you'd like to present. Thank you.
Ready? Is the timer going? Oh, not yet.
Okay, if you are, whenever you're ready, the timer will go up for 5 minutes. At 30 seconds, not to alarm you, you hear a bell. That's just to give you a 30-second warning you're not done. And once the 5 minutes is up, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions if anything arises. So please go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
All right. Well, good morning. My name is Lydia Yeomans, Board Chair for Greater St. Albert Catholic Schools. This is Dr. Clint Moroziak, our superintendent. Thank you so much for giving us some time this morning. We're simply here to present our capital plan moving forward for next year. This was a suggestion that was made to us by one of the counselors last year, so we thought this would be a really good opportunity to do so. So first we thought we would start with the great news. After much lobbying and advocating on behalf of our school division, we were awarded 2 projects in this budget. And one is a brand new school in Riverside for St. Albert. So we're very excited about that. It'll be a K-9 school. And we're starting to look at what our planning process will be as soon as the government gives us the official letter. But we are very excited to be able to offer Catholic education in a brand new community that is expected to grow to about 9,000 people. We also got a modernization in Legal, which is also great news for our rural community, because rural communities, small schools don't always get that kind of attention, but Legal's been on our capital plan for at least 10 years, and we've worked really hard with our MLA to help ensure that that project goes ahead as well. So we're very excited about that. Lots of good news for Greater St. Albert Catholic. So of course, we're asking for in our next budget, and we're very grateful to City Council. Last year, there was some conversation regarding changing the Churro site from a high school site to a K-9, and in its wisdom, the council decided to leave it as was, as per your policy. And we're super grateful for that because we know that looking at our high school currently, our enrollment has grown 5 years in a row, year over year, in our entire school division. And in fact, in 2021, St. Albert Catholic High School was sitting at 658 students. And this fall, they are sitting at 871 students. So we've seen tremendous growth in that school. It was built in the mid-1960s, and much work has been done over the years. However, we believe that given Catholic students deserve a very high-functioning, modernized plant, just as the other school boards have received. So we're going to be lobbying hard with the government of Alberta for this next capital project. It is the top of our list. It's a replacement school in Churro. So as soon as that happens, you'll be the first ones to know. But we are super grateful that you were able to maintain it as a high school site. So thank you for that. It'll work really well for us. I'm going to let Dr. Moroziak speak to this.
Yeah, and in addition, good morning, Mayor and Council. In addition to, of course, our capital priorities, and we're very excited about the school in Churro, we just wanted to share a little bit about our 4-year faith theme. So our board is moving to a 4-year strategic planning process. We're moving to a 4-year faith theme. We're moving to a 4-year education plan. And our theme starting next year, all the way, which will carry us through into 2030, which is wild when you think about it, is radiant hope, embracing the fullness of life. And so year 1, hope begins, encountering God's promise. Hope endures, finding strength in the cross. Hope rises, living the promise fulfilled, and hope shines, witnessing Christ in the world. And really, we wanted to hone in on hope because we find that there is a significant lack of hope, not just among students, particularly since COVID, but in society at large. So we thought, what better way for us to uplift our students, our staff, our parents and families, as well as the entire community, than to focus on hope very pointedly for the next 4 years.
So certainly nothing controversial for you to worry about, think about, or vote for today. We just wanted to come and share our good news. And if you have any questions, we're very happy to answer them if we can.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And again, we're equally excited about the school that's been awarded. That's fantastic for the growing community, especially in the west part of the city. So I'd open it up to any questions or comments from our counselors at this time, if there's anything. And I don't see anything, so thank you very much. We certainly appreciate it. And thanks for the opportunity to meet last week as well. It was great to have that conversation.
We very much appreciated that too. And thank you for your time today. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay. As noted, if there's anybody that is here that would like to speak on the ground ambulance contract, can you just get a show of hands? If you'd like to wait till the agenda item, that's fine, but I'll give it one final time to do that. Okay.
So just to be clear, they can speak now if they choose, or
Yep.
they can wait, right?
Correct. Yep. Okay, I believe everybody's going to wait. So we'll continue to move. I don't believe we have any business arising out of that. So I'll look for a motion for the consent agenda. From a counselor, please. Counselor Clark, thank you.
Thank you. That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular city council meeting minutes of May 5th, 2026. 7.1, Community Services Advisory Committee recommendation, community capital grant funding recommendations. 7.2, appointments to the Arts Development Advisory Committee. 7.3, Standing Committee of the Whole C-TS-03, Residential Permit Parking Policy Amendments. 7.4 Standing Committee of the Whole item C-CAO-19 Flag Display and Commemorative Lighting Policy Update. 8.1 2025 Annual Contract Consultant Report, and 8.2 Corporate Quarterly Report, Q1 2026.
Thank you very much. And just before we go to vote, I would move it over to Councillor Cortez. She's just going to read out the names regarding 7.2, which is our new appointments for the Art Development Advisory Committee. So please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of the consent agenda, we're pleased to be appointing Jody Swanson and Maria Rosanova to the Arts Development Advisory Committee, and we're excited to have them on board and on the group and continuing the good work that we do promoting and guiding public art in our community.
Thank you very much. I did get a chance to talk to Maria as well, and she's very excited to join the committee and get involved in the community. So thank you. I'd move it to vote now, please. And that motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along. I will move it over to Mr. Fletcher for business items for information only, which is 8.3 and our quarterly policing update for Q4 of 2025. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I, without further ado, will turn it over to the team who's getting set up here to my left, to Mr. Giesbrecht, our Director of, what's your title? Policing Services and Emergency Management. That's his new title. So thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, councillors. Just so that you're familiar with everybody who's here, this is Andrew Hobson to my left. He's the uniform commander kind of down at the detachment, kind of my right hand. And Aaron Giesbrecht, you're all familiar with. I just brought Andrew down because basically everything we do, we wind up doing together. So I really want to make sure that when you're seeing my face, you're seeing his face, and we kind of have that strong kind of overlap on that leadership portion. So Andrew, right off the hop, is just going to kind of give 5 minutes, kind of a high-level overview of the accomplishments of the detachment over the last year. And he's going to go over just a couple of different trend things, and then I'll get into the review portion of the policing services that were provided to St. Albert over the last little bit and where we're heading this year.
Thanks, sir. Morning, everyone. So this will be very much focused on sort of the operational policing aspect of what's been going on, and will be truly high level. And then I'll leave the rest to Inspector White in terms of, more organizational and strategic level. So in terms of operationally, some of our accomplishments and major coordinated responses have been in relation. As you've undoubtedly noted in the news, there actually have been a fair number of significant incidents or calls in the past year in St. Albert. Obviously, we were able to respond to those and very successfully in every case, I would say. But in terms of the notable aspect of that has been both our local and broader RCMP leadership aspect. So you'll hear the term RTOC, which is our Real-Time Operations Center, which is out of K Division headquarters. But that's just one of the resources that we are able to make use of during major incidents. And so that has been something that has been used, frankly, in St. Albert more in the past year than previously in relation to these serious incidents. And then that's also a coordination point with Edmonton Police and those type of things as applicable. Likewise, in terms of operationally, we've been focusing very much on coordinated, targeted responses. You'd probably expect no less of your policing services, but we have definitely been focusing on and excelling at that. That's ranged from, it's a little over a year ago now, we had quite a significant break-in series, series of actual targeted break-and enters into residences, which is actually quite a statistically rare thing to occur. Likewise, shoplifting, and I'll speak a little bit more about that here presently, our response to that. And then likewise, in relation to sort of some civil disorder, unhoused population, and some of the things that arise from that. So as overall responses, I would say that that's been notable this year. In terms of general trends, we are definitely seeing, and in fact, we're hearing it. We were seeing it, but we actually hear it more from the professionals who work in the in this area of both the change with the unhoused population and sort of an overall change of both tone and overall calls for service. And again, this is not just from us. This is also from those who work, other partner agencies who we're working very closely with. It's hard to capture statistically because, exactly how much has been changing, but it's definitely something that we've been noting. What I will note is that the links in terms of the policing nexus, because of course we are not, we don't take on what's not our responsibility. Ours is, safety and criminal, anything like that. Point being that is more linked to assaults. Our vulnerable populations writ large, of course, are very often both the victims and or the perpetrators of a variety of criminal offenses, including assaults. Likewise, mental health, well-being check related things. What we don't see is a particular link to the shoplifting that I'm going to speak about. The shoplifting is a little bit of a separate thing. I mean, yes, occasionally there might be a more of a low grade, like an unhoused person who happens to commit a shoplifting, but that's not the shoplifting that I'm talking about. And then likewise, another general trend is the increase in those major incidents, pursuits coming out of Edmonton or RCMP related pursuits, which again tend to evolve into those major incidents, which I would say we've been able to respond to very effectively, both locally and with coordinated response. I'll finish with just a little bit on a little bit of the statistical basis for the trends that we're seeing. So firstly, the well-being checks and mental health act. So they're technically two different categories of calls, but of course they're extremely related. And honestly, the idiosyncrasies of how a particular call comes in would sort of dictate which a call happens to be. Point is, mental health act calls, we've actually only seen go up slightly statistically. However, well-being checks, we've seen a 118% increase since 2002. So that's from 310 calls in a year up to 676 last year. So that's very significant. And again, well-being checks are sometimes just purely a mental health. It's just a different way of saying a mental health act call. Other times it may be in relation to unhoused population or something else entirely. Next point is the shoplifting that I've mentioned several times. What we are seeing, and this is not a St. Albert specific issue, this is a broadly, essentially targeted, deliberate, I hesitate to say professional, but shoplifting where it's deliberate. They're going in sort of sometimes as an individual or small groups, other times literally as a swarm of 5 or 6 or 7 people who will go in and overwhelm a place, whether that's liquor stores, sometimes, your Home Depot, your Rona, those kind of places. We are working closely with those businesses to try to mitigate their vulnerabilities. And then also we're doing a variety of things, both visible and behind the scenes to target that. But we are working very, very heavily on that. And lastly, I will talk about domestic violence. Domestic violence, we've seen a 27% increase since 2002. We actually saw a small decrease in reporting last year. But the real point with domestic violence is that the statistics don't tell the whole story. We know that it is always underreported. So an increase or especially a decrease doesn't immediately trigger some feeling of, oh, well, there's a win or anything to that effect. It is simply the statistical variances up and down. But of course, through the policing committee, domestic violence is one of our focuses, and that's to the extent that we are able, and with partner agencies, of course, to prevent and mitigate that, and then obviously to respond appropriately when applicable. So subject to any questions, that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of council, we certainly appreciate not just the updates, but the continued effort that the RCMP is taking in our community, not just from the reactionary working through some of the challenges, but also the proactive approach to trying to alleviate some of these challenges going forward. So certainly appreciate it. I'll move it to Councillor Hughes for opening questions.
I think so. I know we just briefly met a second ago. I want to just acknowledge that there's a lot of concerns about overnight with the loud vehicles. And from my understanding is it might just be loud vehicles and not necessarily drag racing. And I know that a week ago you guys went and did a huge crackdown and issued like 48 tickets, I believe. I just wanted to acknowledge that because I know this is a big issue with our community. And the more, and that happened the weekend after, there was no noise. So it definitely, because I mean, I would wake up to it. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. I'm hoping that we can continue to do something like that as the summer progresses to again, just discourage them from even thinking about trying. But it did have an effect on what happened. I just wanted to just hopefully you can keep going on that pattern. That's the major issue that I keep hearing from people is just that overnight noise at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what they've got on their car to make that kind of noise, but you know, I'd prefer if they did it in their own driveway and not in our backyard. But anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge that people may not be actually even aware that we've done, that you guys made that effort, and I wanted to make sure people were aware. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. And just one question. Thank you for presenting today. With the targeted shoplifting or theft or break-ins, like the city map last week showed quite a stretch of it the last month or so. Are any of those, do you have data on where those people are coming from? Is it local? Is it, or have you apprehended, you know, any number of them from region?
Yeah, thank you for that. It is very much not local. It tends to be, now make no mistake, there could be some people from St. Albert who are perhaps going elsewhere, but the point is that we are seeing groups that are actually traveling entire areas and literally specialize, I hesitate to use the term, in hitting liquor stores, or then they hit a bunch of Home Depots, you know, things like that. So it is very much not just a local issue. That's been, I would say, almost entirely the increase we see in those shopliftings. Yes, we have seen more regular shoplifting at the grocery store. We've definitely seen that increase, and that's more of a commentary perhaps on, you know, cost of living. And, you know, I know that that's seen Canada-wide and all this, but in terms of the actual major statistical trend, it's these traveling groups of shoplifters.
Okay, and the traveling region, is it broad or?
It is. It's the entire Edmonton region and well beyond. So we actually, again, speaking of sort of our major things is that the broader RCMP, obviously in coordination with Edmonton Police as well, but I can say that it's a priority for the RCMP provincially. And in fact, that one of our specialized units is working very specifically on this in conjunction with our local crime reduction team, that we're working to target that right now in the entire region. So that's all the way down to Musqueam and as far north as up toward West Lock and east and west. It's broadly traveling.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cortesh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I want to echo to a certain extent Councillor Hughes's comments here as well. You know, a lot of what you spoke about today, the well-being checks, the domestic violence, the shoplifting. I mean, those things are so important, obviously, to keeping our community safe, but they're a little bit below the radar for most residents. Most of what we get in terms of complaints are speeding and noise and traffic concerns. And I know that's tough now with reduced photo radar enforcement and that type of thing. So really appreciate the work that you're doing on that front. And I always tell the residents when they email that every opportunity I'll remind RCMP that continues to be a complaint that we hear often. So thank you for that recent push. I also wanted to note that I have noticed an increase in the community policing. The officers in schools has been very appreciated, as well as at community events, farmers market, and some of the events we have throughout town. I think that's been extremely positive, and yeah, I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one quick question. In terms of construction zone and school zone infractions, are you seeing, what's the trend there and severity of what you're seeing that's going through the infractions?
Mr. Mayor, maybe I'll take that on. Right at this particular moment, I haven't seen or heard of anything internally about a specific trend going up or down, but that is something that we can certainly dive a little bit deeper into. I think typically what would happen is the more time that we spend in school zones and construction zones, you'll see the ticket numbers go up and down. So the statistics don't always show the exact occurrences, what's happening. It's more of a reflection of how much time is being spent in those areas. But I haven't heard of any near misses or close calls or major incidents, knock on wood, in those areas.
Yeah, that's great to see. And I'm seeing more presence in the school zone specifically, as I get to drive through a few of them on the way to work every day, but which is great to see. I think those two are certainly priorities to make sure that people go to work and come home safely, as well as these kids going to school. So thank you very much for that effort. And I understand, Mr. White, now I'll move it over to you or through Mr. Fletcher to continue the presentation.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you here this morning. I'm Inspector Aaron White. I just realized that I actually didn't introduce myself when I just started talking about other people, which isn't unusual. But I've been here since January now, so I'm going to kind of give you a feel of what I've picked up and kind of where we're headed over this next little bit here. But I'm going to start off speaking specifically about, we just ended our financial year, so there's some information, I believe, in your package that would have spoken a little bit about finances. So just kind of right off the top, overall assessment, you'll notice that the 24-25 budget or expenditures and the 25-26 ones are very similar. They're almost flat across the board. And that has to do with their, in other places right now we're seeing, and I know St. Albert knows this, policing is a gigantic line item inside of everybody's budgets. It's a massive item. And so for a year to go by where there's not a big increase in that is very odd. So what we're looking at is it's actually a vacancy issue where we have people not in positions and that kind of stuff. So there's a savings there that's kind of offsetting and hiding the inflationary portion here. Now, council approved 10 extra positions last year. And so we're going to start seeing, along with the work that myself and Andrew have been doing on the staffing front, we're going to start seeing that start to normalize. We're going to start seeing the inflation sort of effect on things. So future years' costs are going to be trending up. And we're going to try and move this year from, you'll see there's two numbers. There's one in your package that says we had 59 FTE positions this year. And then I had a number that also said 58. So that's kind of where we're floating in the employable police officer area, somewhere between 58 and 60 all the time. And now we've increased it to 85. And this year the goal is to hit 65 officers to 68. That's kind of a funny conversation because it's like, how many police officers do you want? Well, we want 85. That's why we asked for 85, right? But we're trending upwards towards that, getting that goal. So that's going to have an effect. You're going to see in the invoicing over the next year, it's going to start to go up because we have been very proactive on kind of clearing out vacancies that have been jammed up in sort of the St. Albert org chart. So for the last couple of years, St. Albert has had several people inside the organizational chart that actually aren't contributing to St. Albert. Not that they're off on long-term leave or they're on some other job code that St. Albert's not paying for, but they're jammed in your organizational chart, and that keeps us from being able to move people in and out the way that we need to. This year alone, we've now cleared 6 of those positions out since January. So now we have 6 more people identified to come in and actually contribute. So we're about to start seeing kind of this rapid increase in the amount of police officers available to St. Albert. And with that is going to come a normalization inside that financial sort of financial outlook. So we've been monitoring it very closely. What we're trying to avoid is bringing in 15 police officers in May, and then 3 years from now, 15 police officers take off out of St. Albert. Ideally, there's two prongs there. The first one is we're trying to create a culture here where people don't want to leave as soon as their time is up here. Like ideally, we would keep our police officers for a lot longer than their minimum requirement. And then secondly, we want to avoid having them transfer in and transfer out, creating that really, really reactionary gap. So if you think about over the last year, you may have seen inside policing reports saying traffic services has been reduced because they're not staffed properly. Community policing had retracted a little bit because they weren't staffed properly. And that happens because of boom and bust. Everybody transfers out. Now I can't do the services that I'm required to deliver to the city. Then we transfer a bunch of people in. So we're really trying to stagger people into these positions to kind of create a position where we're not constantly losing everybody, getting everybody back, right? Which is kind of the nature of RCMP staffing in some places. So those vacancies are having an impact. The forecast assumes staffing stabilizes around 67. That's kind of what we're gauging for this year, is to get 67. Like I said, the vacancy is suppressing the actual operating costs. As vacancies fill, compensation and benefits are going to normalize upwards as well. These are large items inside the budget. And we're working, one of the things that we're doing to maximize the amount of police officers that we have is employing them in functions that we need. So we're really looking at the community policing people. Traditionally, that position has been not necessarily used to its full capacity. So we're really reorganizing the job of that position to get more sort of benefit to the community from their community policing people. Same thing with traffic services. Same thing by creating those financial investigators to tackle fraud inside the community. We're looking at organizing our resources in a way that allow us to target things properly. So we're working on that right now. So in Q4, we've had those several retirements that I mentioned in profile adjustments, and now we're going to be working on filling those positions up. There's going to be some equipment costs this year. It was in the letter. There was a new pistol that was purchased. That's going to be a national rollout. That's going to change kind of the landmark for some equipment costs. There is the thermal imager that we were purchased, and that's an officer safety equipment thing that all the detachments have rolled out. There's a ballistic shield deployment this year, which is going to basically, it's fortuitous because right now we're starting to reorganize around school safety and responses to incidents in schools and that kind of stuff. And this equipment is actually kind of part and parcel with a lot of that. But there will be a ballistic shield that is purchased this year. That'll be inside that budgeting. And then the other thing that you're going to see inside the finances are body worn camera costs went from basically nothing to $60,000 to now it's like $130,000 or something like that. Because we're finally finishing the body worn camera rollout. As of next month, all the police officers will have body worn camera, and we're going to start to tackle the issues that come with that. But that's a big cost that's kind of sitting inside your financial picture for the RCMP as well. We're going to be fielding our financial crime and fraud team. Fraud is a huge issue here. It's been identified over and over again by vulnerable communities, by community members that this is an issue here. We're hoping that by summer, we're going to be able to roll out the fraud team and the investigators here. Basically this week, I'm kind of finalizing what those positions are going to look like. I'm doing some work on that, and the staffing process has been started. We're really excited to get those people on the ground because that is a really important item to St. Albert. Community policing positions are being reclassified to capture increased demands. That's what I said, where we're really increasing the amount of things that they're doing. You've got incredible people in the community policing unit here in St. Albert. This is the most proactive unit that I've seen in my career. And they're just fantastic folks, and they're really going out there. So we're going to maximize that as much as we can and get that impact. General investigation section is increasing by one as well. We're kind of assigning another investigator to them. The several high profile events that we've had since January have kind of created a need to have another person inside that GIS position just to start tackling some of the tasks associated with those gigantic files that we've had. And we're adding new positions to each one of the watch to sort of increase the amount of community presence that we have. Is there any questions regarding the finances portion or anything that I just said right there?
I don't see anything in terms of the finances at this time.
So just globally about the trends here in St. Albert, overall criminal code activity remained effectively flat year over year. That might seem inconsequential or minor, but it is not the picture in a lot of places that criminal code activity is flat. Coming out of the district in my last position, this would be, it would actually get a lot of attention because the majority of my detachments in that district didn't have flat criminal code. So it's like, we didn't make a decrease, but we have not increased. And right now in the environment that we're operating in, the ecosystem with legal and policing and just the nature of what people have going on, it is incredible to have kind of a flat criminal code statistic. That just kind of speaks to generally how safe St. Albert is. Property crime decreased 12% from 2025. It is up slightly since 2022, but it's down in 2025, which is significant. Frauds, breaches, and repeat offender pressures continue to trend upwards. That's kind of where, when I say the ecosystem, the reluctance to keep people in jail or the timeframes associated with charges presently are kind of creating a situation where we have kind of a recycling of repeat offenders, and those people are kind of really stacking a lot of charges in the background. So they have become quite a thorn in the side of kind of operations. We have a dedicated unit, the crime reduction unit, as well as our general duty police officers are monitoring these people. We create lists, we identify targeted offenders for enforcement and that kind of stuff, but they are increasing in kind of the demand of our time as time goes on. Traffic enforcement and initiatives have increased significantly. Corporal Curtis Harsula is running the traffic section for St. Albert RCP. He is an absolutely incredible person. He's got a great team. They are super proactive when it comes to things. They have identified school zone, the mayor bringing that up. Several times a week, Curtis has them in the school zones in the morning. That's just part of their daily routine. Now we've got them in school zones. We have them chasing down the noise infractions and that kind of stuff. What was missing from the statistical analysis here is the idea that there was a request for information regarding noise infractions and that kind of stuff. And we weren't able to generate the statistics kind of on what we were doing for it. So that's been addressed and we're going to be able to collate that better. But the traffic section is absolutely targeting those offenses. And they're looking for those opportunities to do it. They're great people. We're really fortunate here. Community engagement, schools, senior outreach, and domestic violence initiatives have expanded throughout the year. We're in the business of making partnerships with community groups presently, trying to identify spots where, domestic violence especially, what's being missed? What are we not capturing? How are we going to capture it using partners? Schools, I believe we had over 600 visits this year. It's like an astronomical amount. And kind of what we're trending towards is the readoption of a full-time school resource officer who's dedicated specifically to the schools. We're going to eventually see inside the work that unit is doing that there's a full-time position, and then we'll reclassify it too. But that's ultimately the goal. And the school divisions have requested that, and they've been working with us on kind of what that's going to look like. So the overall crime trends, I'm terrible at making graphs, so really just bear with me here for a second. But at the top, we have our total criminal code. 2022 is on the left, 2026 is on the right. You'll notice that there was a bump and now there's been a reduction, and we're kind of sitting in that flat area for criminal code, which is great. Crimes against person is the orange. It's on the bottom. Again, very flat. We had a dip in 2025 and now we're up slightly in 2026. Property crime, generally speaking, is elevated. It has come up over the last couple of years. It's dipped slightly since 2025, but it's up higher again. And that really does match with what we're seeing at the detachment level about what the crime trends in the community are. This to us looks exactly correct, with the exception of we might not be capturing the DV portion. So crimes against persons rebounded from 2025 lows, but remain below historic highs. Property crime is reduced from recent peaks, particularly theft and mischief. Repeat offender management remains a key operational challenge, which is what we have our people concentrating on. Fraud and compliance related offenses continue to rise and require targeted response. We're looking at public education campaigns. We're looking at working with seniors groups. We're identifying these investigators that are going to be taking the reactive portion of that investigatively for St. Albert, but we're kind of tackling that on a couple different fronts. Domestic violence potentially underreported, needs partnerships with the community groups to address. So we love statistics because it's something that we can point to, right? But for myself, what I'm looking at globally at the health of the community by looking at all of the statistics. Sometimes you can get anomalies in there where you have something's overreported, something's underreported. We change the way something's scored, so all of a sudden there's a spike in a different area. Statistics have to really be looked at with a jaundiced eye. But for myself, when I see a dip in domestic violence, all that means to me is that it's not being reported properly. And so that means that I've got to identify those places that I can make inroads with the community to try and identify how we're going to get that information or get those resources to those people. Because that isn't something that, great, we stamped out domestic violence. It just doesn't work that way. So when I see that, what I see is a trust issue and it's a reporting issue, and that's something that we have to work on. So internally, we'll be looking at our own processes and how we approach those things. We're providing extra resources to DVs. We're working with community groups on it. This is something that's really important to us. It's been identified as a community priority, and we are going to be addressing it, but it requires us to be kind of a little critical of ourselves in our approach to make sure that we're actually doing what we need to make sure that we're capturing that data, and that's what we're doing. So emerging pressure areas, fraud is kind of continuing to trend upwards. Breaches and failed to comply are bouncing all over the place, but they occupy a tremendous amount of time, especially now that, generally speaking, if a person is breaching a condition, they wind up released again with the condition, and we kind of just are in that zone of how much energy do you apply to it because there's other stuff going on. But if we can get those repeat offenders in jail or at least cooperating with us, we would be in a better position. And the theft under 5,000 you'll see is like a dramatic increase. Recently, it's been the liquor store thefts. I know that Andrew had mentioned that. Those particular individuals were associated in the last 6 months to 60 different thefts from liquor stores in the whole Edmonton area. Now, they've been charged with relation to 20 police files. Some of those have a St. Albert nexus. So like these people are, it's a traveling roadshow and they're not from here and they're being quite successful. And the problem with a liquor store theft is it's not necessarily seen with the gravity that it needs to when we think about now there's 60 incidents of it, right? Yeah, but it's just theft of booze. Yeah, right? So that theft under 5,000 is something that we actually have to track quite closely. Public safety, social harm indicators. Again, spousal abuse reports being down like that, you can see the dramatic sort of decrease. That's something that I won't go over again, but I just want you to understand that it is a priority for us. And I know it's a priority for you because your folks are going to be asking about what we're doing on it, especially with the stuff that we've seen over the last few months. And we're working at it. And the injury MVC is an interesting one. We're still digging into the data on that. I actually think that it's a change in the way that this particular traffic unit is scoring MVCs because I don't believe that we've had a dramatic increase. I think we've changed the way that we've recorded that data. So operational priorities, community engagement summary. We're focusing proactive enforcement on prolific offenders and organized theft, retail blitzes, targeted offender blitzes, conditions. We have people that are monitoring prolific offenders, and that's what we're working on. We're expanding our school engagement and rebuilding that school resource capacity. I'm working quite closely with Crimson at the school board, and we're going to be making sure that our schools are safe and that they have access to police officers. Our priorities are the vulnerable people here in St. Albert, as well as, you know, just the citizenry. But if we're not doing what we need to protect the kids, we're failing on a fundamental building block of the policing. So St. Albert has traditionally been very good, but we can do better. And that's what we're going to be concentrating on for that. Since I've been trying to enhance kind of our relationship with different community groups. My calendar has been quite full trying to meet with folks and seeing what we can do for people to kind of start to build those bridges. Seniors groups, I'd really like to make some inroads with the Indigenous community. We've attended Pride initiatives and we've really started a good relationship with the Special Olympics, which I'm quite proud of. And we're going to continue trauma-informed domestic violence response and victim support coordination. What does that mean? It means that, you know, you have Stop Abuse in Families, you have resources here in St. Albert, and those resources and the police aren't really connecting and using each other properly right now. So we're going to sort of start pooling that resources to create, you know, sort of a wraparound response. Okay, maybe it's not criminal and they need counseling. How do I get them in touch with the people at SAFE so that we can get that? And that's what we're looking at, creating that kind of multiplication. And we've really started to improve our intelligence-led policing. We're working off confidential informants. We've had several large successes with that. St. Albert's kind of funny in a way because Edmonton's right here. It's right next to us, and it kind of influences police work in a big way. So we'll have offenders that live in St. Albert and they're running their business from here, and they're getting busted in Edmonton. So the Edmonton bus, or it'll be the flip or the reverse. So that really requires a close relationship between their prolific offender units and their crime reduction teams and ours, right? And that's what we're working on. We've approved that intelligence analyst position that was provided to us by City Council last year. It was approved. That's in its staffing stage right now. So we're looking forward to getting that person in the detachment and really maximizing on sort of that intelligence analyst piece. And I believe this is my last one. So strategic outlook. The overall, St. Albert is an incredibly safe community. Even when we have had these large profile events over the last couple of months, they're notable mostly because they're so unusual for this community. I've been in communities where these are terrible things, but they wouldn't have had the lasting impact on the community like it does here in St. Albert. And that kind of speaks to the safety of this community, that we do kind of dwell on these things. And we should, because they're serious events that affect people, but it is something that's noticeable. The operational demand is increasingly driven by complexity rather than volume. Frauds and those types of files are incredibly nuanced in how they're investigated. And so anytime we have a nuanced investigation, it uses more time. And every time you have more time being chewed up, there's less police available to do other things. So if you go on a long enough timeline, you'll notice that the calls for service are kind of like, they're stable year over year. But the complexity every year is getting larger. So the amount of time we have for those calls is actually shrinking. And so that's kind of where we're finding ourselves, is how do we juggle the nuance here? And so key areas of focus for 2026, fraud, repeat offenders, traffic safety, and domestic violence. Those are kind of the global priorities, and that we worked with the policing committee and came up with those. This fall, we intend on surveying the community to kind of get an idea of how they see our trends going next year. But for this year, this is what we're concentrating on in consultation with some community groups in the policing committee. We're trying to stay as proactive as possible. The increases that we have of people transferring in, they're going to help. You're going to see us at the markets. You're going to see us in the school zones. You're going to see us at Service Place. You're going to see us at the rodeo. You're going to see us everywhere. If we're invited to something or we're aware of it, my expectation is the police are there. There is no reason for us not to show our faces at those things. We have to be there meeting and being with people. And that's what my goodness, it'll at least be me. So get used to seeing this mug, because I'll be there. And so we've got modernization initiatives and equipment upgrades that we're going through, and where there's not going to be a reduction in service across any of our areas. Thank you for bearing with me through that. That was a lot of me talking. Does your worship or council, do you have any questions for me?
I don't necessarily have any questions, but fantastic presentation by both you and Andrew. So thank you very much for that. Maybe just quickly, well, first of all, it's very reassuring as you've kind of started to get integrated into the community since January to see the positive impact it's had. And obviously with the strong leadership we have there, it's a very positive outlook from council's perspective. So thank you very much. The SROs obviously are extremely impactful. We've heard from the school boards, exemplifying that for sure. You said that you're working on the details. Is that a work in progress that you can share some more? I mean, it's something that I think is extremely important, because if you have the opportunity to work with the students inside the school, that's almost, a lot of times the last chance you're going to get to have that real impactful positive change. Can you share more of that, or is that more, we're working through that, you're working through that?
No, I can share some, Your Worship. Over the pre-COVID, you had dedicated school resource officer here in St. Albert, and specifically all they did was they spent all of their time in the schools. COVID kind of created this situation where obviously there wasn't a necessary to have an officer inside the school, and then police work carried on, and that sort of made that position untenable. Now we've increased the community policing complement here in the city because we've given them so many different hats to wear, that basically what we're working on now is essentially myself and Crimson are deciding on how many days a week we will have an officer in a school. How we're going to account for those 40 hours a week basically is kind of how we're gauging it. And then once we hit that 40-hour mark, so that'll be a gradual increase, we're going to identify a specific person that we're going to block off into that. So right now, when in September, it may look like 25 hours a week that there's an officer in the school, and we're going to look for those opportunities to increase the amount of presence. And once we hit that magic mark where it's a full-time position, we'll identify the right person and kind of have them in that coordinating position to ensure that the schools always have a person available to them. And that's a split between, you'll have to excuse me, I don't have all the names correctly, but it was, they'll identify their priority schools and we'll deploy the officer inside that. So they're sort of dictating the priorities, and we're kind of responding with how we're going to meet those priorities for them.
Yeah, that's great to better understand the domestic violence piece. You say if it's not being classified properly, I know there's outside organizations that are looking to also get involved in the schools to identify that, because it's not just adults, but there are students obviously impacted by that. We recently visited the Jessica Martell Foundation out in Mornville, and they're working with the school boards, or would like to get more involved with the school boards with their Inspire program to help identify student impacts when it comes to better identifying, and also with the you mentioned the trust factor of being able to come forward with that information. So if there's anything we can do from a council or admin perspective, I would say to bridge the gap, whether it's communication or relationships, I mean, please don't hesitate to reach out. Absolutely an obligation we have to help you with that. So thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Hughes for some comments as well.
Yeah, I just briefly, this is the first report you've given, but I've listened to a lot of reports. This is the best and most thorough report I've ever received from the RCMP. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Like, you came in and you've given us a very clear picture of what you have done and what you're planning to do. And I just wanted to say good job. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you very much. I believe that's it for questions or comments. Again, thank you. Yeah, sincerely, this is a extremely thorough and probably eye-opening, I think, from a council perspective to get this kind of information, and certainly look forward to this going forward. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Council.
I'm just going to propose, Mr. Fletcher, a 5-minute break, please. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna get going here. If I could ask everybody to quiet down, please, in the gallery. We're gonna get going. We're gonna continue with the agenda here. Thank you very much. We're gonna move as I noted, 8.4 is gonna move down to after I do my presentation on our strat plan. So we are also adjusting it. We're gonna start with our ground ambulance contract now and open it up with our speakers from the public that would like to speak to council. So I'm going to start going through the list here. And as I noted, you will be given 5 minutes, at which 30 seconds you'll hear a bell. Don't let that alarm you, but that's just to give you your 30-second warning. After which, when the presentation or when your 5 minutes is concluded, there will be an opportunity for council to ask any questions. So don't run away from the podium immediately. And I will start with our public gallery. I'd invite Mr. Greg Harvey to speak first. Thank you.
I think I got this into 5 minutes after about 15 practices and multiple lettings. So I do speak quick. You'll probably miss a bit of it, but here we go. So I got to cross off, first of all, good afternoon, because thank you for moving this up. Gallery and everybody watching will appreciate it. So good morning, Mayor and Council. I stand here today asking Council to vote to remain in the ambulance business, just as Strathcona and Red Deer recently chose to do. This means protecting a municipal ambulance service that has served St. Albert since 1977, and the residents continue to strongly support because many have relied on it during the worst moments of their lives. Frankly, it is unfair that this decision has been forced on the municipalities in the first place. As was said during the Strathcona deliberations, this is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. The St. Albert Fire Service's ambulance delivery model is not broken. It works because our members are cross-trained firefighter paramedics who can function in both roles depending on what emergency requires. The integrated model matters because the same professionals who respond to a structure fire can also provide ALS medical care moments later on life-threatening events, leading to better outcomes for residents. As was said during Red Deer's deliberations, past performance is a good indicator of future performance. For nearly 50 years, St. Albert ambulances have answered the call. We have been reliable, we have adapted, and we have been here. Can we honestly say the same about the provincial EMS system that is currently struggling with daily staffing shortages, delayed response times, repeated service pressures across Alberta? And I want to be clear, frontline provincial paramedics are doing the best they absolutely can every single day under extremely difficult circumstances. They deserve our respect and support. But the system itself is under immense strain, and make no mistake, that system is taking a toll on our members as well. Our firefighter paramedics are routinely pulled out of their community for long distance responses and system coverage pressures. This is not sustainable for our crews and is not ideal for residents who expect their local ambulances to remain local. This system needs to be fixed in a way that allows trucks based in their communities to stay in their communities more often. We do not have to speculate about what a city without St. Albert Fire ambulances looks like. We see it every day. The EHS ambulance, currently based out of Station 1, has been known to be browned out or downgraded from ALS to BLS because they cannot staff it. If the province cannot reliably staff one ambulance in St. Albert today, how can they realistically promise like-for-like service tomorrow? Hope is not a public service strategy. Right now, only 64% of St. Albert EMS calls are handled by St. Albert units. If council chooses to remain in the EMS business, it must come with strong advocacy demanding greater local utilization. If St. Albert taxpayers are being asked to pay more for this service, then St. Albert residents should benefit from that investment first. This needs to be addressed in a long-term contract negotiation should council move forward with funding the gap. This brings me to why historical record matters so deeply. When EMS was transitioned provincially in 2009, AHS stated there would be no degradation and no gaps in service. By 2012, St. Albert was already seeing the consequences. Before AHS took over ambulance service in the province, St. Albert's benchmark was 9 minutes, 90% of the time, and that benchmark was frequently met or exceeded. By 2012, ambulances were responding to calls in St. Albert within 15 minutes, 90% of the time. That was a 6-minute increase since the province took over. Former Mayor Nolan Kraus called that unacceptable. He asked why St. Albert should accept something to be pleased about when the city had been told the service was not going to get worse. And now, in the briefing documents before council today, we are once again being told residents will see no disruption or degradation of service if EHS assumes the service going forward instead of the city. Heard that before. Council has heard that.
Since that original transition, the provincial system has been rebranded multiple times, with the latest announced on the Friday before the long weekend. Not going so well. But regardless of the name on the letterhead, residents are still seeing staffing shortages, delayed response times, browned out units, and increasing pressure on frontline responders. That is why maintaining strong local integrated response matters. When a St. Albert fire engine arrives first on scene, residents are not getting basic first aid response. They are getting highly trained ALS professionals capable of delivering critical life-saving interventions minutes before an ambulance arrives. Those minutes can be the difference between life and death. Council also oversees the level of medical first response provided by St. Albert Fire Services. We fully support maintaining ALS level care to meet the high standard for our community, and they expect and deserve it. At the end of the day, I recognize this is a difficult financial decision, but this is a simple public safety decision. You can fund the gap, maintain local control, preserve an integrated model that works, and continued ALS response for our residents. Or you can hand over the keys and hope a struggling provincial system will somehow provide the same level of service in the future. If we choose to remain in EMS delivery, the contract must serve St. Albert first. And if it does not, we should ensure that there is a clear exit clause that allows us to walk away if it's not going to be in benefit to the members in the community. Because if the service is given away now and the system fails this community later, rebuilding it will be very difficult, if not impossible. Public safety should never be built on hope. It should be built on proven performance. For nearly 50 years, St. Albert Fire Services has proven it can deliver. Public safety must remain priority one. Choose a system that works. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Greg. I'm just going to remind the gallery there's absolutely no acceptance of clapping, cheering, or booing after a presentation. So please refrain from doing so. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. Absolutely, practicing it 15 times to get it into 5 minutes worked. So thank you for that. I believe there's some comments or questions coming from council, and I'll start with Councillor Cortesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think they were just impressed that he nailed that timing. Good.
I am too.
Bang on. Good to see you again, Mr. Harvey. Thanks so much for the presentation. I've got a few questions for you. The last time you presented to council, I sort of took away the perception that the staff, the folks that you represent, were sort of two minds and either supportive of the current model, or alternatively, continuing ALS advanced care, but under a fire medical response model. Since then, it appears, based on some of the public advertising and that kind of thing, that things have changed. So is that the case? Have things changed? Is the union or your members more supportive of keeping the current model now than they are of that the fire medical response model? And if so, what's changed?
Ultimately, I mean, we've seen yet another collapse of the provincial system. What we saw Friday was I feel for our fellow paramedics working in the provincial system with the rebrand that, being asked to wear the uniforms they had no say in. Our members have been clear from the outset, and absolutely there are some that would not like to see it because of how bad the system is. However, they love serving this city. We all love serving this city. And at the end of the day, I mean, we're asking council to accept this contract with an asterisk that have to go back to the province and negotiate a deal. I mean, it's not being signed today. There are parameters. And we want to see if St. Albert taxpayers are going to be asked to pay more, our trucks stay here. We have heard it from a lot of our staff that said they love doing calls. They would just love to be doing them in St. Albert. They don't want to be roved to Queen Mary Park by the Alec or pulled out of the city. If those trucks can stay in St. Albert and do our calls, because we're doing a lot of calls not in St. Albert, as the Councillor Mackay got through his information request. If we're staying in St. Albert like a good functioning system should, then the members have a lot more buy-in to that than going out to wherever. I mean, the list is probably 25 locations long in the information request. We serve our city. We want to do that first. And we're asking council to at least try and get to that opportunity to have that discussion with the province.
That's a pretty big asterisk. If we don't get there, if we can't negotiate that with the province, then what?
Then quite honestly, then we have to take care of our residents first. And if we know that our ambulance is doing 63, 64% right now, and it's go down to 50 to 40 to 30, then yeah, it's honestly time to walk. And we will stand here and say this, I'm saying it right now, that that's not something that we can support. And I don't think it's something the community or council support. Then we can pivot to, let's figure out how we can take care of our residents first and foremost with our ALS MFR.
but I think that there's at least an opportunity here. I mean, we're seeing a lot of, rumors and whatnot within, how people are not liking what's going on, that let's not walk away now when it's at one of the lower times it's been in EMS. Let's at least try that. Let's use 60 as that bottom number of let's try and improve, because honestly, since 2012, since Mayor Kraus really raised his voice and we got that third ambulance added because he became vocal, that we haven't seen a lot of that. We want to see Strathcona mad. We want to see Red Deer mad, that if they're staying in the game, that let's be vocal. Let's all work together and say, fix your system, because ultimately what it comes down to, when Edmonton ambulances are not staffed, then all the communities around go into Edmonton. That's what it comes down to. We see it through our stats that when they're fully staffed up, we stay in St. Albert. That's the fix right there. Fix your system and we'll function fine.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to make sure I get this perfectly clear. I'm going to have a lot of questions today, and there's a lot to consider. So my understanding from your presentation is that you believe or have seen a degradation of service under the current system with EHS, with the contract that we have with EHS, as more and more of our ambulances are spending time outside of our community. So under the current system, we've seen a degradation of service. And what you're asking is that we negotiate the contract such that we stop that or reverse that and have our ambulances remain in St. Albert. And that if we can't, then the next best option or the option is then to proceed with a fire medical response model similar to the one that administration has recommended.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it comes down to the negotiation table that we need to get to. And if the province says that, you know what, too bad, you're going to throw another, whatever the end dollar is at a system that you're going to get nothing out of, then yeah, I'm a taxpayer here. I grew up in this city and very passionate about it, like many of our members, that how can we honestly say that's a good idea? But until we know that that's not going to be the case, because I think it is time just to start speaking up for a system that hasn't been treating the entire province well, to be honest. I mean, it's at a breaking point again. I mean, you look at the post over the weekend after that rebrand, like the morale of the paramedics in this province probably couldn't be lower. It's time to actually get down and fix it rather than just keep pushing the can down the road. And we're asking council today to be part of that solution, get to the table and start just demanding a little bit more than, we've just been accepting what we've had for too long.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Greg. I think to piggyback off of that, the ask will be large. I know there'll be questions for admin later about the reality or possibility of having that being a negotiating point. Obviously, the presentation from the province to date has been there won't be a degradation of service, that it will be like for like. That's what's been communicated through the mayors, as well as a lot of the I guess impact on the decisions that have been made by the communities that are walking away from it, because they do believe that the services will be consistent. So there'll be some questions for administration once their presentations are done. Yeah, I appreciate the transparency and the position and your time to speak here this morning. So thank you very much for everything you do. I believe there's no other questions from Councillor Mackay. Sorry, I know I missed you with your hand before, but did you have anything to add?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. Now I'd invite Megan Tauber, a resident, to come speak. Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Megan. I'm a longstanding resident of St. Albert, a registered nurse, and mom to a medical child. I have both a professional and personal experience with our advanced care paramedic firefighters, and I stand in solidarity today with them to have our advanced care paramedics remain in St. Albert. As a critical care nurse, minutes and skill in the field are everything to how my patients respond to their treatment and recover. But that's not the biggest story I'm going to tell you today. It's about being a medical mom. We have called 911 6 times for our medical child over the last several years. He was born extremely early and has a complex airway. He spent the first 504 days of his life at the Stollery before we brought him home from hospital. I had no idea how much we would rely on our advanced care paramedics and how much of a blessing they would be The morning of November 1st, 2020 will forever play out as one of the most terrifying days of our lives. Our son collapsed his airway and stopped breathing. I started mouth-to-mouth breathing while my husband called 911. Our advanced care paramedics were arrived within minutes. They calmly and professionally took over care and stabilized him. Even when I felt him slipping further and further away, they stood there with me calmly, called in other units for backup, and made an executive decision on the spot. They didn't have any time. They had to intubate him and put in an airway in him. Now, that's no easy task in a child that has a complex airway. Sometimes even the most skilled doctors aren't able to do that. So in that evening, or those early mornings, they saved his life. They got him on life support and transported him to the Stollery. What stood out to me was not only their advanced skills, but how they worked together as a team, their camaraderie. They listened to me as a medical mom, and they advocated for my son's care. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only time we would need life-saving support, as a similar event played out in the spring of 2021. I remember, again, doing rescue breathing on my son. Firefighters came in, and he got down on the floor, and he was like, "I got this." And he calmly took over care of my son. They all did. The difference was this time, I knew what they were capable of. So as scary as that moment was, I had this odd sense of calm because I trusted them and I knew that their skills were going to save him again. The truth is, council, I never want to not have that feeling. I don't want to wonder, what if? What if they don't get there in time? Or wonder who's going to respond or when they're going to arrive? Because for our family, it's not a question of if our son will need that advanced care again, it's when. As soon as his last year, actually, he needed them to come, we need them to come to our home to get him to the hospital after he contracted influenza A and went into respiratory distress. And no parent should have to live with the what if. Today, thanks to our integrated services and our exceptional care from our advanced care paramedics and firefighters, our son is a thriving 9-year-old in grade 3 at Joseph Dentham School. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and taking the time. Certainly appreciate it. You know, obviously being a sensitive topic today and one that's obviously has personal impacts across the city. So thank you very much. I don't, Councillor Cortez, your name is popping up and okay. Thank you very much. I don't believe we have any questions from council, so appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite resident Corinne Clark to the microphone to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Corinne Clark. I've resided in St. Albert since 2002, first drawn to this community by its strong sense of community spirit. I'm now retired and living by myself on a fixed income, so I well appreciate the significance of a tax increase. I'm part of a growing sector of seniors that live in St. Albert, people that desperately rely on EMS when adversity strikes. I'm attending this morning in dress uniform to make you aware of my experience with EMS within St. Albert as a recipient of EMS care and in Edmonton as a paramedic provider for 34 years. I began delivering frontline emergency care in 1981. I'm a pioneer that takes tremendous pride in the EMS service that we built. We built it with our sweats and our tears, and I am disgusted watching our government dismantle this service piece by piece. I'm not a politician, nor am I an economist, and I'm certainly not a public speaker. I'm simply someone that has witnessed encounters of human tragedies many times over the years. I know what it's like to look into the eyes of a panicked mother as you deliver her 24-week-old baby, an infant that shouldn't have survived, but now has a family of his own. I know all too well every minute that senior lays on the floor in cardiac arrest decreases his chance of successful resuscitation. And I recall a teenager's aborted suicide attempt that enabled him to get the help he needed and go on to become a teacher. It's so easy to get caught up in the stress of work or the distractions of daily life, forgetting how quickly the wind can shift. We assume that there'll always be a later or a tomorrow, but unfortunately, tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Statistically, it's only a matter of time before we personally experience the anguish caused by illness, injury, or death. These statistics are far more than just numbers. They denote the health of family, our friends, and our neighbors. The harsh reality is that no one gets out of here alive. Life often gives no warning before it changes your forever. How do we measure the value of a life? What price tag is acceptable? One thing I know is that budget restraints for EMS should not be measured with the same yardstick used to determine discretionary expenses. St. Albert has built an exceptional integrated fire and EMS model. It's widely regarded by the rest of the province. It's trusted, effective, and accountable to the citizens. It's been built on decades of experience, training, and investing in our community. These highly trained professionals know our community, our roads, our rural areas. They know our seniors' residents and our industrial area. Most importantly, every single paramedic and firefighter on an advanced life support ambulance or fire truck is capable of providing to an ALS level. That denotes far more than a badge on a uniform. It can very easily make the difference between life and death. Are we to trust the province that they will continue this level of care and ensure the timely response that has been provided? With his permission, I quote Strathcona Councillor Robert Parks as he lobbied to keep Strathcona integrated as well. This should be an easy decision because the current service is not a question. It works. It's not a failing system. It's not a broken system. The difficult part is not deciding whether our service has value. The difficult part is what the province has placed this council in and the residents on our emergency services, end of quote. I agree. St. Albert citizens and council should never have been placed in this position. Emergency paramedicine is not an easy profession. It demands making the best choice they can with limited information, resources, and time available. We need to ensure that each of our paramedics can stand tall, secure in the knowledge that we support the vital service that they provide. The colors that will be lit up tonight at City Hall are in recognition of EMS Week. I implore you to consider what I've shared with you today. Be forward-thinking and stay on the right side of history to continue providing the citizens of St. Albert with the gold standard in emergency care. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We certainly appreciate it, obviously, with the experience that you've had, and thank you for the service, obviously, with helping people in the community for so long. So I'll move it to Councillor Cortash for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Clark, for the presentation today. Obviously, with your experience, tremendously valuable to have that sort of insight. One of the questions that I'm going to be trying to answer today, and questions that I have are around not whether or not we're going to continue to have advanced life support and advanced care paramedics, but how to deliver that. So, for me, not having advanced care is a non-starter. The question is really about how do we deliver that, whether it's in an integrated system like we have now, which partners with EHS in what we've already heard is a failing system, or whether we have our own integrated standalone medical response capability separate from EHS. Do you have any advice, any comments on how we deliver that advanced life support service locally, whether continue with the contract or stand up our own community response units, that type of thing.
The integrated medical and fire service within St. Albert has proven to work over the last number of decades. And I just question why we would even consider changing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the questions from council. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oop, I would like to invite Rhonda Backman from the community to come forward and speak. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and council members of the community and fellow healthcare professionals. I'm here today to represent basically all of the nurses that I work with at the Sturgeon Community Healthcare Center, as these are our brothers and sisters. They serve our community, but they also help serve our patients in the hospital when they're there with patients waiting for sometimes hours until they can get out back into the community. So yes, my name is Rhonda. I work as an RN in the emergency department here in St. Albert. Every shift, I work alongside the dedicated members of the St. Albert Fire Services and our local EMS crews. I'm here this morning because I have personally seen the difference this integrated fire EMS model makes, not in theory, but in real human lives. This discussion is not simply about restructuring services or improving efficiency on paper. It is about response times, critical interventions, and whether someone's loved one receives life-saving care in the first few minutes of a medical emergency. Across Alberta, we are hearing about increasing ambulance delays and red alerts due to the province's borderless dispatch system. Ambulances assigned to St. Albert are frequently pulled into neighboring municipalities and larger urban centers such as Edmonton. The result is that the ambulance someone expects to arrive in their neighborhood might actually be responding from many kilometers away. What protects our community from the consequences of those delays is our integrated fire EMS system here in St. Albert. When an ambulance is unavailable or delayed, a St. Albert fire engine is often only minutes away here in St. Albert. That matters more than most people realize. Every frontline fire engine and EMS in St. Albert is staffed with highly trained advanced care paramedics capable of delivering advanced life support immediately upon arrival. They are not simply providing transportation, as some people might refer to them as ambulance drivers, or basic first response. They are initiating critical care from the moment they step off the truck. They can establish IV access, administer life-saving cardiac medications. They can manage advanced airways, as was previously discussed, and they can begin resuscitation and stabilization immediately. And often by the time they arrive at our emergency department, they're good to go. I mean, they come in, they're already stabilized. So like our work is very little often, and they often stick around to help us. More hands are better than what we have already. As an ER nurse, I can tell you with complete honesty, those interventions save lives. In emergency medicine, we often talk about the first 10 minutes. Those first minutes after a cardiac arrest, overdose, stroke, severe trauma, or respiratory emergency frequently determine neurological outcomes, survival, and long-term recovery. There's a profound difference between care beginning in 4 minutes versus 14 minutes. And I've witnessed this for 18 years in my career. That's why we all value St. Albert EMS and fire here in St. Albert. I know we can get crews pulled from other parts of the city, but this community is different, which is why I moved here from Brooks, Alberta, into an urban center. You know, I know what it's like for ambulances to go like 30, 40, 50 kilometers away when you're living in a rural community. But this community, even though it's becoming city-like, it still has that rural feel. So within those 4 to 14 minutes, we have to think about what happens. Brain cells die, oxygen deprivation causes irreversible damage, shock worsens, and the cardiac rhythms deteriorate. But these guys can fix a lot of those problems or be close to fixing them until they can get to a more critical care environment by the time they get to our emergency room. And working, and I'm not saying anything against, you know, the EMS crews provincially, but there is a defined difference having worked in both areas, working rural, working here in St. Albert. There's a hugely defined difference. And I value these guys as much as I do my own coworkers. And I feel supported every time they come in as a crew with a patient who is stable or unstable. They're always a wealth of knowledge, and they're the backbone of our healthcare system, to be honest with you. I even had the opportunity to have an advanced care paramedic student, and I was blown away by the bedside manner, the intelligence, the commitment to their role. So in reality, as far as medicine, time is treatment, and this is our time. Like, you can take your car and drive to the hospital and get service, but you can't do all the things that these guys can do for you in the meantime. What makes the St. Albert model so effective is that these crews remain dedicated to this community while ambulances may be redeployed regionally under the provincial dispatch. St. Albert fire crews stay here, available for St. Albert residents when they need them most. As someone working on the receiving end in the emergency department, I see the quality of care these crews provide before patients ever reach hospital doors. I see patients arrive stabilized because interventions began immediately. I see
Well, sorry, Deborah, that's the conclusion of the 5 minutes. Just in respect that there are a number of speakers that, yeah. So I certainly appreciate your presentation, as well as thank you for your, obviously your commitment inside of the Sturgeon Hospital. I know firsthand what you guys deal with on a daily basis and how impactful it is. So thank you very much. Is there any questions from council at this point? And I don't see any hands up. So thank you very much. And we'll certainly take your presentation into considerations.
money is money
Yeah.
until it's your family.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. I'd invite resident Christina Burnett down to the podium to speak, please.
All right. Hi, my name is Christina Burnett, and I have been an emergency room nurse for 8 years. I am a registered nurse, and I've been a resident of St. Albert for 2 years. I have firsthand witnessed the degradation of our provincial EMS system in Edmonton as I work at an Edmonton emergency room. On any given day, AHS or EHS should be staffing 50 ambulances. The number is usually 29 to 35. Sick calls, vacancies, and downgrading of advanced life support trucks to basic life support trucks is a daily occurrence. This discussion is not simply about budgets or operational structure. It's about patient outcomes, public safety, and the sustainability of emergency medical care in our city. Research consistently shows that early intervention by advanced care paramedics, or ACPs, improve patient outcomes. So with our integrated system, whether responding directly on the ambulance or on the fire truck, our ACPs are a critical part of the chain of survival. Our integrated EMS allows ACPs to be staffed 24/7 and respond to every call. In cardiac arrest, strokes, traumas, respiratory emergencies, and countless other medical crises, minutes matter. Time is tissue, as they say. The sooner advanced care arrives, the better the chances of survival and recovery and return to baseline for that patient. Oftentimes, the fire truck arrives before the ambulance, and having those advanced care paramedics on that fire truck can greatly improve patient survival rates and outcomes, as they can immediately provide interventions. Those who are in the primary care paramedic or the advanced care paramedic fire uniform can offer support to the ambulance, education, assistance, and the teamwork necessary to work through a call. The standard of education, training, and professionalism that comes from working in an integrated system is incredible compared to those who are not integrated. We know our integrated services have faster response times, and we know it works. Our paramedics are highly trained, highly educated medical professionals. They bring advanced skills, life-saving interventions, cardiac care, and critical decision-making to patients in the field. Their presence within emergency response systems is not an added luxury, it's an essential component of modern healthcare delivery. As a mom of 2 living in St. Albert, should anything happen to my kids, I pray every day that an ACP arrives for them, as they have higher training, including advanced pediatrics. But as we discuss delivery, we also must consider the human being behind the uniform. Across emergency services, burnout, forced overtime, and fatigue are growing concerns. Retaining highly respected and highly skilled medical professionals is becoming increasingly difficult across Canada. If we want to maintain a strong and effective EMS system, we must create working environments that support long-term sustainability for frontline providers. Respect, retain, and recruit, as we nurses say. Allowing paramedics the opportunity to work between ambulance and fire response roles can help reduce burnout, improve morale, and support retention of our experienced staff. That flexibility not only benefits providers themselves, but strengthens the overall emergency response system for the public. Experienced paramedics staying in our community means better continuity of care. It means safer care, improved patient outcomes, stronger mentorship for newer staff, and more resilient emergency services overall. Absorbing ambulance costs at the municipal level requires EMS as an essential public service, one that should be properly supported and integrated into our broader public safety strategy. Residents expect when they dial 911 during a medical emergency, highly trained professionals will arrive quickly and provide the best care possible. Supporting EMS funding is an investment in that expectation in patient survival and the long-term health of our emergency response system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have a question from Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Again, thank you for the experience that you bring to the table today. You spoke about the degradation of service under EHS as well as the requirement for advanced care paramedics. And I guess what we need to come to grips with today, we've got a couple of different models in front of us in terms of how to deliver that ACP care, whether to continue with EHS and that partnership or that contract model, or whether to, and I need to clarify this with administration later in terms of what they're recommending in terms of our own fire response model, whether that includes advanced care paramedic or not. But if we continued to have our St. Albert Fire Department with advanced care paramedics that are able to respond, would that achieve what you're looking for? I guess what I'm asking is we've got two different models, both which include advanced care paramedics, and that's one of the things council has to decide today. So if you have any insight on which model would be preferable, that would be informative.
I think like I said, and I agree with others before me that integrated model works. Having our ambulances and our fire trucks is the ideal system. Because yes, sure, you have a paramedic or an advanced care paramedic on that fire truck, but if you don't provide them with the ambulance, they don't have the equipment, right? They have the knowledge, they have the skills, but they don't have the equipment to do that job or do those interventions. So I think having both, we need to keep both. I think it's sort of the safest part for all of our citizens, and keeping those highly trained staff, right? If you look at the Edmonton model, for example, so many BLS trucks, which are just basic life support, there's no paramedic on there. It's just a primary care paramedic, right? So I think going forward, we need to make sure that we understand the definition of the roles and the scope, right? Because their scope of practice is so different, and what they're able to do and what they're mandated, what they can do, and the training that they get. And that's why, like I said, with me having two small kids, and this is not a slight to primary care paramedics, I was one, their scope is just so limited and their training is just so limited. So that in those moments, like Megan had said, like when your child is on death's door, you want that advanced service there. And we all understand it comes with a tax increase. Of course, the money has to come from somewhere, right? But as a citizen of St. Albert, I would gladly pay a higher tax to keep my service in my city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. I believe that's it for questions. I would invite resident Cole Chapelski down to speak now, please. Thank you.
Members of City Council, good morning. My name is Cole Chapelski. I've been a proud St. Albert homeowner for the past 18 years. I'm here today to strongly support the City of St. Albert maintaining our fire-based integrated EMS model. This conversation is about more than contracts or organizational structure. It is about public safety, response times, accountability, and ensuring residences continue receiving the highest possible level of emergency care when they dial 911. St. Albert has built a system that works. You've heard it today multiple times. Whether it's a cardiac arrest, a major collision, an overdose, a structure fire with medical victims, or a child in respiratory distress, integrated response saves time and improves outcomes. It is truly the gold standard. The reality is that emergencies do not happen in silos. A medical call can become a rescue incident. A fire can become a mass casualty event. A motor vehicle collision can require extrication, advanced life support, traffic control, and fire suppression all at once. Integrated systems are designed for these realities. St. Albert residents benefit from firefighters who are medically trained for advanced interventions and are immediately available in our community. We know Alberta's EMS system continues to face significant pressures. Rural and urban ambulance shortages, offload delays, staffing challenges, retention issues, and increasing call volumes are well documented across the province. As you well know, ambulance delivery is a provincial responsibility, and the funding decisions being made by 6 Alberta municipalities in a short timeline is incredibly difficult. But this is not the time to weaken local emergency response capacity. Our model keeps emergency services rooted in the community. Your firefighters and paramedics know St. Albert. They know the neighborhoods, the buildings, the traffic patterns, the seniors' facilities, the schools, and the people they serve. That local connection matters. I also want to emphasize that maintaining this model is an investment in stability. Residences expect emergency services to be reliable, predictable, and coordinated. Maintaining reliable ALS ambulance service helps protect patient outcomes, supports faster emergency response capability, and ensures St. Albert continues to provide the level of care our growing community deserves. Most importantly, you cannot guarantee that replacing our integrated service with EHS direct delivery or with another provider would result in the same level of service. As Red Deer and Strathcona County have recently decided, Council has an opportunity here to continue supporting a proven model that prioritizes patient care and public safety over bureaucracy. I encourage Council to continue supporting and maintaining this proven model and to advocate for sustainable EMS funding to the province. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Cole. Certainly appreciate the presentation. I don't see any comments or questions from council at this time, so thank you for your time. I'd like to invite Shauna Kinzel to come and speak now. Nope. Shauna is no longer wanting to. Okay, thank you. Next on the list, Todd Whitney, please.
Good morning to you all. My name is Todd Whitney, and I'm here to serve as living proof that the integrated system we have currently is working. On April 18th, 2022, my life was changed. I'd gone to hang out with some friends and had fallen into a stormwater pond and could not get myself out. When St. Albert's fire engines arrived and managed to get me out of the water, my heart had long since stopped and CPR was hurriedly started. Along with that, I was also intubated on scene and given an IV, and my heart had regained spontaneous circulation. Shortly after the ambulance arriving, it had driven me to the hospital. The care I was given both on scene and on the way to the hospital was 100% what saved my life. Without intubation, my airway would likely have remained compromised given how much water had filled my lungs. The time in which St. Albert's ambulance and fire crew got to where I was also one of very few reasons I am here speaking today. Without the primary and advanced care paramedics, as well as the tools on the trucks themselves and the rescue, my outcome would likely have been much different. I can confidently say that St. Albert's Integrated Fire Service has saved many more lives than just my own. Keeping the Integrated Fire Service allows far more specialized care than just having the basic or even advanced first aid on the trucks. Without that training and those medical supplies, it leaves the fire service with far less capability to save lives without an ambulance being present, even if it's just 5 minutes.
Sorry, Todd, are you complete? Thank you very much. I'd like to say I do remember you from years past when it was your story was highlighted at the recent Sturgeon Community Hospital Foundation Gala, and very touching story and fantastic that you continue to share that throughout the community. So thank you very much for doing that. I don't believe there are questions from council at this time, so we appreciate you coming to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
I'd like to invite Elliot Davis to come speak now, please. Thank you.
Good
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Pleasure to be here with you this morning. I'm Elliot Davis. Been an advanced care firefighter paramedic for 22 years. I now have the honor to sit as the provincial president for the Alberta Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association. I want to start with just acknowledging what a difficult position you're all in. EHS and the government has been very, very clear that they're the ones in charge of EMS. They even have the audacity to say that to Lethbridge, who's been doing EMS since horse and buggy days, since 1912. And they're saying it to you, I believe, about 50 years of EMS service in St. Albert. What a shame that you have to make this decision. I wish it wasn't the case. However, in the fire service, sometimes we hear this: if you find a problem, you own a problem. You have a problem, and I hope you own the solution to that problem. EHS is coming in, forcing the same revenue stream on every provider across the province. What they've done since the inception, since April 1st, 2009, is pull the rug out from under the high flyers. The I-7 are the last remaining high flyers, but they weren't the only ones. I'd like to just tell you about Grand Prairie, GPREM's EMS. Before April 1st, 2009, Grand Prairie EMS was highly regarded as a top-tier service. If you applied to work there without a number of years of experience elsewhere, you'd about get laughed out of the application process. Grand Prairie was also one of the pilot projects before 2009 where the government dabbled with what a direct delivery service or model could look like. And of course, it was a raving success after they did it themselves and measured it themselves and then reported on it themselves. Well, let's contrast what GPREMS was to what it is today. Today in Grand Prairie, they can barely get an advanced care paramedic to work in Grand Prairie. It's not regional. Grand Prairie didn't move further north. It's about the model, it's the system, it's the design, it's the empowerment of your people, which is lacking in the provincial system. I'm urging you to stay in the fight, to stay in the industry, not because you have to. That's clear, you don't have to. It's because it's the right thing to do. If you divest, your influence is lesser. If you're not, on the bus, you're under the bus. I'm encouraging you to stay on the bus till the day comes that we can get to the steering wheel and drive it for residents in St. Albert and the rest of those of us in the province who want to see the integrated model, not just propped up as it's this great thing, we love you, but we just can't afford you. We want it propped up as the thing that needs to be protected. These are the last remaining high-flying models in the province. And I know EHS is giving you all the promises you need to hear. They'll backstop. There'll be no degradation of services. You'll get like for like. Let's explore that for a moment. Like for like, you provide an advanced life support service. Already, I can guarantee you, your residents are receiving a basic life support service. When your men and women are serving the city of Edmonton with their advanced life support, is getting replaced with a basic life support at the hands of direct delivery models. They can't do like for like today. Why can they do it with less resources on the road? In the I-7 across the province, there's 727 registered practitioners, paramedics, that EHS and the government is turning their back on. If they all divest, they lose access to that. Now, while get this, simultaneously, EHS, now Alta Paramedicine Services, I think is their new rebrand, they're saying that they need to hire 700 new paramedics by fiscal year 2031, 2032. So at the same time they have to hire over 700, they're walking from 700. The calculus doesn't make any sense. They can't do what they say they're going to do. They cannot backstop. And here's another fallacy that they're presenting to you. They're telling you that, don't worry, we're the provincial backstop. So whether we do direct delivery or whether we contract it out, we're the backstop. They're wrong. You're the backstop. These men and women are the backstop. In this day and age, right now, when an ambulance is delayed, who's responding? The municipal fire service. And who's sitting on scene? The municipal fire service. I hope before you vote, you call your peers in Spruce Grove. 24 hours after their vote to divest, they waited on scene for 90 minutes with a young lady who had an altered level of consciousness. The day after that, they intubated someone. The highest level of intervention we can make pre-hospitally, they did that out of the back of a fire truck. EHS cannot do what they say they can do. It's a fallacy. And I want to answer one quick question. I got 17 seconds left on the notion of, can we provide ALS as MFR? Today you can. They're telling you that you can. Tomorrow, I wouldn't bank on it. They've played this game before. Whether you can or can't provide an ALS MFR service, And I would be willing to suggest that that's another fallacy that you're being fed.
Well, thank you very much, Elliot, for the, obviously the passionate plea and the presentation today. We certainly appreciate your time and your effort, as well as what you do for the community on a daily basis. So thank you for that. Councillor Cortesh, I believe, has some comments.
Yeah, question. Sorry, you threw me for a loop with your last comment there about the fallacy of, yeah, you're right. I mean, the rules can change.
They have changed.
And the rules can and will change, or under either model, whether we renew or not. I'm concerned if we renew, the rules can still change. I note that in your presentation, thank you, by the way, in your presentation, you did not advocate or recommend re-signing with EHS, and you used the term stay in the industry, which I thought interesting. Have you had a chance to review the recommendation before us from administration? Do you have any comments with respect to the two models? I'll call them options 1 and 2. Option 3 is a non-starter from my perspective, but options 1 and 2. Do you have any comment on either of those two models specifically?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor, I've got many comments. Where to start and where to end, I suppose. I want to acknowledge that, you know, the ask to stay in the game, to subsidize the difference for what I think is about a cup of coffee a month per household, which I know adds up. So I'm not trying to minimize that. I've got mouths to feed as well. We're asking you to pay to keep your people in what's effectively a meat grinder. I mean, we call it the vortex, working this close to Edmonton. In the short term, we want to encourage you to maintain the status quo so we can continue to lobby and push for long-term reform. We need the GOA to listen. This isn't a partisan issue. We need everybody to listen. And what we actually need, I believe, the solution, what gets us to the steering wheel, we need to lobby government to take EMS out of healthcare and return it to municipalities so it can be fire-based. Fire-based EMS, it doesn't have the recruitment problems, the retention problems. We have high-performing paramedics who have long-term careers. People that work for EHS have jobs. They work 5 years maybe, and then they get burnt out. So what we're asking you in the short term, subsidize, stay in the game, and let's lobby for reform, structural reform, that let's put EMS back in communities, in fire halls as first responders where they always should have been. And unfortunately, they left that at April 1st, 2009, which I'm still waiting for the punchline to this April Fool's joke.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you again, Cole. Certainly appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I think
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment.
Don't run away. Sorry, Councillor Mackay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Davis, thanks for your presentation and your passion. When you, in your position, have you sat at the table with any representatives of government that has explained kind of the thought and idea? We talk about rule makers, but we don't know the game, let alone we don't even know what rules we're playing under. And every time we think we do, they change the game. So have you been around the table and have a basic understanding of what they're thinking in relation to this, other than maybe wanting to rebrand a bunch of trucks and come up with new uniforms?
Yeah. Councillor, through Mr. Mayor to you. Thanks for the question and thanks for teeing it up. Yes, probably more so than any firefighter in the province, I've been at those tables. I sit on the Alberta government's Alberta EMS Steering Committee. I've been working with the government. Before that, it was the APEC committee, working with the ministers in charge, the health minister, as well as the senior EHS bureaucratic staff. And I can tell you everything that's happening is void of a frontline perspective. I'm one of very few frontline paramedics who sit on the Alberta EMS Steering Committee. I estimate 3 or 4 of us in about 25. None of our recommendations from the front line seem to go anywhere. The minister in charge of this decision, who I think needs to be more reasonable, more flexible. This is a choice in funding, right? This is ideological. They just dumped multi-million-dollar into a rebrand. There's $804 million going into EMS right now in this budget cycle. This is a choice not to fund integrated, in my opinion, for the efforts of getting rid of them. What better way to make yourself look good when you can take out the needs of the competition who recruit from you, who outperform you, and who offer people better living wages? So, Councillor, I think that yes, I have had these conversations. I think that this is ill-advised. I think it's void of frontline information. And I don't believe that the minister is getting the accurate information to make a really good decision. I've tried to meet with the minister as well to discuss this in more detail, and I have not, he's not accepted my request to meet.
No, that's disappointing. When in some of the published comments from the minister, he talks about reasonably going this direction because he believes that it's not fair to other communities. Do you is that similar to what you're thinking or what you just said? I don't follow that, and I don't have him here to question. So I mean, how is integrated service not fair? Is it based off of your last comment, we're competition, or how is that not fair to other communities that can't offer an integrated service just because of their setup?
Yeah, so I think what the minister is getting at when he says that, the EHS has established, they're calling it their benchmark rate. It's 100%, right? That's what it costs them to do business. I suspect your administration is going to report on this, and councils, or you may already have this information. I don't even know if it's an apples to oranges comparison. It's an apples to crazy pill comparison. The rate at which EHS is saying they can do it for, no council I've spoken to, no leader I've spoken to can make sense of the numbers. For example, they'll keep out of their costs things like medical equipment. Well, obviously you have to buy medical equipment, but in an organization as large as they are, it comes out of someone else's budget. So it's not in there. So you're not getting good information to make this decision. Even what they're framing their 100% off of is another fallacy. What's my favorite word in the last couple of weeks here, it seems to be. So they've also reported that the integrated models are anywhere between 20 to 44% greater than their 100% benchmark. But again, that's a claim because no one can really compare these things in a way that says, oh, okay, that makes sense to me. So I think when they say it's not fair, I mean, why would St. Albert get funded to, let's say, 120% when Fort Saskatchewan, who is not integrated, gets funded at 100%? So there's a 20% disparity, which again, I talked about my issues in that regard. However, what I'm trying to encourage, what I would love to encourage the minister and everyone in government, the official opposition included, is that you should not be looking at healthcare as a provincially prescribed one-size-fits-all program that fits nobody at all. The needs of St. Albert as a community from a pre-hospital care perspective will be different than that of the RMWB or the city of Lethbridge. In fact, I would actually like to argue and suggest to the minister, if he were to take my meeting, that you need to actually be engaging locally. You need to be engaging and working out those numbers. And that gets very into the weeds, and I can go really far into the weeds on this, but the point is communities have different needs. Their service delivery should be different, and that may include different costs of doing business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Certainly appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd invite Samantha Semrock, resident of St. Albert, to come speak now. Samantha? No? Samantha going once? Twice? No? Okay. That concludes our resident presentations today. I believe now we will move to the agenda item, which would be a motion to move in camera for a presentation on behalf, but I'll open it up to Mr. Fletcher for some opening commentary, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Council. I just wanted to sort of frame the steps, I guess, as we approach this. And so from an administrative perspective, our recommendation is to begin, as the mayor's indicated, by going in camera to discuss some sensitive items as it relates. We will come out then and provide a public presentation that will frame all the information putting forward to inform your debate and decision, at which point in time, obviously, all of the staff across the various implicated departments. And you'll note to my left, we've got human resources, finance, and obviously fire service and government relations to answer questions as you see fit. And so, Mr. Mayor, without any further ado, if you're willing, I'd propose that we head in camera now and we can maybe perhaps try and get that in before lunch.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for a councillor to make a motion to move in camera, please. Councillor Clark, thank you.
I'll just wait for it to come up on the screen if that's. That council move in camera to discuss a matter pursuant to sections 26(1)A, disclosure harmful to intergovernment relations, 29(1)A, 29(1)C, 29(1)D, 29(1)G, advice from officials, 31C, disclosure harmful to and other interests of a public body, and 32(1)A, privileged information of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. Before I accept that, Councillor Cortez, do you have a question for Admin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, is the plan for for those in the gallery and those at home watching, is the plan to go in camera and then presumably lunch and then continue after that? Is that?
Yeah, I would anticipate that this would push us probably close to a 12 o'clock break, and then we will have say 45 minutes for lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So to save everybody in the gallery time from just sitting and waiting, basically we'd anticipate being back here at 12:45. If you'd like to be a part of the presentation, that will followed by the debate. So there'll be no more opportunities for public speakers, but we will have the public presentation at that point and then move forward to the debate and a decision. So you're more than welcome to stay. Otherwise, we'll probably reconvene at 12:45. We can move it to a vote now, please. Thank you. That motion passed unanimously, and we'll move in camera. Thank you very much. We'll continue. Thank you for everybody joining us again. Had a great in-camera conversation, and I'll turn it now over to Mr. Fletcher for the administrative presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So this is going to be tag teamed by Managing Director of Corporate and Emergency Services, Diane McMorty, and the team off to my left, principally led by our Fire Chief, Dan Lemieux. They're going to walk us through the administration analysis as it relates to really three broad courses of action that sort of lay in front of council. One being accept the government's terms, keep providing the service at an increased cost. The second being to divest of the ambulance service, but maintain the medical first response. And the third that we're really not going to dive into at all because it is not a recommendation is get rid of all of those things, right? And that's not anywhere that that administration is. So with that as a bit of a teeing up, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Lemieux to start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The presentation in front of you today will outline the current ambulance service that's provided by the St. Albert Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department, and will outline three options for council's consideration. Council will be asked to decide on the future of the ground ambulance contract in St. Albert. But before I get into the presentation, I'd like to really thank the team that put this presentation together. So we had help from our finance department, ledge services, comms, governmental relations, and obviously many of my staff at the fire department. So the timelines were short and there's a lot of information that had to be pulled together. So I appreciate the support from the team. I want to point out that the need for a decision today was not initiated by the city, but was initiated by Emergency Health Services, which is a provincial health corporation. And as your interim fire chief, I just want to point out that we do have very dedicated employees that provide an outstanding service in the provision of medical care and firefighting capabilities. Our EMS professionals, whether they're on a fire truck or whether they're on the ambulance, consistently exemplify excellence through their skill, compassion, and unwavering dedication, delivering critical life-threatening, life-saving care when it matters the most. And I do hear regular stories, anecdotal stories from people in our community, and I heard some more stories this morning prior to the meeting. So regardless of the outcome of today's meeting, you should be very proud of your fire department staff. In terms of background, so on my next slide, I just want to speak to some background. The City of St. Albert, through its fire department, has provided pre-hospital care since 1977. So prior to 2009, as you heard, ground ambulance provision was a municipal responsibility. In 2009, the provincial government assumed ambulance provision through legislation and introduced a borderless dispatch system. The borderless system means that the closest ambulance is dispatched to active incidents. In 2009, the City of St. Albert Council chose to provide an integrated fire EMS service through contract with AHS. So the St. Albert ambulances are regularly dispatched outside our community, and the city has no control over those situations. Statistics from our 2025 indicate that our two ambulances were dispatched over 6,000 times, with 63% of those calls being in the City of St. Albert. So obviously when the city ambulances are out of our community to help other municipalities, then other ambulances can be dispatched into our city as is required. We provide two ambulances under contract with Emergency Health Services, with occasional requests for a third ambulance, which most of the time we've been able to support. EHS also provides an ambulance, so they have an additional ambulance that's stationed in St. Albert at our Fire Hall number 1. This additional ambulance is only staffed during the daytime, and as you heard this morning, sometimes it's browned out. So the city has signed a number of contracts with AHS since 2009, and the city has been subsidizing this service to varying degrees. On my next slide, I want to speak to when people think of emergency medical services, they think mostly of ground ambulance, and this is what we're talking about today. The provision of emergency medical services is a provincial responsibility. Emergency Health Services is a provincial corporation that was established in June 2025. EHS is responsible for the delivery of emergency medical services in Alberta, and EMS is provided through direct delivery by EHS or through contracts. 7 municipalities provide integrated fire and EMS service. So those include our city, Wood Buffalo, Spruce Grove, Strathcona County, Leduc, Red Deer, and Lethbridge. So we talked about Grand Ambulance, but I also want to talk about another program that's different than the Grand Ambulance, and it's called Medical First Response. And it's important that we understand the difference. So Medical First Response is a separate program from the Ground Ambulance, where EMS is administered and dispatched regionally. MFR is different. MFR is a municipal program. So MFR is a program where fire engines respond to serious medical incidents. So the high acuity calls, we call them Delta and Echo, or you may have heard them referred to as red and purple calls. So that's where fire engines respond with an advanced care paramedic on board. MFR is also used when there's a delayed response by the ambulance. So you've heard about if our ambulances are delayed by or expected to be delayed by more than 8 minutes, then we respond with medical first response with the fire engine. The MFR program does not have any provision for patient transport, so there is no patient transport. And the program is fully administered by us, by the city, not by EHS. So during an MFR response, the fire engine remains within our municipal boundaries. And there is a small grant available to municipalities who provide MFR. For us, I believe it was $78,000 we received in the last year. So now I want to talk about the levels of service that come with medical first response, because there are 5 levels. The St. Albert Fire Department operates its MFR program at the advanced care paramedic level. So that's the one that's number 5 in blue on your slide. Our engines are equipped with the required medical supplies and equipment to provide advanced life support. So somebody earlier referred to primary care paramedic, and somebody said, well, we just primary care paramedic. Primary care paramedic is also a very useful and very effective service level. And all of our staff are trained at minimum at primary care paramedic level. So on the next slide, I want to speak to the difference between advanced life support and basic life support. So in order to provide advanced life support, one must be a certified advanced care paramedic, or ACP. So the training for an advanced care paramedic consists of a 2-year program in addition to the emergency medical responder and primary care paramedic prerequisites. So when you're an advanced care paramedic, you have extensive training and you can perform advanced procedures such as airway intubation, defibrillation, cardiac pacing, and drug administration. So commonly includes certification in advanced cardiac life support, pediatric advanced life support, and neonatal resuscitation. Sometimes that's referred to as bringing the emergency department to the patient. So very high level of care. In order to, and when I compare that to the basic life support, in order to provide basic life support, one must be a certified primary care paramedic. So that training includes 1 year of classroom training and a recognized emergency medical responder program. And so it's a broader scope of practices than EMR. So it's certainly a higher level than the EMR. And there's a list of some of the medication and procedures that a primary care paramedic can provide. So the advanced life support occurs when at least one advanced care paramedic is on the ambulance. So they don't both need to be advanced care paramedic, as long as one of them is. And for basic life support occurs when at least one primary care paramedic is an attendant on the ambulance. Next slide, please. So this slide is specific to an emergency medical call. So I just want to walk you through the process. So people call 911. The 911 calls in St. Albert are answered at our primary safety answering point, or the PSAP, which is located at the RCMP. So the RCMP take the initial call. If it's a call for an ambulance, then the ambulance calls are transferred to the provincial EMS dispatch center. So they're not transferred to the fire department, they're transferred to the provincial EMS dispatch center. From there, the closest resource is dispatched to the medical call. And The EMS dispatch center will automatically notify the St. Albert Fire Department if we need medical first response. Now, remember, medical first response is different than the ground ambulance. That's when our fire engine would respond. So if it's a very, very serious call, or if the ambulance is going to be delayed by more than 8 minutes, we automatically get dispatched through MFR. Again, I want to stress that the MFR level of service is determined by the municipality. And we currently provide MFR at the advanced life support level. That was a question that came up earlier in the presentation. On my next slide, I just want to share some stats. So provide stats from St. Albert Fire and EMS Department. So our statistics show that the largest number of responses are ground ambulance responses at 63% of our calls. Last year, we responded to over 6,000 ambulance calls. And with regards to fire medical response, that was the second largest number of responses at 25%. Last year, we responded to about 2,400 medical first response calls. So when you add up the ground ambulance calls and the MFR calls, we responded to 8,499 EMS and MFR calls, which equates to about 700 responses per month over the course of the year. Now, on March 13th, 2026, the city was informed by EHS that it would be willing to negotiate a new long-term contract with the city. EHS has set a benchmark level of funding and indicated that there is no flexibility to negotiate the funding level. EHS has made it clear that it will only enter sole source negotiations with St. Albert if the city agrees to the costing based on their benchmark. And the benchmark set by EHS is significantly lower than the city's actual cost to provide the ambulance service. So to continue providing ambulance service, St. Albert would have to cover any gap between the benchmark funding provided by EHS and our actual costs. So as your city manager mentioned, there are 3 options in front of you, and they'll be discussing more details in the following slides, but I just want to cover them here quickly. Option 1 really is a status quo, where the integrated fire EMS service continues as is. However, it comes at a higher cost to our taxpayers. Option 2, which is our recommendation, is where the city discontinues its ground ambulance contract with EHS, but maintains the medical first response program at an advanced life support level. Option 3, which we're not going to spend a lot of time on, is where both the ground ambulance and medical first response would both be discontinued. The question has been asked of EHS about what happens if a municipality does not renew its ground ambulance contract. And EHS has stated that should St. Albert choose to transfer this provincial responsibility back to EHS, that they will continue to provide the 2 ALS ambulances to our community. EHS has stated there will be no disruption or degradation of service. And EHS would most likely, should we decide to exit the EHS would most likely enter into an RFP, a request for proposal process, to identify a private operator, or EHS could provide that service through direct delivery. So I will now turn over the presentation to Managing Director McMorty, who will walk you through the 3 options and discuss financial implications.
Thank you, Chief Lemieux. So we'll first start by going through option 1. So in option 1, as Chief Lemieux mentioned, we would look to maintain the provision of emergency medical services through entering a contract with EHS at a reduced rate. In this scenario, we would see impacts of higher and increasing municipal subsidization for ground ambulance services. This includes subsidizing 40% of calls outside our community. Current staffing costs and forecasted union wages are higher than the EHS benchmark costs, which would result in an increased tax requirement immediately, which will increase over time. The outcomes we would see under this option is that 2 ground ambulances will continue to be delivered by St. Albert Fire Services. There will be no change to our current medical first response program, and employees will continue to be trained as both firefighters and advanced care paramedics. Under this scenario, the city will continue to be responsible for the full costs of running an integrated fire ambulance service, but will be immediately accepting an initial reduction in revenue of approximately $900,000. In addition, the city will need to continue the planned future staffing of Fire Hall 4. This equates to a 1.2% property tax impact equivalent. Considering our ambulances only service our residents 60% of the time, this could conceptually be considered a 2% impact. So before we move into the details surrounding the option of divesting of emergency medical services, it's important to understand the impacts of how fixed costs are impacted when an integrated or shared service is severed. So fixed costs that do not change with service levels and continue even if services are reduced. Portions of these costs have been paid for by EHS and are not shed if the EMS program is divested. While portions of positions and other costs are appropriately allocated to the ambulance service for the purposes of understanding and communicating the true cost of the service, some of these costs cannot be shed even if EMS is divested. So some examples of these items would include some small components of supplies and communication equipment, some training, corporate services that are required to support the staff and equipment associated with this service, including IT, HR, finance, communications, procurement, fleet mechanics, building maintenance, staff and contracts, and portions of fire leadership and administration. Staff in these areas will continue to support all areas of the corporation. So in option 2, we would be looking to divest of ambulance service, but maintain medical first response. This is administration's recommended option. In this scenario, we would see a reduction in staffing, equipment, and fleet costs. There would be a decreased future staffing requirement, as there would be no future budget asks for Fire Hall 4, which represents cost avoidance versus cost reduction. It is anticipated that the remaining position reductions could be primarily managed through attrition. Given the planned opening of Fire Hall 4, we are in a unique position right now to divest of this service with limited impacts to our current staff. If this decision faced us again at the end of a new contract with EHS, we would not have this flexibility and layoffs would likely be required. Following the transition plan from St. Albert Fire to EHS, ground ambulance would be provided by EHS or a private contractor. There would be no change to the current medical first response program, which is currently provided at the ALS level. And employees would continue to be trained as firefighters and advanced care paramedics. So under option 3, we would be looking to divest of both emergency medical services as well as medical first response and to move to a fire-only service. In this scenario, we would see a reduction in staffing, equipment and fleet costs, decreased future staffing requirements, primarily managed through attrition. Following the transition plan from St. Albert Fire to EHS, ground ambulance would be provided by EHS or a private contractor. The MFR program would be discontinued, likely resulting in negative impacts on health outcomes in the community. St. Albert Fire Service will transition to a fire-only service and over time cease to fund training and certification for paramedics. Given the relatively small savings achieved by also divesting of the medical first response program, alongside the expected negative health outcomes for our residents, administration does not recommend this option. This graph is being presented to illustrate not only the incremental financial impact today of maintaining EMS, but also what is likely to happen over time. Based on our historical experience of contracting with EHS, our costs are expected to continue to increase at a rate higher than what we may expect to be compensated from EHS from a cost of living perspective. In essence, our subsidization of this service will continue to grow. I'll now turn it back over to Chief Lemieux to provide a summary.
So in front of you, this slide provides a summary of the 3 options in front of council. Option 1 is the status quo, where ground ambulance is delivered by the city. Medical first response remains at the ALS level. Staff complement required here is 130 FTEs. And in 2027, the cost impact is $1.76 million. For 2027, the tax impact equivalent is 1.2%. Option 2 is where we divest EMS, but we maintain MFR, which is a recommendation from administration. Ground ambulance here is delivered by EHS or a contractor. Medical first response remains at the ALS level. Staff complement required here is 110 FTEs, so 20 less than the previous scenario. And the cost impact in 2027 is 0.79 million, and that's equivalent to 0.5% tax increase. And option 3, which we're not recommending, I'll go over very quickly. We would divest of EMS and stop the medical first response program. The ground ambulance would be delivered by an EHS or a contractor. Medical first response would be discontinued. Staff complement required would be 110 FTEs, and the cost impact would be 0.4 million or $400,000, and the tax impact would be 0.3%. And on our last slide, we have the 2 recommendations from administration, and we're recommending this course of action for 2 main reasons. First, this minimizes the financial impact for the city. And second, it does maintain medical first response at the advanced life support level, which takes into consideration patient outcomes. And we would be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. There are going to be some questions from council, and maybe I'll start. Option 1, Mr. Fletcher, was that this would result in a 1.2 property tax impact on our residents, but with a 60% service rate in our community, it's closer to 2%. That, I guess, analysis was not provided for option 2 and 3. Can you please provide those as well?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to caveat that it's equivalent to a 2%. It's actually the bottom line impact is a 1.2% increase to hit the bottom line, but that 1.2% buys you 60% effectiveness, right? In fairness, from when we transition to the other 2 courses of action, we can't provide that analysis because we no longer deliver the service, right? And so at the end of the day, responses would be exclusively by Alta Health EHS ambulances. Our own MFR response would be exactly the same, and our MFR response is actually confined to St. Albert outside of any sort of incremental issues there might be with an intermunicipal collaboration agreement, though mostly that's got to do with fire and really not medical response. So it actually doesn't exist in courses action 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I'll turn it to Councillor Cortesh for starting questions.
That's it? I've got a long list.
Yeah, for now.
Cut me off whenever I'm going too long, because I've got lots. This is an important decision, and I've got lots and lots of questions because I'm porn here.
Maybe we'll just start with 3 and then we'll move down.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've got them grouped into themes. So
Perfect.
I'll start with the ALS
Sounds good.
FMR questions, and then I'll leave it after that. So I was wondering through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Fletcher, if you could maybe expand upon or clarify what the FMR model looks like that's in administration's recommendation. So I understand in the report it would require 110 FTE, but what does that get us? What is that? I understand from the presentation that it's ALS level. Is that 1, 2, 3 community response units? Like, what does that look like operationally from a response perspective in terms of what we're getting for admin's recommendation?
Maybe I'll offer a very general comment, and I'll turn it over to Chief Lemieux to actually discuss the details of it from an operational perspective. But I think the way you deliver, and so outside of the ALS standard of care or service level that we're presenting, there's a bunch of ways to deliver that conceivably, right? There's been talk about community response units. Right now we roll out fire engines. There's a bunch of ways to kind of do that, and that's the crux of our recommended second course of motion, is that we would take a look at what the optimum operational model would be to deliver that ALS service. And so I will stop there and turn it over to Chief Lemieux for the actual operational answer.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Cortesh. So really the medical first response service that we provide today would not change. I wouldn't describe it as a community response unit. Basically, it's a fire engine right now that responds with an advanced care paramedic on board.
So yeah, I was going to say, I mean, in order to come up with the recommendations that you have and the numbers that you have, there's some assumptions behind that. So what's being proposed is essentially maintaining status quo from a fire municipal response, responding on fire trucks, not community response units or anything of the like. It'd be essentially status quo.
That's correct.
Okay. And then presumably anything additional, if we wanted to investigate community response units, that would be an increase in level of service, which would be additional cost to what's being proposed here, presumably?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. The term integrated is an interesting one here. When we refer to integrated service, are we talking about integrated in the regional network of ambulance? Or is there integrated in the sense that our employees are both paramedics and firefighters and integrated in that sense? And I assume it's the second, but the reason I'm asking, if we were to proceed with admin's recommendation and have a fire municipal response model, would we not continue to be an integrated service? Would staff continue to be cross-trained as paramedics and firefighters?
Through the mayor, the answer to that is yes, they would continue to be trained both as paramedic and firefighters. I think the integration model includes the ambulance, so we could transport. With MFR, you cannot transport.
Okay, but they'd still be cross-trained. Okay. On the transport question, would it be possible to maintain, to keep our ambulances, not sell our ambulances? Would it be possible to keep our ambulances as non-transporting CRUs?
Through the mayor, yes, it certainly is a possibility. The issue that I would see there is you've got an ambulance that responds to a scene and everybody's expecting transport, yet we do not have the capability to transport. But the answer is yes.
Okay, I'll finish up here in a second. That leads me to my next question in terms of, is that prohibited by EHS to transport? The reason I asked, I'm not sure if you're familiar with, I believe Spruce Grove currently operates a CRU that has the capability to transport, and they've got permission from EHS to do that. Are you aware of that, or would that be a potential possibility?
I can't speak to that. I'm not aware of that.
Then the last question I have with respect to just the FMR model, council received some emails with respect to detailing dispatch data and that type of thing. So with the model being recommended by administration, would our fire department have access to the same dispatch information? So we had some emails that sort of detailed St. Albert Fire Department was able to adjust responses based on what they could see was happening in the region with ambulances. And so based on what I think you've said about our maintaining status quo on our FMR, that would continue to be the case. We'd continue to have access to that. I don't know if I'm asking the question right, but access to that dispatch data, allowing us to respond as required.
So I'll answer that in two ways. So currently, because we have a partnership with EHS, we do have access to their dispatch information in our center. Should we divest from the ambulance, we might lose that. That being said, the computer-aided dispatch at EMS, EHS speaks directly to our computer-aided dispatch. So we get notified fairly quickly, almost instantly, when there's a requirement for medical first response. Okay. But we may not see the details on the ambulance side if we divest of the ambulance service.
Okay, thank you. I'll park the rest for now.
Thank you very much for the clarification. I guess one last to follow up on that question is presumably then 60% of the times our ambulances show up what would be sooner than under the EMS model. Now, how often do you know this information that in those events where our ambulances are showing up, that there is critical transportation needed at that time that would be more efficient than it would be waiting for the alternative model under the provincial guidelines?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, so the provincial guideline, I believe, is a 12-minute response time. Ours definitely is quicker than that. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Like I know that part. I'm saying in the event that those 9-minute response times, how often is it critical that 9-minute response time is required to transport to a hospital? Like the additional 3 minutes of waiting, how often would that be negatively impacting the patient that's being considered?
Yeah, I certainly don't have those stats in
Yeah.
front of me, but what I'll say when it comes to medical response, every minute is critical.
Yeah, okay. I understand it's a difficult, because it's very situational. I'm just trying to understand if we are seeing a higher propensity of calls that require immediate transportation versus we can treat on site with the MFR program and the patient's in, I guess, the same position until an additional paramedic or an ambulance would be there to transport. If that makes sense. And I guess maybe that's hard to quantify, but that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
It's certainly hard to quantify, but I think the critical part of the response there is that an advanced care paramedic would be at the side of the patient very quickly,
Regardless.
even if there's a delay with the ambulance. So a lot of the procedures that are required would be initiated very quickly.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to piggyback on that, so if we had an ALS MFR system and our paramedics responded and that person needed to get to hospital, how would that actually be made quicker? Like, do we have the ability to say to the provincial dispatch, we need someone here now? I just see our paramedics sitting on site knowing what they need to do, but unable to do it because they can't move a patient.
Through the mayor. So you're correct that we can't move the patient, but again, the provincial EMS has a triage system where they identify the really critical calls and resources are dispatched to those critical calls first. But again, having an advanced care paramedic at the side of the patient helps tremendously, even if there's a delay with the ambulance. Because right now, if we're made aware of a potential delay in an ambulance, we dispatch MFR immediately regardless of the incident.
And maybe, Councillor, I could just jump on that as well and just, because of the borderless system, that this may be one of those cases where our ambulances aren't here, right? And so it's not a break glass in case of St. Albert ambulance shows up because it's needed. The dispatch system, that borderless dispatch system, still determines the ambulance that will respond, right, based on that system.
Okay. In your background, or you've indicated that EHS, whatever they are now, they're saying no disruption and no degradation of service, but they've also been hesitant or refused to give us data, statistics to be able to support that. Have we seen, since making that last request, have we seen any data that ultimately could give us the opportunity to know where that service is going to land?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I certainly speak. I don't think we have data that specifically states that because we're talking about a new model, right? And so any data is under the legacy system. What we do have is in writing the assurance that it will be there will be no degradation service at the end of the day. So certainly I know that Fire's been in touch if there is any data from that perspective, but they're going out to a new RFP, right, with a new model. So I can't tell you what the results of that will be. I can't tell you what that model looks like in terms of the capacity, in fairness to your question. And so I'm not really answering your question with respect to data, except to say what we've got now is the assurance that there'll be no degradation of service.
Okay, but they haven't given us any data to indicate what their response times are, how often they're totally without an ambulance in the Edmonton region, how many times they experience brownouts. They haven't given us any of that data. Is that correct?
That is correct. They've not shared any of that with us. And again, that's sort of pre the new RFP, so I don't know what that looks like. Yeah.
Okay. One more question. So the financial part of it, we're indicating that 1.76 million is the cost of accepting option one and 790,000 for option two. But we've included the 855,000 for the staffing of our fire hall. As of March 1st or March 12th, we already had that number, correct? Or like, does that not represent what it would have cost us to ultimately staff that fire hall in the event that we had not got this ultimatum on March the 13th?
Through the mayor to Councillor Clark. So you are correct. So we still have for Fire Hall 4, 5 more positions that would have been coming forward as part of the 2027 budget. So if we maintain our ambulance service, we need to continue on that path to put in those additional 5 FTEs. So while they're not necessarily directly related to EMS, they do form part of this decision. If we choose to divest of EMS, that will be basically 5 positions we won't need to ask for. So it's a cost avoidance in the future. So in order to be able to prepare a sort of an apples to apples financial comparison, we sort of had to include them. And to Mr. Fletcher's point earlier on, we are kind of in a unique situation because we are in the process of staffing for Fire Hall 4, that it helps reduce impacts on some of our current staff.
Okay, thank you. But on that, can you actually give us what the ambulance portion of that would, the implication as far as a tax implication would be? Because I'm seeing it as about a $900,000 investment if we went with option 1.
You are correct. And so that was a thing. The immediate change is a 911,000 reduction in our funding. Just a straight, they're just going to give us that much less to provide what we are today.
Okay, so, and what does that equate, 911,000, what does that equate to in a property tax increase if we choose to go with option 1, realizing that we also have, you know, the Fire Hall 4 staffing, but my concern is residents need to know what this choice is actually costing them, because the Fire Hall was going to come online in any event.
Just a ballpark number, somewhere around 0.7 to 0.75.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. If we were to go with, continue with the services that we have now and we sign a new contract, can we negotiate the length of that contract? And how long is the contract? I think is it 5 years?
Yeah, there's been talk about a 5-year or a 10-year contract,
Okay.
right? And so those would be the things. In terms of negotiating the length, I'll simply say that discussions to date have not indicated a willingness to depart from what AHS has laid out for us.
Okay, thank you. And then for the fire trucks right now, I think we're not calling, I think I heard Chief Lemieux say we don't call them community response units, but that's what I had written down in my question. Right, so if we went with the recommended motion, would they ever have to still leave St. Albert, or do they would always stay in St. Albert, those fire trucks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then another question here. And then if we did go with that recommended motion and we kept that, I just don't know how to word this one. So like we heard a case from a young man earlier who had an incident where they were, our fire truck showed up, they saved his life essentially. So let's say that happens, we're in that situation, and then an ambulance shows up and the ambulance only has basic life support. So they maybe don't have the experience to maintain, how can they transport that patient who's now in a critical care position without our paramedics if they're just basic life support trained? Does that make sense? Like would our paramedic have to go on an ambulance with them? I just don't know how that can kind of meld together.
So through the mayor, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. So you are correct that our advanced care paramedic, most likely in that case, would have to get on the ambulance and continue providing whatever procedure were started. So our paramedic would most likely go with that ambulance to the hospital, and we'd have to bring him back bring them back a little bit later. But you're correct. We would have to accompany that patient.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question, and you don't need to speak on this if you don't feel comfortable. This is for Chief Lemieux. Just wondering if I understand like you have experience in both working in integrated and non. Do you have any kind of input that based on your experience that could help us to make our decision on that? If it's not a good question, I understand.
So through the mayor, I just want to clarify. So is your question about what we can expect if we divest from the EMS service?
Yeah, like, could you speak on whether you have experience going into a situation where you think there wouldn't be a degradation of services, but then you witnessed that? If you're comfortable with that.
So let me just start by saying, we've asked the question of EHS. They have said no degradation of service, that they will put an RFP that'll give us the 2 ambulances at ALS level. I could speak from being the fire chief in another community where this scenario happened, where we went from a municipal EMS service to a provincial service. And what I will tell you is that we, in that scenario, saw more BLS more often and longer wait times for the ambulance to show up. So that's my personal experience.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you very much. Move it to Councillor McKay now, please, for questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that insight, Chief Lemieux. I appreciate it. And I hope it didn't put you in a difficult situation. My question just relates to contract term and specifically start time. I've seen 2 different dates, one September 2027, the other September 2026. Can you provide additional clarification as to when, if a decision is made, when does the actual contract start, begin?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. So the team can certainly jump in on this, but our current contract is scheduled, takes us to the 27th, or sorry, September 27th, is it? 27, my dear God. My sister's birthday is September 27th, for those who want to know why I'm confused. On the 27th of September. Oh my God, September of 2027. Can we say that 7 times fast? September of 2027. Sorry, just jump in there.
Sorry, yeah. So our current contract expires September 2026. If council were to divest, EHS has indicated that the plan would be to have something new in place on or before September 2027, subject to transition.
Thank you. And this one I'm going to answer, and you can probably correct me again. But and so if council decides not to continue on with the service, then it does trigger an exit clause, right? And that exit clause would probably take us through to about the March 2027 timeframe. And so there's kind of 3 dates at play. End of the current contract, which is, in fact, we'd be having this discussion one way or the other. Obviously, we're having the discussion now under the paradigm of the new terms that EHS has put down. If council decides to divest, then we've got about a 9-month exit clause, of which they'll come up with their replacement approach. And then, as was noted, because I was incapable of actually speaking English for a very brief period of time, 2027 September, then if we indicate that we're in, that's when we'd forecast having the terms of the new contract negotiated. Did that finally make sense?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hence my confusion a little bit. So when we're talking dollars, when are we using today's dollars, or are we going to use budget 2027 dollars? This is kind of so from a financial impact, the decision we make today is based on the figures you've presented in the 3 options. How does that impact, though, budget 2027? If we've got this time frame, I mean, are they the numbers you're working with today, or could they see changes?
Through the mayor, yeah, so the numbers that we presented, really, we had to kind of look at it sort of post-transition. So it's going to kind of depend how the timelines of that fall out. Some portions of it may hit in one budget year and portions in another budget year. We had to present it sort of as a totality after a transition or a decision was made. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just from a complexity, I mean, what I'm just trying to say is, I mean, we're throwing around numbers and we're throwing around potential impacts on our budget, but reality, we're not 100% sure what those are. Is that fair, or is we're pretty close to that?
I would say we're pretty confident with the numbers. Overall, it's just which budget year they would necessarily fall in. As well, we talked about if council chose to divest of the ambulance service, and we'd be looking at eliminating a number of positions. We had indicated that we'd be looking primarily through attrition, that we would be able to do that, but how that attrition holds out sort of over that 12 or 18-month period will also impact that.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My question was just in a sense, there's just so many complexities and unknowns. I mean, we don't even know what things could come up in relation to contract that could impact salary. So I was just trying to get clarification on that. But thank you, administration.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. We'll go back to Councillor Cortesh.
That's good. I'll follow up on contract questions because I've got a few there as well. Thank you, Councillor Mackay. So I want to make sure I've got this straight. If council, let me back up. We had a couple of presentations earlier that spoke about negotiating a new contract with EHS and negotiating the terms, potentially negotiating on price, negotiating having ambulances stay in St. Albert. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Fletcher, what has the province given us any indication or indicated anything in terms of their willingness to negotiate that?
So yes, in point of fact, they've told us very quickly their dispatch model is not on the table.
Okay. And so if we were to make re-signing the contract conditional on some of those conditions, ambulances staying in St. Albert or that type of thing, for all intents and purposes, it's your understanding that that would be seen as a no, as a decline to sign the contract. Like, I guess, where does that leave us? That leaves us at the end of May. If we were to decide that today, where does that leave us at the end of May? That triggers that opt-out clause or that termination from the provincial government, correct?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So, I can't unequivocally say what EHS would come at, but they've been very clear that here are the terms under which we would enter a negotiation for a sole source contract. So coming in with caveats to that could well be taken as a no, in which case we trigger the exit clause as of the end of May.
Okay. And if we do decide today to renew the contract, what does that look like? Is that we would then quote unquote negotiate or enter into discussions and presumably sign a new contract effective September 2026? And for how long? Or is that up for discussion as well?
I'm loath to answer any question with the word September in it, but I think the reality is that if we come forward to indicate council's willingness to participate under the contract model, right, with the new paradigm, they would trigger an extension to our current contract that gives us a year to essentially hammer all that out, right? And so that's the 2027 timeframe.
Okay. If we decide today to continue the contract as you've just indicated, that would then trigger the year extension to give us time to hammer out the details of a subsequent contract that would begin in September of 2027. If we get to that stage a year down the road from now, and we're not satisfied with the terms of the contract, could we then revert back to the FMR model that's on the table today?
I think depending on sort of the terms of the discussions, it's not inconceivable, yes, that we could walk away prior to signing a longer term contract. Quite frankly, I don't know what that looks like. It's a little bit premature, right, for you to an answer. Having said that, the paradigm changes in a year, right, with Fire Hall 4 coming online and a number of other concerns. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I've got a few more, Mr. Mayor, but I'll defer for now.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thanks. I just have a couple. So I know that EMS has said that they intended to provide the same level of service, and maybe out of the gate they will. But is there anything preventing them from a year or two from now changing that decision and saying we can't provide all ALS, we now want to start providing some BLS in part or whole? And if they did, what would be our ramifications from our being able to say, well, hey, stop that?
Through the mayor, nothing stops them from changing their operating model, so we have no control over that.
So what's happening today is not a guarantee of what will happen even tomorrow, really.
Yeah, I would say that's a fact that we have no control over their operating model.
Okay. I hate losing control. The other thing I had, Mr. Morty, so we're looking at let's just take this decision. I realize that we have the potential to save money going forward by not hiring, but the actual decision today would have been the $900,000. If we did not have, this decision didn't come before us at all, we would still have the firefighters coming up for us for the next year. And this decision independent would be about 900,000, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and about 900,000, I'm looking at a tax increase. I think last year was about 1.41 million. I'm going to guess we're probably going to be closer to 1.5 million. Is a 1% tax increase, right? It's like for 2027, I'm thinking about 1.5 to do a 1% tax increase.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and a 1% tax increase, I don't know, that's the one thing I don't know right now, Diane, is it still around $45 for a 1% tax increase for the average 500,000 home, or is it more than that? Or is it closer to 50?
I apologize, I don't have that number right
Okay,
now.
if someone can just, who's in finance watching that help, but I'm gonna guess the last time I spoke with you, I think it was around 42 to 44. So assuming it even went up to 50, that's like, so we're looking at about a point, if we're doing a 1.5 million and we're doing $900,000, so 9 divided by 15 is a 0.6%. And let's just say it's a $50 tax increase. So that's a $30 per year annual increase for the average $500,000 home. Is that right? Does that make sense to you, I guess?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so we're talking about $2.50 a month for the average home to have a tax increase to keep these services. And the other thing, just for clarity again, so we're looking at, because we have a contract until 2026. So if we said no, or we said we're going to continue it, it's not going to happen in the 2027 budget, we think, or do we think it's going to kick in the 2028 budget? Because, or do we not know when the actual extra costs are going to be implemented? I know that Councillor McKay mentioned it, but I'm just trying to nail this down in my own head.
Yeah, it would likely be a 2027 at earliest, like probably late 2027 or even into 2028, depending how the negotiations went and how it all played out.
So it's not immediate, like we say yes, and $900,000 is not being sent to us as a IOU bill. Okay, that's perfect. Because we do have the 600,000 that we did put aside that could potentially be used for that, and it could be held over until it actually does take in place. And we also have the opportunity that perhaps if there's additional other surpluses that happen at the end of next year, we could also use that to also offsetting tax increases as well. But assuming we spent nothing on it, we took none of the extra money that we could take off of it, we're looking at about a $2.50 worst case scenario tax increase is what I'm calculating per month. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to jump in here. To the point that I guess the language we've received, as well as what's been reiterated here a number of times, is no degradation of services. Our response times are 9 minutes. Theirs, under their model, is 12. Would you not agree that that is a degradation of services?
That it's certainly, it's a different service level. Yes. So I guess you could articulate that as a degradation of service. It's slower.
Okay. And what is our response time at 9 minutes relative to the other municipalities that we're a part of in the I-7? Do we know that?
I don't have that information right in front of me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll move it to Councillor Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one more quick kind of comment or question. We, all the municipalities that were given the warning about the new contract, so I think we were, I think we received it, was it March 15th, 13th? Just for clarification, for anybody who's listening, how long were we given to make this decision? Like what is our end date to make this decision?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So originally we were given essentially 2 weeks. After some discussion, that was extended, and we now have until the end of May.
Okay, I just wanted to just kind of mention how quick of a notice we had and what the short timeline, just because I know we did I did receive some emails with comments about why we didn't do any public engagement regarding this, and we just didn't really have time to do that. So I just wanted to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patrick. I'll move to Councillor Clark now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, I think, my final question, but I know we don't have any statistics from AHS, whatever they want to call themselves. But do we have statistics of how many times St. Albert ambulances are outside of our district and how long response is when we have to rely on the other system?
Through the mayor. So we are in St. Albert 63% of the time, which means we're out of St. Albert 37% of the time. When we do have some stats with regards to when does non-St. Albert ambulance respond to medical emergencies in our community, and it's also about 37% of the time. So yeah, those are the stats that I have.
Okay, but we don't have any indication as to what the response time for those EHS ambulances are when we're out of service.
No, we do not have access to that information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, when everyone's finished their questions, I'd like to bring forward a motion for that we retain the service under option 1.
Okay, I'll clarify that process here with Marta once we're done questioning. Councillor Cortesh, go ahead, please.
I'm going to follow up on Councillor Clark's question there. Would it, I realize you don't have the statistics, and maybe this is putting you in an unfair position. Would it be safe to say that when a non-St. Albert ambulance is responding to calls in St. Albert, the response time is slower than when one of our units is responding? Or is that not or we simply don't know? Yeah. Okay.
Through the mayor, I'd say we don't know. What we do know is that that ambulance is coming from somewhere else.
Okay, I've got a couple more questions here, Mr. Mayor, 2 or 3 more questions, and I think that's it. Are there any other municipalities in the province right now that rely on EHS as their primary ambulance provider, but that also have ALS fire medical response? And I guess where I'm going with this is, if so, what's their experience been, if you know?
I'll answer the first part of your question. And so everybody except the I-7, right? The integrated 7 services. So I was just Wood Buffalo, St. Albert, Spruce Grove, Leduc, Strathcona County, Red Deer, and Lethbridge. Everyone else relies on EHS for ambulance service, whether that's by contract or through direct service provision. In terms of those that offer MFR, Chief, I don't know if you've got anything else on that. I do not know.
Specifically the ALS MFR.
ALS.
Because,
Yeah, I don't have a specific listing, but there are certainly many of the integrated 7s that provide ALS MFR.
Okay. I asked this question, I emailed this question ahead of time. I don't know, and with the long weekend, I don't know if it was possible to get any additional information. Do we know so option 1, maintaining the service has us with an FTE count of 130, and option 2, FTE count of 110. And so that reduction of 20 FTEs, do you know if that would affect our residential fire or homeowner insurance rates?
So I could start. We did get a bit of an answer from our insurance experts. And so reducing an FTE could affect municipalities under the recognized fire protection capacity if it materially reduces the fire protection capability. What we're talking about is an FTE reduction specific to ambulances that do not necessarily have that. So I can't give you a 100% answer, but it's unlikely. The other component is that in terms of that overall reduction, a little bit of what we spoke about in camera, right? There's actually less of an impact, right?
Okay, thanks. Last question. Do we know in the Edmonton region, in our region here, are there, who's EHS, I guess, I don't know if I'm going to ask this right, the EHS model, they contract, there's privately run ambulances, correct? Do we know which municipalities currently have privately contracted ambulances? I guess where I'm going with this, we've heard the word subsidies a lot today. We're subsidizing the region, we're subsidizing other municipalities. And I'm wondering if there are private ambulance operators in the region, if we're in effect subsidizing private operators as well through this, you know, if our ambulance is getting pulled off for transfers or other types of things that would normally be done by a private service that is not capable of providing that service. Are we in effect subsidizing private service as well? No?
Yeah, Council, I don't think we have an answer to that question, right? In terms of, again, the borderless system, we don't know what kind of ambulance or where it comes from at the end of the day, right? And so I apologize. But
Okay, no, that's fine. I realized that was a deep cut, but there's lots to consider here for sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think that's all.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I guess maybe just if you can clarify this is accurate, you said 37% of the time conceivably we're having our ambulances leave the city, which would mean that somebody from outside the community would come in if there was a call, but it's fair to assume that they may already be in our community as well, and responding from inside of St. Albert despite not being, you know, St. Albert ambulance.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. They could very well have been in our community or very close by.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That concludes my questions. I'll give it one more chance here for council to ask. Councillor Mackay, are you good?
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Before we go to the recommended motions, Marta, I just want to clarify then, we can either have someone put forward the recommended motion as provided by administration, and open that up to questions to admin before we move to debate, or we could look at Councillor Clark's motion that she would put forward and do that first.
So I believe Councillor Clark was just going to move one of the two alternatives that was provided in the agenda report. Yes, either order is fine. It's at the discretion of the chair to do whichever order is preferable.
Okay. Is there a recommendation on which order you would go with? Or do we want to take a 5-minute recess here so I can sidebar that?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know
We'll
if
take
it's
5
appropriate. I
minutes.
was going to suggest a 10-minute recess just
Yeah.
for the sole I need to collect my thoughts here. I've got a lot of notes. There's been a lot of information and
Sure, we'll take.
we need to make an important decision. So
We'll take a 10-minute recess. Okay, thank you very much. Get everybody seated. I guess it's important to acknowledge all the fanfare too. I'm surprised we got this many tickets available for today's event, but thank you very much for everybody for coming. There has been an alternative motion put forward, so I will move it to Councillor Clark to bring that forward at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That administration take the necessary steps to renegotiate the ambulance services contract with Alta Paramedic Health.
Thank you very much. At this time, there will be questions available for administration as well as Councillor Clark, if there are any.
For clarification, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor.
Please go ahead.
And renegotiate, is that the same as what we continue status quo, basically?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Marta, in your opinion, would we want to clarify what renegotiate means in the definition of that motion?
Yeah, and I think I would be more comfortable if we clarified that we were actually retaining the current service.
Yeah, Councillor, for the record, I mean that from an administrative perspective, if you want to alter the language, we can. That's very clear to us. I mean, status quo service delivery model under a new contract with EHS, right? And so we go into that is my understanding. And so just to be 100% clear again, going into that model means we're accepting their terms, right? Otherwise they won't negotiate. That's our interpretation of that motion.
Thank you. Having said that, I think for our residents and people who are going to actually listen to this or read it online, I would be more comfortable if we added something that ultimately says retaining the integrated fire EMS service, however you want to word it.
I just need a second to get that added in there.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd like that before we'd accept the motion.
Okay, so we're just putting up a motion on the screen, so it'll just clarify that admin will take the necessary steps to renegotiate the ambulance services contract with Alta Paramedic Health in order to maintain integrated EMS fire ambulance service in St. Albert at an increased cost to the city.
Can you put that in the chat, please?
Yes, Councillor McKay will do that right away.
Do you need me to reread it into the record?
Yes, please.
That administration take the necessary steps to renegotiate the ambulance service contract with Alta Paramedic Health in order to maintain integrated EMS fire ambulance service in St. Albert at an increased cost to the city.
Does council have any questions for administration or Councillor Clark at this time? Councillor McKay, are you good with that?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to seek clarification. Thank you for humoring me.
Always a pleasure. Okay. One last chance for questions for administration or Councillor Clark? Nope. Okay, I will accept that motion and we'll move it to debate. Councillor Clark, you can open now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under the leadership of Mayor Dr. Richard Plain, St. Albert established its own municipal ambulance service in 1977, and St. Albert taxpayers have funded and supported local ambulance service ever since. In 2001, this community moved to the fully integrated fire EMS model residents rely upon today. Then in 2009, the province centralized ambulance services under the Alberta Health Services, but St. Albert fought to preserve its integrated model because previous councillors understood the value of maintaining local ALS ambulance service to our residents. And now, nearly 50 years later, after relying on municipalities like St. Albert to help support a strained provincial system, the province has made it clear that if St. Albert wants to maintain the integrated ambulance service residents rely upon today, municipalities will now have to absorb the additional costs to keep it. And based on what we're seeing across Alberta today, I don't think it's the right time to step away from a system that has served St. Albert residents well for many years. Our integrated crews provide highly trained ALS care and transport for residents every single day. And before I go further, I want to acknowledge and thank our firefighter paramedics and our emergency medical personnel for the work they do every day under increasingly difficult circumstances. And as we recognize Paramedic Services Week, I want to also acknowledge the sacrifices that you as professionals make for our residents and our families every single day. And I think sometimes we lose sight of what that really means until it becomes personal. Last year, while I was away from home, I received an alert from a camera in my kitchen. When I checked it, I saw my husband lying on the floor after suffering a stroke. I immediately called 911. It took me roughly 30 minutes to get home. And despite the urgency of that 911 call, when I arrived home, an EHS provincial ambulance had only just arrived. That experience has obviously stayed with me. Because when someone is having a medical emergency, we know every minute matters. And had a St. Albert integrated ambulance been available in our community at that moment, that response would have been 9 minutes or less instead of almost 30. And while I recognize personal experiences alone cannot drive public policy decisions, they absolutely shape how seriously we weigh the risks of getting this wrong. Last year, St. Albert experienced approximately 6,000 medical emergencies. Roughly 4,000 of those calls were attended by St. Albert's integrated units. St. Albert integrated system did not fail those 4,000 residents. That means our integrated crews were responding to approximately 11 medical emergencies involving residents every single day. That is not a supplemental service. It is something residents rely upon every day. And we've heard that clearly from the public. Through emails, social media, conversations, and correspondence, residents have consistently said they want this service protected. And many have been very clear they are prepared to pay additional taxes to maintain it. And I understand why. Because I think we all recognize the pressures we are now seeing right now within our provincial system, not necessarily within our local integrated crews. Despite having a provincial EHS ambulance based in one of our fire halls, there are still gaps when that unit is unavailable or unstaffed. That requires our integrated crews to fill those gaps. And to me, that says something important about the pressures already facing the system and what our residents could experience more often if we move away from the integrated model. Because let's be honest here, moving away from the integrated model will mean a degradation in ambulance service for St. Albert residents. Whether we choose to acknowledge it or not, residents will be relying more heavily on an already strained provincial ambulance system at a time when communities across Alberta are already experiencing the delays, the shortages, and the growing concern around ambulance availability. And right now, throughout Alberta, confidence in the system is shaken. We've heard that. We've all heard stories of residents waiting 30, 45, 40, 60 minutes or longer. Recently, I attended a funeral where family members spoke of a loved one waiting an hour and a half for an ambulance in December in Edmonton. Media reports just recently described a heart attack victim waiting 16 minutes because no ambulance was reportedly available anywhere in the Edmonton region. Those are not theoretical concerns anymore. Albertans are already experiencing these pressures. Last night, Council received correspondence from an individual who described recent real-world incidents occurring within the provincial system, including impacts being felt right here in St. Albert, and the pressures those circumstances are placing not only on residents, but even on emergency responders themselves. I think those concerns reinforce the need for caution before dismantling a local integrated service that continues to work for this community, because I continue to struggle with the idea that the solution to a strained system is to reduce local capacity rather than to strengthen it. Because this is not only about response times, it's about whether trained ALS crews and a transporting ambulance are available when residents need them most. And that is where I continue to have concerns about moving away from the integrated model. An ambulance is not simply transportation. It is the bridge between a medical emergency and a chance to survive it. We are also being asked to make this decision without complete information from the province. We don't have important data about availability and deployment pressures and brownouts. And for residents listening today, those are situations where ambulances may already be tied up responding elsewhere, leaving limited or no available units to respond to the next emergency call. And candidly, I don't think we should dismantle a system that works without clear evidence the replacement will serve residents better. I also think about the impact on our crews themselves. Recently, I asked a paramedic what happens if someone desperately needs transport to hospital and no ambulance is available. The answer stayed with me. They told me they would risk reprimand or worse to transport someone in a fire truck if they believed it might save a life. That should give all of us pause. Because I don't want that for our residents, and I don't want that for our crews. I don't want anyone placed in that situation. The projected municipal impact to maintain the integrated model we now know is $900,000, or about a 0.7%, 7.75% tax increase. Between option 2 and option 1, that's $110,000 difference. Broken down across the community, and I apologize, I used the 1.76 million to make these calculations. That is approximately $23.50 per resident per year, roughly 6 cents a day. On my own municipal tax bill, it would amount to $64.80. And personally, I will gladly give up one restaurant dinner a year to help ensure highly trained ALS care and a transporting ambulance are available when my family or anyone else's family needs it most. The prudent approach, in my view, is to continue the integrated model while watching the experiences and outcomes in other municipalities that have transitioned away from these services over the coming years. We do not need to be first, and we do not need to gamble with emergency medical care while the broader provincial system is already under pressure. We can continue protecting the level of service residents rely upon today while evaluating real-world outcomes elsewhere before making future long-term decisions. Supporting option one today does not prevent future councils from revisiting this issue if the provincial system stabilizes and demonstrates improved outcomes over time. But once this integrated system is dismantled, rebuilding it may never again be possible. And yes, costs will continue to grow over time, but it's important to understand that this doesn't mean another 1.6 million increase every year. Administration estimates that the annual growth pressure at approximately 1.5%. My calculations, less than $30,000 a year, or about 1/3 of the cost of our annual flower pot deployment program. And when I think about this decision, I don't see that simply as another budget number. I see it as an investment in certainty during the worst moments of someone's life, because none of us know when someone we love may need that response. A spouse, a parent, a child, a friend, because hope is not a plan and assumptions are not guarantees. For me, this ultimately comes down to responsibility. I cannot support reducing a level of care that residents rely upon today based on assurances alone. Because if we're wrong, the consequences are not administrative. They are human. They may be measured in outcomes, and they may one day affect someone we know or someone we love. For those reasons, I will be supporting the continuation of St. Albert's integrated fire ambulance service, and I sincerely hope my council colleagues will join me in supporting this community and the level of emergency medical care our residents value and are overwhelmingly asking us to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'll move it to Councillor Mackay online now for commentary.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry if I look so red-faced. I'm gonna have to get a new camera. Yeah, the decisions that we make about emergency services are certainly among the most consequential decisions that we or the community can make. These aren't some abstract budget item like we heard, like whether it's our grass cutting or flower pots. They're the medical first responders are the people who show up when your heart stops, when your child stops breathing, when seconds are the difference between life and death. They're the emergency medical responders show up when someone or someone you love are having the worst days of your life. So St. Albert, as we heard, has built something genuinely special. Our integrated fire and EMS service means that every person who responds to a 911 call is trained to the advanced care paramedic level. So when the crews arrive, as we've heard in presentations by both members in the gallery and also from administration, our crews are ready for anything. They can handle anything. The province, or more importantly, I guess, Alberta Health Services or Emergency Health Services or whatever their new name is, and I apologize for not knowing it. They're telling us that what we have now is too expensive, that we should accept a benchmark, and not any benchmark, but their benchmark. And either it's up to us to make up the difference or hand the service over to a provider who will deliver something they have called or have assured us is like for like. I don't believe it is going to be like for like. Basic life support is not advanced life support. A cheaper contract is not the same as the service our residents have relied on for decades. Words on a page from the government do not replace years of training, integrated coordination, and institutional knowledge our firefighter paramedics care every single shift. And we've heard that with the presentation of the young man. So what the province is asking us to accept is this: pay more in taxes for the same service or pay less and accept less. That's not a fair choice. That to me sounds more like an ultimatum. And it's one being handed to 7 municipalities across the province simultaneously, and as we've heard, with very little time. So what I'm requesting, and what I think what I'll be doing is supporting this motion, because there's just too many unknowns. And when there are that many unknowns, it's just prudent for us to be risk adverse. This should not be a race to the bottom for emergency medical, life-saving service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Romansky, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I just want to thank the, crowd for attending today. And I'm going to take a little bit of a different take on this. It's a very, very difficult decision for us here in the council seats, but it's a difficult decision for firefighters and paramedics out there. The root cause of this is essentially a shortage of paramedics. And we have firemen who, they dreamt of being firemen, and they really, maintaining the paramedic role is not, it doesn't sit well with them, but they do it. They do it because they save people. They're out there. Paramedics that are being trained with less training now, I would hate to be one of those individuals showing up to an incident and I don't have the abilities to do what I need to do. So that would be a very difficult situation. So, there's the other side to it where paramedics want to evolve and train and be a firefighter. There's paramedics who love being paramedics, paramedics who want to be firefighters, firefighters who are happy to be in the paramedic role, but others that don't. So we're so blessed in St. Albert that we have the best of all worlds. We have the best trained fire staff to pull up and do that paramedic role. We have our ambulances. Other communities in the province don't have the best of these worlds, and we do. So we should celebrate that. Since 2009, back in 2009, St. Albert had the best trained people in the province at that point in time. So this is not a new story or a new issue. And since 2009, the province has been struggling with AHS and ambulance and paramedics. So it gets back to that root cause of finding the paramedics and how are you going to staff them? So we have our staff and, they help our neighbors. We help neighboring communities. And it's fortunate that we can provide that for people, care for the people around us. There's communities that essentially don't have that choice or don't have any other choice from what they're provided by through EHS. And since the province has been struggling, and I know I've seen the transition, AHS has been tried many different avenues. A lot of them didn't work. And this new EHS system that's just been implemented in June 2025, it's too soon to see what it's going to evolve to. But for us to step away from it before we see that evolution, maybe it's finally a fix. Maybe they're going to find a way to get enough paramedics to resource those ambulances and give our firefighters some reprieve. And in the meantime, we have our firefighters that are extremely, trained in many different avenues to wait for that solution. And with the negotiations of no degradation to service, that could be true in the new service. It hasn't been so far, but you never know. We can always hope. And in the meantime, I would truly still, I just want to thank the firefighters for doing what they need to pick up for the paramedics trying to learn the job and trying to get through it all. And just, serving the people kind of thing. So our firefighters help again, wherever they need. Higher subsidies in the future that may come forward. If there's some successes found, they may not. So at this point in time, I'm going to support staying with this, hope for the best in the new EMS round. Thank you guys again for doing what you do in the meantime, and, try and recruit some friends to be paramedics or bring them to firefighter training events and just recruit because we have the best. And if you can spread it to the community in the province, that would be great. So I'll support option 1, and thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Romansky. Councillor Hughes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. First of all, a paramedic burns out so quick because they have to run into the spot that everyone else is running away from to try to help somebody who is desperate at that moment and who can't help themselves. So just hats off, first of all, to every paramedic out there who decides to go do this. It's so hard. But on top of that, we are in a unique position. There's 7 communities, but we are in a unique position in that we can maintain this service without saying it's a 5% tax increase, without having to come in with such an enormous tax increase that it becomes a burden to residents. We're looking at $900,000. That's a 0.6% tax increase on the top. On top of that, this council last month recognized that we had this decision coming, and we put aside $600,000, which could be used to offset these costs. So in reality, if we choose to do that, we're talking about $300,000 tax increase. That's a minimal tax increase when it's almost a 1.5 million to get a 1%. So as we discussed with administration, if we actually didn't apply it at all, we're looking at about $2.50 a month for the average household of a tax increase to be able to maintain the service as a status quo. To me, that's nothing. If we actually apply that 600,000, we're down to 83 cents a month. So when I look at this and we have this option to stay in or stay out, to me, this is actually an absolute no-brainer. If we opt out, the odds of us being able to get back in are almost nothing. So if we opt out and say we don't like what's happening, we're stuck. If we go into this and we say Alberta Health Services has done such a remarkable job that we now have confidence in them going forward, we can always change our mind, but we can't change our mind the other way. So for 83 cents a month, I'm prepared to say, let's just stick it out and see what happens. And the level of the service, and the reason why we've had so many people contact us and so many people sitting in here is because the level of service that's being provided is exceptional. And in St. Albert, when you have something go wrong, you want to believe that when someone's coming to help you, it will be exceptional. And we're prepared to pay for those taxes to get that exceptional service. So, and I am all about keeping our taxes low and making sure that we can afford it, which is one of the reasons why you moved that 600,000 over, to make sure that we could actually offset this cost and have it as an apples to apples discussion, not just simply we can't afford it discussion. We've had so many people email us who said, raise our taxes to keep this going. Very few times will somebody tell us to raise the taxes to keep it going. We've had 0 people say, opt out, I want to save the money, 0. So if you're looking at resident response rate, we have a very confident number of people saying the money isn't as important as what we receive at the end of the day. So when I just look at this as the final thing, I'll just say is, 2 things, actually, one more thing. Outside communities, we keep talking about we have 63% is in St. Albert and some is outside. Every community provides services in some level that other communities also use, from our playgrounds to like our pools or anything else that comes up. Other communities back and forth end up using it. Would I prefer to have all of the ambulance service stay in St. Albert? Absolutely. But the fact that some of it has to go outside of the St. Albert does not, to me, equate for a reason for why we should actually cut it all off and allow another organization to maintain the standards for us and dictate those standards to us without consequences and without being able to actually even discuss how it can be improved. So this is how I make the decision. If any one of us had a loved one that was flat in the ground and you had to call EMS and we did not do this service and we went to the EMS service, are we going to say to ourselves, I'm really glad I saved 83 cents this month? Or are we going to say, I'm really glad that we kept the service status quo because the odds of us being able to get the top level service from my loved one is going to happen today? So to me, I'm going forward. You got 4 yeses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to Councillor Patrick, please.
Thank you. I came into the meeting today really trying to keep an open mind, thinking about option 1 and option 2. And I wanted to hear what all of our speakers said and what our debate was. And so I didn't have any kind of formal response prepared for anything. So, but I do want to share just really briefly that in the past, so back in August of last year, I was in Edmonton and I had to call 911 when I came across a young man who was unconscious on the sidewalk. And no ambulance didn't come, but a fire truck came, but they couldn't do anything. They just stood there as we waited. I didn't know at the time. I was kind of ignorant to that fact that we had that service in St. Albert, and I was just stood there wondering, why aren't you doing anything? And after about 10 minutes of waiting, I eventually left because like they were there and ambulance still wasn't there. And then in December, I unfortunately was the first on the scene of an accident here in St. Albert. And I won't go into details about it, but I will say that that experience was very different for me. We had our fire trucks, our paramedics, our ambulance. We had a great response, and I was very thankful to see that. So I just wanted to share that. I definitely experienced two very different situations. As we were sitting here, I tried to put together a little statement, so bear with me. But just our firefighters and our paramedics here in St. Albert, we're so fortunate. You all provide an outstanding level of care, and our residents deserve emergency services that are reliable and built around that patient care and public safety. And we have a system here that is proven to work. And I really feel strongly that municipalities should not have to take on this provincial responsibilities, and taxpayers shouldn't have to feel this burden. And it's unfortunate that we have to make this decision and that this is even on the table for council today. But regardless of what the outcome is today, I do hope that, like, I encourage residents to reach out to your provincial government, reach out to your MLAs. Please send those emails and let them know your thoughts on this. It's I truly believe in the power of a voice, and that it, like I always say to people, it takes a community, and I truly believe that even if we're just one voice, that's a voice, and we have power behind that. So I wanted to quote a speaker today, and I don't know if she's still here. Corrine was speaking earlier. I think it was Corrine Clark. And she said, be forward thinking and stay on the right side of history. And that kind of stuck with me. And I don't think I want to take a gamble on our public safety. There's too many unknowns, like Councillor Mackay stated. And I really think that leadership matters. We've heard from our residents in the many emails and messages and comments. I had a lady stop me at the pool the other day to talk about it. I was out this weekend at Service Place, and it came up over and over again with residents. So yeah, and I think it's important that we let you all know that we've heard you loud and clear, and for that, I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Cortash, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by thanking a few people. I want to thank council. I want to thank staff. I want to thank the public. I want to thank everyone for being here. This is a tough decision, and I've felt incredibly supported throughout this process. And when I say that, I mean the dialogue we've had amongst ourselves has been collegial, supportive. Staff, I mean, you recognize the position we've been put in, and I know it's your job to provide the best professional recommendation that you can. But you've done so without judgment, without, just here's the cards, here's the best advice we have to offer, and been supportive in the sense that, this is council's decision, and recognizing that it sucks. And to the public, my goodness, do we have an educated citizenry here, and supportive. The letters, the emails that we've received, the presentations today, everyone acknowledges exactly the kind of situation that we've been put in by decisions made at the provincial level. You've been supportive. You've understood that it's a tough decision, and so it's made this process a little bit easier. So I wanted to start with that. It's interesting listening to the speakers today, who almost universally acknowledge that our service is A, gold standard, like we've got the best in the province, B, that it's arguably getting worse through our partnership with DHS, and that the number of brownouts and number of ambulances outside of the community, and that's happening more and more frequently, and yet still advocating to support that system. So it's a bit of a mind bender here, where we've got a system that's not working properly, that's broken, and yet we're advocating to support the broken system because it's the best that we have. And that's a weird place to be in. So when I was looking at this, for me, it was never about cost. It's not about money. You know, there's that old saying, there's only one taxpayer, and it doesn't really matter where it's coming from. People want, when I have to call an ambulance, when my family has to call an ambulance, when your families have to call an ambulance, we all want an advanced life support, advanced care paramedic. We want the care that's required to show up when it's needed as quickly as possible. And so we have an obligation to make sure that that happens. So it's never about cost. It's not about who's paying for what, whether it's 83 cents or $2 or $1 million a year from the city. It's about how do we ensure that level of care. And up until up until right now, up until this, I still don't know the answer to that. You know, there is a case to be made for that fire medical response advanced care. And I think that we heard a lot of folks advocating for advanced care paramedics and ALS. And so the question I had in my mind is, can we continue to do that? Can we continue to provide that level of care to our residents while at the same time better aligning authority and accountability for the service? It's a provincial responsibility, and yet we're being asked to subsidize that. And I would argue not just subsidize the province, subsidize the region, but even to a certain extent subsidize private delivery, which is a big ask. And so was there a way that we could achieve that advanced life support, advanced care paramedic, maintain that gold standard that we have in St. Albert? And so I've been entertaining the idea of this sort of robust ALS, CRU. There's a ton of acronyms in here, but even last night, my wife and I were talking about this, and she said, you've seen the reaction in other communities, haven't you? Like, you're not really going to vote against this. I said, I don't know. I think, like I said, for me, it was just about aligning responsibility and accountability and authority for the service. That said, what I've heard today, maybe what's being proposed or what's on the table, what's being recommended is maybe not quite as robust an ALS CRU response model that I'm 100% comfortable with. So that makes it a difficult decision. We're also the contract stuff is interesting as well. So we have a situation here where we can enter into negotiations. We heard a couple of speakers earlier say, well, we could negotiate. Maybe we can negotiate better terms. We're in a situation where we've been told in no uncertain terms that that's not going to happen, and there is no negotiating. So we can kick this can down the road and say, well, you know, we'll negotiate, but if we don't negotiate, then maybe go back to the FMR model. I'm not sure that's a reality, and our reality changes a year from now when we have fire hall number 4 open in terms of what that means in staffing and whatnot. So I guess the best I can hope for at this stage, we know that I'm going to say we have the best service in the province, and that's not to take away anything from anyone else. I'm just, I know our people, and I'm proud of the service that we offer. And we're going to continue with that service. And we're going to do our damnedest to make sure it doesn't get worse, and that our ambulances are staying in St. Albert, and maybe we can get an exit clause or an out clause in the agreement if things keep sliding in the next few years. But at this stage, it sucks, but I think that's our best option. I know that's, that's the end. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to closing, I'm not sure if Councillor Clark has closing arguments. Obviously, just to state for the record, I know Councillor Hughes had made the point that we had nobody reach out saying they were against this. I would like to correct that. That's incorrect. I did have some. And it was a valid argument, and I think it's respectable to understand that the vision or the impetus for that was the tax increase and affordability in this city, and so I just want to recognize that. Healthcare is a provincial responsibility and has been for a very long time. It's complex, without question. Evidently, is facing many challenges, and I certainly don't envy the government of Alberta for the task in trying to fix this problem that's been ongoing, ever increasing in cost, and is extremely challenging. The option of moving our ambulance services back to a provincial mandate with the assurances that we've been given, I think it's fair to recognize if those assurances are true, it would free up additional funds for municipal responsibilities, services, amenities, upgrades. that are a necessity for St. Albert to remain the benchmark community that it is. So we, I think we need to recognize there's only so much money, and we are challenged with the, ever-growing responsibility of trying to do more with less. We have had extensive conversation between council and our admin as well as our residents, and I would echo Councillor Cortash's comments that they've been extremely engaging and very, very respectful in looking at all sides of this, because it's an extremely important decision that we're faced to make, one that I wish we didn't have to make. And I'm glad we weren't put under the pressure of a 2-week notice like originally intended. I've received numerous emails, obviously explaining the concerns from both sides as well as the potential outcome. And one thing that's always made St. Albert stand apart from its peers is that we continue to have a community that's clean and safe and healthy, and it invests in what's best for its residents, and increased health services is part of that. A number of other municipalities have decided to move this service back to the province for valid reasons that they believe, and being given the same assurances that we've received. And this will give us the opportunity, I believe, to see how this transition and implementation is going to be handled. I also believe staying with the service integrated with our fire will let us see what the province is really able to efficiently implement. I guess our responsibility, and we've heard some, some personal stories that have been affected by council members as well as those from our community, but we have a responsibility to do what's best for St. Albert. And I mean, at this time, I would certainly not support the idea that moving this to a provincial model without a proven track record or something to base it on is the best interest of our community at this time. I think we're then challenged to find, where possible, cost efficiencies to minimize the potential tax impacts. But I believe we do that on a daily basis, and I don't have concern that we would falter in that. We see, as noted, 60 to 65% of our service leave our or stay in our community, with the remainder leaving, and that's a frustrating reality, but that is the reality. At this time, I'm not ready to gamble on what that would look like if we were to remove this from our community. And until we see otherwise and can validate that the provincial assurances are there, I will look to support keeping our current integrated system. I will pay more for this service as a resident, with the hope that I or my loved ones or those I know or anybody here will never have to use it, but know it's there in the event that we do. So I believe that we are the best in the business, and I'm sure your backs are sore from getting pats on it all day long, but thank you very much for everything you guys do. We are a benchmark community. I say it all the time. I hear it all the time in the conversations I have around the province, and it's made up by the people that are in it. So with that, I'll move it to Councillor Clark for closing if you wish. Thank you.
And Mayor, nothing to close. I think it's kind of evident which way we're all looking to go. So nothing to close.
Thank you very much. We can do the drum roll and go to the vote, please. There is no drum roll, but that motion passed unanimously 7-0. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be signing off now.
Thank you for that. Hopefully not everybody's leaving. Now we get to the really fun part, but you need to watch supplemental.
So Mayor, I had emailed earlier to Ledge about a supplemental motion. I'm not sure. I did provide it to Mr. Fletcher as well. I'm not sure if you want to give that in just a backgrounder, or if you require an actual motion on that information.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I would humbly submit that I guess it is germane, Chair. You can take this, that this would be much better as a notice of motion that gives us time to prepare a backgrounder.
Then move it to notice motion then. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can I don't know if I can I ask well, you know what, I have a question just about where we go from here in negotiating, but maybe can I ask that? Am I allowed to ask a question now? If not, that's okay.
I would offer, Mayor, it just depends if you're talking about terms of the negotiation, that would be an in-camera discussion.
Okay. Yeah, let's save it.
We'll save it for in-camera, please. Okay, with that, maybe we'll take
Do you want me to read it in?
Oh, yeah, Marta, do we need to now read it?
We'll just move that. There's, at the end of the agenda is where we read in the new notices of motion, so we'll just do it.
At the end.
At the
Yeah,
end?
sorry, it's item. Oh, we don't have it on here. Oh, no, we do. Item 13.
Great,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Okay, I'll give everybody maybe 5 minutes here for a bio break and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I'll have to get a new
Thanks, Ken.
camera.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Ken.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Pretty disappointing everybody left, but that's. To your recommendation, Mr. Fletcher, but I don't see Ms. Renault there, so.
Yeah, she's actually on the phone in the hallway, so we can carry on.
Okay. Oh, hi, Marie. If you would like, before we get into it, so you don't have to wait around for 16 more hours, if you'd like to speak now, you're more than welcome to. I know you probably have more important things going on, so please, if you'd like to take 5 minutes to speak, or yeah, please go ahead. Just press the microphone button there for you. Thank you.
Yeah, not more important things, but for sure. So it's my understanding that you're going to be having a motion, like a lot of other communities around the new disability program. So I just want to give you a little bit of background. So in the 80s, actually a progressive conservative government did a great job of creating a system of disability supports that was really quite progressive. So that included AISH, included the Premier's Council, the status people with disabilities, a number of other services. And what it was a rights-based support, so that it assumed that people may potentially have the ability to work at some point, but it will always be sporadic. So they permanently are unable to financially support themselves. Hang on a second, I was running, I'm out of breath. Clearly I haven't worked out for the whole session. Hang on a sec. Okay. So, so what this is, this program provided stability. So what we saw over the decades was a reduction in frontline use of acute medical care. We saw less people sort of getting involved with the law. We saw more stability. Now understand there are 80,000 people on AISH. We're probably adding a couple thousand every year. And these are people with everything from a spinal cord injury, traumatic brain injury, to cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, or people that have severe mental illnesses. Now, I'm not talking about, depression. I'm talking about some people that I've met have had 10 rounds of electric shock therapy because there is no treatment for the kind of severe disability that they have. So this is a severe disability. This is not, I'm kind of disabled or I broke my leg or something like that. This is a permanent, severe disability. Now, governments over the years have tried to reduce this cost because it's expensive. It's an expensive program. It's over $1 billion. They've tried to reduce it always under the guise of employment. You'll recall St. Albert took a lead role in 2013, 2014, pushing back against this very cut. Now, what they want to create is an employment-based program. I think it's great to create pathways to employment for people with disabilities that want to work and can work, but we have done a horrible job of creating those pathways. We don't even keep stats on 6 months after graduation how people with disabilities are doing in terms of employment. We've got over 1 million people with disabilities. There's only about 80,000 on AISH, but we do a horrible job. Horrible. We don't count apprentice seats success. We have employment programs we fund. We don't even have stats on them. So we do a bad job and we're going to throw another $62 million at it and say, it'll be great. People on AISH can work. What will happen is that people on AISH will sink further into poverty. What else they've done is this new program will also remove money from people who are living together with other people who are on benefits. So for example, you can imagine people living on $1,900 a month can't afford to live alone. That's just not a reality. Very often they're getting married or living with someone because they just can't afford it. Now, if you live with someone on these benefits, you'll take a 12% reduction just off the hop. There's also cuts to health benefits in that coverage. That's what the new ADAP program, that's what it'll do. But this government is wrapping it and saying, but it'll be great, they can work. So the new program will be $200 less than AISH. And keep in mind, AISH was already reduced $200 because they took away the benefit of the Canada Disability Benefit, which was also $200, meant to cushion against disability poverty. So when government says we have the most generous program in the country, that's just factually incorrect. So we're actually about the fourth now, the fourth highest. So I'm not saying it's horrible. It's just certainly not the most generous. But to boast that a program that leaves people in deep grinding poverty is the best, that's not something I would brag about. Now, what you need to know is a reduction like this, there's probably between about 750 and 1,000 people that live on AISH here in St. Albert, more in the region. And what you will find is it will impact municipal services. That I can guarantee you. There were more people using the food bank, more people showing up at the hospital, more people homeless, more people calling your offices, sending you email, coming to my office, going to Marco Cooper's office. This is a problem. When you take away $200 and then take away another $200 and then put added pressure behaviorally, you need to prove that you're looking for work when we already assessed you in a very long, very thorough, very intrusive assessment period, that you have a severe and permanent disability because government decides they want to cut their bottom line and create a new program and you can work. That's not going to change anything. You're still disabled. You still have the barriers in front of you. I tried to introduce accessibility legislation to remove barriers, some basic barriers, and this government shot it down. So they're uninterested in creating successful pathways. This is exercise in cost savings, and who it will cost are municipal supports. So I thank you for joining the many other cities and villages and mid-sized cities that are doing the very same thing that you will be asked to do, and that's to please slow down. Please consult properly before more people are hurt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Certainly appreciate you waiting as well as the time to speak to us. I believe, Councilor Clark, no. Oh, okay. I don't believe that.
Questions?
No
Perfect.
questions? Yes, thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. Okay, we will move to 9.1, which is the Children's Bridge request for additional funds through AR-26-208. And I will turn it over to Mr. Fletcher for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And without any ado, I will turn it over to the team. Miranda.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Miranda Rhoda, Manager of Capital Projects. I'm joined today by Justin Van Dorp, Senior Project Manager, and Dean Schick, Manager of Transportation. And we are here to present a request for additional funding to complete the Children's Bridge Rehabilitation Project. I have a brief presentation covering the recommendation, the background of the project, key issues, the options considered, and next steps. This request before Council is to increase the budget for the Children's Bridge Rehabilitation Project. The project would be funded from the Capital Reserve, which has sufficient capacity. The increase is required to complete the originally intended rehabilitation scope of work. The primary driver for additional cost is the presence of lead-based paint on the bridge, which requires enhanced safety, containment, and environmental controls during construction. The Children's Bridge crossing the Sturgeon River was constructed in 1979 as part of the Red Willow Trail System. It was identified for rehabilitation through a 2019 condition assessment, and funding was initially approved as part of the 2026 capital budget. An engineering consultant was retained in 2025, and the project is currently in the design phase. The originally planned rehabilitation scope includes replacing the existing deck wearing surface, existing handrails and expansion joint seals, completing concrete repairs at various locations on the bridge, replacing approach roof slabs, and installing new drainage system at abutments, as well as installing additional structural steel bracing to accommodate a new handrail connection, and completing miscellaneous repairs on the cable connections. I'd like to note that 2 additional items, the integrated handrail lighting, as well as the Founders Walk nodes, are being delivered alongside this project, but are funded separately and not included in this additional funding requested today and presented here. During design, testing confirmed the presence of lead-based paint on the steel structure. The coating is currently in good condition with no flaking, peeling, or cracking observed, and soil testing adjacent to the bridge structure confirms that lead levels in the surrounding area remain within environmental standards. While there is no environmental remediation required, the presence of lead significantly affects how the work must be carried out. Specialized containment, handling, and worker safety measures are required when disturbing any coated surfaces. These requirements were not included in the original cost estimate and are the primary reason for the budget increase. To complete the intended rehabilitation strategy as identified on the previous slide, additional funding is required. And we've included 25% contingency to accompany that. To manage costs, the recommended approach does not include full recoating of the bridge. Coating work will be limited to areas disturbed during rehabilitation, such as the deck surface replacement, expansion joint replacement, installation of new handrails and lighting. This approach does not fully address the bridge aesthetics, and some variation in coating color will remain. Here's a look at the options we've reviewed. In addition to the recommended approach, options incorporating recoating were reviewed. These were not recommended due to the higher cost and limited technical benefit at this time. Alternative 1A looks at recoating the tower only. This would encapsulate the existing lead coating. Extending this further, alternative 1B involves recoating the tower and the substructure at an additional cost. Alternative 2 is the most costly option considered and involves removal of the lead coating and repainting the structure. At the cost of alternative 2, it may be appropriate to consider and further evaluate a full bridge replacement rather than rehabilitation. The next four slides here show images comparing the current condition of the bridge with renderings prepared by our consultant project team. These illustrate upgrades, including the new railings, deck surfacing improvements, and an idealized colored structure, which is not part of the recommended option, but was difficult to show within the rendering. So side by side. This shows the new abutments and another perspective. And lastly, if additional funding is approved, administration will proceed with the rehabilitation project. The option recommended strikes a balance between cost, risk, and maintaining the bridge in a safe and functional condition. At this time, construction is anticipated to extend into 2027 and will require a temporary full closure of the bridge. Scheduling will aim to minimize impacts, including keeping the bridge open during key community events where possible. And this concludes my presentation for you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like how beautiful the river looked in the rendering. Is that part of the redesign or? I will move it to questions now for administration here. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just, yeah, it's amazing. It cleans it right up. The river's like green and like the water's blue and grass is green. It's awesome. It's well worth the money just for that alone. Quick question. So you said it's going to go to 2027. When are we going to start and when are we going to be finished this? Because I want this done. I've waited for this children's bridge to be fixed for so long since I was a child. So I would love to see when is it actually going to be done?
I could take a stab at that one. Pending funding approval, we will proceed with the design and procurement later this year. And given the remaining construction season left, it will likely extend into 2027.
Okay, so by springish, like at this time next year, should we expect to see it finished?
I think conservatively towards the end of 2027, but we will review opportunities to advance that.
And so for the entire time though, the bridge will be shut down, is that correct? Like even in the winter and everything?
It's not the closure is not expected to extend that duration by any means.
Okay, so just the 12 weeks you have mentioned there. So you're looking at just this summer, or when are we thinking it's going to be? The reason I'm asking is just because there's a lot of people that use it. Like there's routes that involve doing it for laps, et cetera. And so I'm just trying to figure out, when should we not, let's assume we approve this. When should we not expect to be able to use it?
The challenge with procuring late this year is contractor availability to begin and to optimize sort of a procurement strategy. We would look at having a completion date in 2027. That's not to say that the bridge should be closed for that duration, but to allow some flexibility for the contractor to bid the project, contract awarded, to get out on site and do the work.
Okay, so, and so next year we should expect the bridge closure, not this year.
Very likely.
Okay, when did we learn about the lead paint? I guess I'm not sure why we're surprised, because this was built when God was a boy and everything was lead. So when did we learn about the lead paint?
Dean's gearing up to respond to that one.
Through you, Councillor Hughes. So this was just through our design of the project. So our typical annual bridge inspections don't take into account the actual material coating or anything like that. That's not what the assessments are including. So when we got into the design and then considering the actual additional work with the railing, it was just investigated to say, well, maybe we can take an opportunity and maximize investment and minimize disruption and do a coating at the same time. And that led us to investigate the paint material, and that's when we found out it was lead. So
Okay.
it was just a recent discovery and what influenced the project now.
I think it's gonna look gorgeous when it's done, so I'm looking forward to it. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cortesh. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if you might be able to go back to the options 1A, 1B, 2 slide for a sec. Please and thank you. So in our agenda report, is 1A what's being recommended and 1B is alternative 1 and 2 is alternative 2. Is that correct?
The recommended option
Sorry.
is the top there. At this time, we are not recommending proceeding with the recoding.
Right.
So alternatives 1A, 1B, and 2.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. Just trying to match these up here. Okay. Okay, so I'm just trying to recognizing that this is confidential. The option alternative 1A and 1B, those are alternatives 1 and alternatives 2 in the agenda report. Is that right?
So alternatives 1A and 1B all fall under alternative 1 in the AR.
Okay.
We just have a range of values provided
Okay.
there. Yeah.
And okay. I think I'm not sure if there's an error in the agenda report or not with respect to the costs on that. The two numbers, the numbers for alternative 1 and alternative 2 are the same in the agenda report.
Yeah, on the confidential attachment, I think is what you're talking about.
Yes, correct.
Specifically.
So I realize this is an awkward conversation given that it's a confidential report, but
the numbers, it's, so in one case, we're talking about the sum total, the other talking about the increase. And so all of this is an increase to the current amount, right? And so when you look at number 2, it's an increase of that total number across, right? And so if you do the quick math, it's significantly higher than the others.
right, but the increase 2, the total amount is the same in both. It says increase 2 and then the total amount is the same in both. So I think alternative 1 is supposed to be increase 2 and then that number is supposed to be significantly less, I think.
We can go in camera if you want to dive into that. That's not how I'm reading it, so. Unless we're looking at different things.
Yeah, I just, does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter, but I'd be more comfortable if I had the right number, but maybe I can ask this. Why, I don't really understand alternative 1. We don't need to recoat. We don't need to do anything. Why would we do something?
The benefit at this time, the coating is not in a condition that it requires to be recoating. The benefit is mainly aesthetics.
Can you go back, Miranda, to your
Okay.
side-by-side
And
pictures
so-
there? I just want to highlight that for you. So picture the bridge on the right with the fancy new railings and the fancy deck and the
Yeah.
superstructure on the left. That's option 1. That's the recommended option. 1A gets you that superstructure, which doesn't remove what's there, but it paints it nicely.
Sorry, say that.
Okay, so
not sure I
if you
follow
look at
that.
the superstructure, so the big triangle on the left, right?
Yeah.
So you see how there's fading, right? And difference in terms of the coloration. The recommended option, that's going to look exactly the same when we're done, but it's going to have the fancy railings
Okay.
and the other stuff.
Gotcha.
Option 1A will paint that presumably a nice bright red, right? Paint the tower. Thank you.
Gotcha.
That's the
Okay.
proper terminology. That's the difference.
Now I'm following. Okay, so the difference, and then the difference in cost between what's being recommended and alternative one is to paint that tower. Okay, I'm just trying to decide what, okay, I had one other question, and we'll go to Amanda Patrick, and I'll decide whether this is important enough to go to ask a question in camera. The other, I just had a question. I realize it's not part of this project, but I was wondering on the lighting, what, if you could maybe tell us a little bit about that project, how much that project, the lighting specific component of that project, understanding that the lighting is part and parcel with some other nodes of the, I don't know, Founders Walk or Trail system, but how much is it to light the bridge, I guess is my question. I don't know if you. I'm just considering, given the increase in cost here, I'm contemplating cutting the lighting.
I don't have the lighting handy. I can take a second
We
to
can
look it
pull
up.
it for you, Counselor, but again, completely separate.
Yeah,
project.
separate. I'm just in light of increases, that's just where my head's at. So that could be a separate, but it doesn't have to happen today. That can be a separate notice of motion, I guess. Leave it to Counselor Patrick for now.
Counselor Patrick, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm just curious when, so I understand that the construction could go into 2027, but when would this begin? Like, would it be August? Would it be July? Would it be September? Just thinking about community events that happen and need that bridge.
We expect it to be around sometime in the late fall of 2026 when we anticipate it would begin.
Okay, so this summer events that are already booked in our downtown area would be okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Cortash for additional follow-ups.
Can I move that we move in camera just for 2 minutes? I just want to confirm these numbers.
Sure, we'll make a motion to move in camera, please.
Yeah, so moved.
Can we go to vote, please?
Sorry, Counselor Cortash, we're just going to put it up
Yeah,
on the
sure.
screen for you.
Thank you. Yeah, the council moving camera to discuss a confidential matter pursuant to sections 29(1)A, 29(1)G, and 31G of the Access to Information Act.
Thanks. We can go to vote, please. That passed unanimously, 6-0. Counselor Mackay is absent. Sorry. And we'll move in camera. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Cortez, do you have any?
Just one more, the only other question, first of all, thank you for indulging me. I wanted to make sure we had the right numbers there. The only other thing it mentioned in the report, I gotta find it here, to try and work around, it said something about working around the Children's Festival, and I know it's not a competition here, but I'd subject that Rock in August probably uses the bridge more than the Children's Festival. Is it possible to work around that event as well, or?
Sorry,
or-
before
Excuse me.
you answer that question, could I just get a formal motion to reconvene in public?
Oh.
Yeah.
I
Oh, did
it
you?
in there, yeah.
Okay, sorry. I
Councilor
totally
Clark
missed
put
it.
it forward and it was all in favor.
Clark and unanimous?
And
Thank you.
unanimous.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's likely that we can phase it around. the
Okay.
meetings, yeah.
Let's go, sorry, I'm good, yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't see that there's any additional questions for administration. So Councillor Hughes has put forward a request to motion.
I want to put forward 1A. I don't know the wording for that, Marta, because I don't see it here as a pretty, there's no pretty wordage. It's got a bunch of bullet points.
Sorry, I'll just need a second here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're gonna need a recess. I don't have the wording ready for that, so
Yeah.
I'll just have to confer with the team here to,
Okay.
how to word it exactly. And we'll get it ready in a few minutes.
We'll take a recess and just let us know when you're ready, Marta. Thank you.
pulling that together so quickly, so I'll move it to Councillor Hughes for the motion. We can get
Sure.
that up on.
I just need it up on the
Yes,
screen.
you will just put it on the screen.
Perfect. Thank you, Marta. All right, this is what they pay the big bucks, so you can just whip these suckers off. Okay, that the budget for the municipal repair, maintain, replace, capital budget 426141 bridge program, charter engineering 042 be increases outlined in alternative 1 to add recoding the tower to the scope of work in the confidential administrative back report attached to the May 19th, 2026 agenda report entitled Children's Bridge Request for Additional Funds.
Thank you very much. Before I accept that motion, do we have any final questions for administration at this time?
I had one quick question.
Sure.
actually. So would this, if we were to do this, does this have, nope, that's a different question. I was thinking about the lighting. So you know what? I don't have any questions. I can go right ahead when you're ready.
Okay, I don't see anything else from other councillors, so I'll accept that motion and you can open.
Okay, so obviously there's an additional cost to also doing the tower. I understand that. But if we don't do the tower, then we have a really nice base and then we have just a really weathered top of the bridge. So, you know, at some point you got to get the whole project done when somebody's experiencing the bridge to actually be able to experience the bridge and say, this is a really nice finished product. And I think that the first recommendation, while I appreciate that it is more cost effective because we're not doing that extra, it also basically gives us it half completed. And so there's multiple options at the top or just the base. And I think that just the base side, I'm not seeing that warranted at this moment, but as far as just the user experience goes, I just think that we should actually just fix the entire bridge so it looks like that picture that we saw in the drawing and not just have the base and then continue to say, okay, this other part is super weathered. Because honestly, I think that residents, when they finish it, will look and go, hey, how come you didn't finish the top? And it's taken us many years after this has been approved to actually have the Children's Bridge fixed. So I don't want to have to go through this again just so we can get the top of it painted again in 10 years' time. So I would just love to have the entire thing done where we can be just really proud of the final product. That's why I'm recommending that one. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cortash, please.
Yeah, maybe just a quick question. The original scope of the work.
There's no
Okay,
question.
There's no question now.
We're
I
in
can't.
debate.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I think it's a lot of, I wanted to know the numbers, so thanks for indulging me and going in camera. I agree with Councillor Hughes that it is going to be, it's going to be frustrating to see the fixes done and have a beautiful bottom of the bridge and not have the painted tower. That said, it's an awful lot of money to paint the top and it's not an amount that I'm prepared to spend at this stage. I believe, and I was going to ask, but I believe that the original project charter wasn't simply cosmetic, but also some changes that were required. So I'm all in favor of required upkeep and maintenance and making sure that the bridge is safe. But I just think it's a lot of money for cosmetic purposes.
Thank you, Councillor Cortash. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this. I think that our residents deserve to have the look of a new bridge, even though it's not. It's a small amount of money to give them something that they can ultimately be proud of and appreciate and not be saying to us, as Councillor Hughes said, when are you going to finish it? So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Bermansky or Councillor Patrick, do you have any comments? No. Yeah, I guess before we go to closing, I mean, I see both arguments. It's a lot of money. I think, you know, unfortunately, we're going to have those concerns from residents potentially of saying, when are we going to finish it, as we're seeing costs are not decreasing anywhere. So I'm on the fence, but I'll maybe let Councillor Hughes try to swing my vote. Yeah, please.
When you renovate anything, and if you said the floor needs to be replaced, but the walls are all weathered, would you just replace the floor or would you finish the room? And the effect of the money that we're putting in for the base will be decreased if we actually don't finish the top as well. So it'll look like a half-finished project and it will not have that finished alternative that we're looking for. And this is it's just a kind of cherished little location. Like, we call it the Children's Bridge. It's just well-loved. People love to use it. And if we're going to do it, let's just do it right. Is it a little bit more money? Yes. But in the whole scheme of things, when you look back in 10 years' time, I think we'll feel a lot better just knowing that the entire bridge, when you're walking on it at least, feels like a newer bridge. It all feels like the same age. And I don't think that waiting and saying, okay, we're going to save this money at the end of the day, what have we really saved? What you've done is did a half project and then said we're doing it to save some money, and the residents will say that's really not a standard that we were hoping for. I don't do half a sidewalk. I don't do half of renovation when we do it. The entire thing needs to get done, and you can see how weathered it is. So it's not like it's really close in newness. One is extremely weathered, one is extremely worn. We should recognize that actually both need to be upgraded. That's it.
Thank you for that. We can go to vote, please. And that motion has passed 5-1 with those here that are in favor. Council Cortage against. Thank you.
I've got another motion, Mr. Mayor, if you, and I don't know, so I'd like to move that we cancel the lighting on the project to help offset the increase in cost, and I don't know if that's appropriate now, or if that would be more on
I
notice
think-
of motion.
yeah, I
I
think
would
this would be a
recommend, much
notice.
like the last one, that be a notice of motion.
Notice, we'll add it to the notice of motion. Thank you, Councilor Cortage. Sorry, bear with me one second. Okay, trucking along. I will, if we need a minute here for our next item, which is.
They're on their way out, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. The point four is going to be after my presentation is where it's supposed to be. Okay, we'll move to 9.2, which is AR-26-227, our 10-year capital growth plan update, and I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher when you're ready. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will turn it over to the team. We do not have a presentation. I think Ms. Victor, if she wants to provide some introductory remarks, and then we can jump.
Thanks, Council, and through the Mayor. This is just the next stage of the 10-year capital plan growth update and the recommendations for Council to consider.
That's it? Okay, I will open it up to questions here by administration. Councilor Cortage, please go ahead.
Sorry, that was quick. I was looking at notices of motion, and before I knew it, we're on to questions already. So, sorry, this question's about the 10-year capital plan growth update, correct? That's where we're at? Right?
Yep, that is
Okay,
correct.
we're just,
The additions and
okay.
deletions
Sorry.
and change in years.
You bet. So I had some. Okay, so I'd sent a list of questions maybe earlier, but Mr. Mayor, maybe I'll look to you. Questions specifically with respect to the ones that we're adding and taking away, or questions about the capital growth plan and some of the projects that are on there as a whole.
Mr. Fletcher, how would you like to?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, my recommendation would be to stick to the additions and deletions today. If you want to have a more fulsome discussion about what's on the growth plan, I think that is absolutely necessary, but I think would muddy the waters today. I think that's a discussion as we look into the lead into the next budget cycle. Yeah,
completely fair. Okay, perfect. So then the only question I have really is with respect to the NACI parking lot expansion. And again, maybe this is jumping the gun because it's actually in the backgrounder for Councillor Hughes's motion. So I've got questions that are in the backgrounder for that motion where it speaks to the reason why it's being recommended. There's some comments in there around the transit network improvement plan and how the transit network improvement plan may alter the need for parking at NACI. What does it say here? It has the potential to increase the local network and thus reducing parking lot spaces needed at NACI. So I guess what I'm wondering is if we're it seems like we're putting the cart before the horse here. If there's a potential that the transit network improvement plan could show us that we don't need as much parking at NACI, why would we be putting this in the plan before that process is finished?
That's my question that would be a question to me, not to admit
Oh.
in there. It just.
No,
just to
but we're
defend
putting
you
it in
guys.
the plan. So, but admin's recommending putting it in the plan,
Right.
even though we don't really know if we need it yet, is the way I read that.
Yeah, Counselor, and certainly, Mr. Alex can jump in, but I think, I guess I would posit that even with the network improvement plan, right? I don't think it's going to provide a silver bullet that's going to fundamentally alter our infrastructure needs. So that parking is probably going to be required if we continue to see a growth in transit one way or the other, regardless of the optimization. It's a question of when, I think is a fair question from an administrative perspective. But we do see the overflow happening now, in fairness, right, at times. I don't know, Alex, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, just to add to what Mr. Fletcher said is that I think we'll still need a bit of that parking component just because of where we're seeing with growth that's happening. But what we're trying to say is that with the transit network improvement plan, it'll give us a better understanding of when the timing of that NACI parking comes in. So hence why the plan of trying to look at the TNIP in 2027, followed by NACI later on, TNIP might actually inform to say that it could be further delayed as such. So that's why we're looking at this as an opportunity to say TNIP might be better off coming up first and then using that as information to determine next steps on the parking. So it does not mean that it'll eliminate parking. It just will better inform us to when that might come in play.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, the report said that it may result in us needing less parking, but what I'm hearing is that that's not, you don't anticipate that it'll require less parking.
Less parking maybe in the initial stages, but it will allow us to stage it out. We would require the entire amount as growth comes into play. What TNIP will do is tell us what's the best approach to optimizing our network and so on to allow us to decide when that timing would be relevant for St. Albert.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for our residents, for clarity, we are not approving these things at this point in time. We are simply putting them onto the 10-year plan so that they can be looked at in future years. But for clarity for residents, we're not spending this money today, right?
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Clark. That is correct. These are for consideration. Administration will bring them back and run them through the prioritization and come back with recommendations based on the funding available for in the next budget, in the fall, and for consideration with the next budget cycle.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Hughes, please.
Just a couple. So now I've forgotten let's just say that it goes into for 2027. I'm looking at just because we're discussing my postponed motion, might as well just get it out of the way now. So let's say it goes forward in 2027, but it doesn't hit the prioritization list. Can we then just push it back to 2028?
Yeah, effectively, we prioritize each year, right? And so,
yeah,
it's not a sure thing, I guess.
I know. I don't want it to go to 2027, then not hit it, and then not be on the discussion board. But if it doesn't, there's be something that says that we can move it back. Or
Yeah, I mean, it certainly remains on the list, Councillor, right? Only council can remove or add things to the 10-year capital plan. The question is, does it come above or below the line ultimately when you determine where the cutoff is based on resourcing, right?
Okay. How many parking spaces are in NACI right now? Is it like 800 or something? Because I know we had it, we cut it
Mr.
back.
Saunders, there he is. Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, yes, it's on the order of 800 with the overflow parking that's in place.
And we're increasing right now at about a 6.7%, let's just say 7% rate. Is that right?
That is correct. Typically, our commuter traffic is about a 6% year over year.
Okay, so we're looking at even in the next year, if we just increase it just at a flat rate, we're looking at about 56 new stalls that will be in demand in the next year from what we currently have, because we're at capacity. It's 800 pretty much every day in peak season.
Yeah, I think, in terms, Conceivably, yes, right? Depending on when folks decide to go and how they get on the bus,
sure.
your counselor, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, certainly.
I guess
It's logical there would be an increase, right?
Yeah, I mean, all things being equal, I mean, 7%, not everybody's going there, but there should be a 7% increase also in usage for park and ride if we just make everything just an even amount of increase. Okay, that's all I had for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cortez.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark raised, so I want to understand exactly what this means. We're adding it to the capital plan to the are we specifically to the recommended or to the unfunded or either, or where's it going to show up come budget time? And I guess the second question to that is, by approving this today, does that mean that there's any more sort of rigor or work that goes into this from admin once it's on the plan? Like I guess what I was going to suggest to the mayor, I'd like to see the NACI one split out of the motion. If there's some repercussions to the decision that's today, then I'd like it split out. If not, well, and I'm hearing different things, so.
Yeah, Ms. Victor can walk you through it, but the short answer to both your questions is well, I guess I'll start at the back. Yes, there's absolutely rigor that goes into it. There's a prioritization construct that goes through, right? And so we look at the entirety of it. And simply because it's on the list doesn't mean that it's going to meet the trigger in terms of funding, right? And so that ultimately is a council decision as well, and it's based on the analysis that goes into it. In terms of the process, though, please go ahead and jump in.
And just to follow up, the difference is when you are providing recommendations into the specific year, then we would look at the prioritization in correspondence with that year. But we would be showing both the funded, the recommended and unfunded listed for council consideration. So you would see the next couple of years and the funding available based on that. So they would all be considered once they're on the plan with that capital prioritization, Mr. Fletcher.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, if possible, I'd like to split that one out from the motion and vote on it separately, please.
Okay.
To have it at all, like if we're splitting that out, like you're literally like, you don't want NACI on the board at all. Okay, understood.
Give Marta a second here. Do you want us to recess for 5 minutes? No, okay.
So what we're going to do is just put up the motion that has the 3 on there. So without NACI, the TNIP, and then the other 2, I'm just not looking at it right now. And then we can vote just on the NACI one separately.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we vote on this. If the NACI one is being split out but passes, that means it goes on it.
Correct.
And if it fails, then it would fall off. Okay, perfect. I don't see any other questions, so we can make the motion, please. Councilor Cortash, thank you.
Yeah, I can move, let's see here. Move that administration update the 2027-2036 municipal growth capital plan to include the following projects as provided in the attachment entitled 2027 to 2036 growth plan additions to 10-year municipal plan. That's the primary site server room, the transit network improvement plan, and the Fire 4 second floor completion.
Thank you. Before I accept that, are there any final questions for administration at this time? Nope. We can move it to debate, and you can open, Councilor Cortash, if you have any opening commentary. Nope. Is there any other commentary at this time? We can go to vote, please. That motion passed 6-0 with 1 absentee, which is Councilor Mackay. Go to the next motion, please.
Sorry, so there just needs to be somebody to move this motion.
Yep. Oh, sorry, I'm just making some notes. Councilor Bermansky is going to move the motion. Thank you.
That administration update the 2027 to 2036 municipal growth capital plan to remove the projects provided in the attachment entitled 2027 to 2036 growth plan removals from 10-year plan.
No,
We're splitting it, Shelley, so this is just for Naki, to add the Naki parking lot to the plan.
it's the one up here on the,
Well, that's what it says.
Yeah, this is a new one, Counselor.
Okay, I'll read from the board then. That administration update the 2027-2036 municipal growth plan to include the following projects as provided in the attachment entitled 2027 to 2036 growth plan additions to 10-year municipal plan. Naki parking lot expansion.
thank you. Are there any questions for administration? And again, Marta, this is to re-include it as if it were the original motion, but it's been separated out. Correct. Okay, thank you. No questions, so we can, if you'd like to, do you have questions, Sheena? Okay, we can go to debate. If Councilor Bermansky, do you have any opening comments? No comments? Okay, we'll go to Councilor Hughes, please.
Sure. I realize that we had, some people believe that we should just force people to use more local transit and somehow that we can force them to not use the park and ride. However, the park and ride is at capacity. And before we actually start saying that everybody else should start using the bus exclusively, maybe we should all just ride the bus for 3 weeks straight to everything we need to go to, and then say that we also don't think that that everybody else should do the same. So, and I mean everything, because if we're not going to use the car, we're not going to use the car. The reality is that a lot of people who use the park and ride, they have children they have to pick up for childcare. They have other reasons they have to actually have the park and ride facilities. They can't, and to have to go home and then get the car and pick up the child is too late. There's other reasons why people do it, but there's many reasons why people choose to use the park and ride and not just take the local transit. That being said, we're at an often past capacity rate now. So to remove it and to say that we're just not going to need to finish it or we'll wait for the transit improvement plan to somehow magically fix something, I do not think that the transit plan is going to do anything to actually alleviate the current demand. And if anything, the demand is only going up. And so we are basically just putting our head in the sand if we don't actually acknowledge this. Administration has said they want to have it on the plan. Right now, my only debate is what time it should go on, but it needs to go on the plan. They do not bring things forward in the capital plan, especially something as unsexy as increasing a parking lot size, unless it's actually necessary. So I want to respect that this is not even putting it funded. This is just acknowledging that there's a need that needs to be filled at some point in the future. At this point, they recommend 2028, maybe 2027, it might be later, but the fact that we need to have it is simply a fact. And we reduced the size of the initial parking lot when this was first built because we had to give a bunch of money to Edmonton so we could build the land because they suddenly wanted to sell us the land, and that was like a decade ago. But as a result, the original size of the parking lot was reduced. And now we're seeing the effects of it. So I think it needs to stay in the plan.
Thank you for the comments. Councilor Cortash, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll respectfully push back a little bit and say that it's not a fact that we need it. That's a matter of opinion, and it's okay if we disagree. Yeah, I mean, I won't make a lot of comments. I think council knows where I stand on this. I just think it's antithetical to our local service. We want to try and encourage people to take local service, yet we're making it more convenient for people to drive down St. Albert Trail, which already has a lot of traffic on it, park at Naki. We should be incentivizing or not providing an incentive for people to not take our local service. I think transit is a social need, and when we go beyond, I think park and ride is going beyond the social need and a matter of convenience. And when we get into convenience, I think there should be some user pay attached to it. That's just a philosophical view that I have. So I think, and not to mention the fact that I think adding it to our capital plan at this stage is premature. We have the transit improvement plan coming forward, which may result in changes in the way that people use park and ride. If anything, we should be, and I know we are, but if anything, we should be looking at park and ride on the north side of the community and expanding and spending money there. It doesn't make any sense that our residents drive down St. Albert Trail to get to the park and ride to take traffic off of Edmonton streets as opposed to trying to get traffic off of our own. So for a lot of reasons, I think it's premature. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilor Cortash. Councilor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this motion simply because I think that it's prudent for us to hear it when it comes forward to us ask the questions then, understand the logistics. I would like to see potentially a park and ride where there's a pay option and ultimately be able to understand who's actually using our park and ride. But I don't think at this point in time, this is the place for it. I think it needs to go on the 10-year plan so that we ultimately realize that it's a necessity at some point in time and we debate it at that point. Thank you.
Councillor Patrick, do you have any comments? No. I guess I'll just say in short, I don't see a problem with this being on the capital plan. I don't think it'd be prepared to commit to the funding at this time, but this just puts it on the list. I respectfully disagree that we need to look at a pay for parking. I think that opens up a new set of challenges in our city as well as our neighboring communities if we had to go down that road. So I respectfully disagree with that. But having this on the list for evaluation going forward, with the understanding that administration has already taken the foresight to look into this, I certainly would support it. So I will move it to Councillor Bermansky for closing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to mention, I did bring this back forward on the list. I'm not totally in favor of the NACI location. Again, I want to discuss the north end, but what the options that Councillor Clark mentioned, being able to discuss these things and maybe see the, what data comes out and if the year is even correct is we need it there to discuss that. But again, I'm not putting this forward to be in favor of it. I'm putting it forward to have it there to discuss. So thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we can move it to a vote, please. The motion is passed 5-1 with those present, 5 of us in favor with Councillor Cortash against and Councillor Mackay is absent.
I can keep going with the rest.
Yep, Councillor Cortash.
Mr. Mayor, I move that administration update the 2027-2036 municipal growth capital plan to remove the projects provided in the attachment entitled 2027 to 2036 growth plan removals from 10-year plan.
And we can also do the
Yeah.
next one as well.
Okay, and that the revised 2027-2036 municipal capital growth plan be included in the proposed 2027 to 2029 business plan and budget along with funding recommendations guided by the capital prioritization matrix.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for administration? I don't see anybody. We can, I'll accept the motion. We can go to debate and if there's any opening commentary. By Councillor Cortash. No. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. We can go to vote, please. That motion passed 6-0 with Councillor Mackay absent. Thank you very much. Okay.
And then Councillor
last-
Hughes is postpone motion.
Yeah, and the postpone motion, please go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. That the NACI parking expansions moved in the capital growth plan from 2028 to 2027.
Are there any questions for administration at this time? Okay, I'll accept that and we go to debate if you'd like to open.
Sure. I'd like this to be in the prioritization matrix for this year. If it doesn't hit it for this year, then we can always discuss for next year. The reality is that if we're 30 or 40 cars over in peak season and they're all going into the bus service lanes, we're creating a dangerous situation for the buses. Everybody cannot just suck it in and then have the bus get smaller. It has to try to somehow navigate under a road that's now narrower than it needs to be because people are desperate and there's no other parking stalls. And like sometimes people will say, oh, there's like 5 stalls or something. Okay, well, if there's 5 stalls in 800, you're searching for those. And if someone parks just over too much by just a little bit, suddenly you can't fit in that parking stall and it becomes a motorcycle stall only. So like what I would love to see is if people are being encouraged to use transit, they have to be able to know that when they get to that location, they're going to be able to get parking. If they can't, they'll quickly disqualify that option because they need to get to where they're going on time. So if they go and they drive to the NACI parking lot and they have several times where they can't get in and they can't get parking, they'll just simply say, forget it. I'm not getting another bus pass. I'm just going to drive. I have to pay whatever it pays because I can't afford to drive for 20 minutes around, not get parking and end up late. So if we want to actually increase usage, regardless of whether we want to have charge for it later or not, if you want to have usage, you have to be able to meet the demand. And if we're already surpassing the demand at peak times and we're expecting a 6%, let's say, increase, we're expecting another 50 cars. So we've already got 30 cars that are parking on the side is what we heard before. Another 50, now we've got 80 cars in overflow. There's nowhere we're going to be able to even accommodate 80 cars in overflow. If we're going to 2028, that's another 50 cars. So now we're 130 cars over capacity. So I'd like to see if we can move this up by a year, because I really don't see how the transportation network improvement plan is going to change that demand. It just is. It is certainly not going to offset it by enough that it would not still have an immediate need to it. And I'd like to just see how it would fall in that prioritization plan with that knowledge. I personally, I've looked at so many network transportation plans. They've come forward multiple times, and in the end, nothing changes. And if we were to dramatically change it, it would be a dramatic change. It would not be happening in the next year or two. It probably takes several years to implement a new plan, plus probably additional buses. If they're saying going up and down St. Albert Trail nonstop, that's just for a specific route. Like, there's a lot involved with actually changing our current system to an entirely different route system. So that means that the demand is going to be there. And I really feel that if the only reason that we're waiting for it is because we're waiting for the TNIP to provide some kind of great revelation, I think we should prepare for disappointment. We're going to still require those parking stalls. If that's the case, I'd like to just get ahead of the plan, because once people start going away from that, and they're just, people do things of habit. And if they recognize they can't get it, they can't get parking, they're not going to come back. So if we want to actually increase parking or increase transit usage period, we have to recognize the demand. And as I said, you guys can talk about charging if you want to at a later date, but this is just simply about meeting the demand in peak times. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this one. I don't feel that we should be jumping into this ahead of a planned schedule. And I would like to see all the discussion on perhaps how many people in Edmonton are using that area. And if we do need, a space in the other end of St. Albert for people to park and such. So I think if we focus on the parking lot itself, we may miss on some of the other valuable information that we need to click on. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other councillors that would like to speak at this time? Councillor Patrick? No. Yeah, I see both sides. I don't like the idea of feeling like we're rushing it. I think 2028 is still soon enough if it's going to have that expansion, as well as we know what the lead time is when it comes to procurement. But as always, I will leave it to the mighty Councillor Hughes to try to sway my decision here. Thank you.
Sure. I guess vote any way you like is kind of what I would say under this for people. I mean, obviously people do, but like if the glass is overflowing and then we're like, well, maybe we'll come up with a new sponge. No, the glass is overflowing. It's going to be overflowing. It's going to overflow more for next year. So that's kind of what I'm looking at is, do we want to acknowledge this or not? And are people from Edmonton using it? Perhaps. But that doesn't mean that we can't address the fact that our residents need this as well. And if we want to do other steps to try to discourage it, that's another discussion. The reality is that we use lots of Edmonton things. Edmonton uses some of our things. That doesn't mean that when I have a resident that needs to have parking and they want to use it to use our press system, that they are denied it. And that's because somebody else is in the spot. I'd like to be able to accommodate this and recognize it. That being said, if it goes in for the 2027, it doesn't mean it's happening. It means that they're now going to go in the prioritization model. It may get above the line, it may get below the line. And then from there, we'll have a further debate about whether or not it's in or not. This is just about what year do we want to put this into the prioritization model for staff to look at it and consider it against everything else that's coming up. That's it. Thanks.
We can go to a vote, please. Thank you. That motion at this time is, oh, Jesus. That motion at this time has failed. Councillor Bermansky. Oh, because it's a tie, pardon me, because it's a tie, that motion has failed. Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Cortash, and Councillor Patrick were against. Councillor Clark, Councillor Hughes, and myself were in favor. Okay. Moving along.
Okay, I believe this is my 15 seconds of fame here I get to present. Again, just reminding everyone the reorder here. So we'll move to 9.3, which is AR 26 dash, pardon me, AR dash 26 dash 219, which are council vision, mission, and values for the 2026 through 2029 period. We will then follow that with the information from administration regarding the corporate business plan that will be subsequent to that. So you bear with me. I have Miss Dooley here as well, who's going to help me with flying through the slides. That's great. Thank you. Okay. We're ready to go. I would say good morning, but now it's good evening to my fellow members of council. Over the next few slides, I will present the outcomes of our strategic planning session held in February. Over the course of those 2 days as council, we had a lot of conversation about who we are as governors and what we hope to see in the city over our term. And I'm excited to publicly share what those topics are. Later on today, we will hear from Mr. Fletcher on how the city administration will support this direction through the corporate business plan and the initiatives within it. I'd like to highlight that council spent considerable time evaluating all facets that contribute to operating and leading our city. It's been designed to refine what was in place, build on strategic priorities reflective of the community conversations and the engagements we all had. Our council's strategic plan is an essential directional document for the city. It communicates our priorities and the areas we want to impact during our term on council. It also demonstrates how this council contributes to the long-term growth and wellness of our community by aligning to the community vision and pillars of sustainability. This document will direct administration in developing the corporate business plan, as well as a proposed budget that is brought to City Council for final decision-making. It's imperative to stress that these decisions we are making will have impacts over the next 10 to 15 years. Through thoughtful and long-term views and decisions we make today far exceed the 4 years of this term and cannot be understated. The community vision and pillars of sustainability are the primary direction set by the community. Originally developed in 2015 and updated last year, these statements drive how the city grows and changes while preserving the things we value most as a community. It is the foundation for our council's strategic plan. We are listening, and the feedback is incorporated into our decisions. During our strategic planning session in February, one of the first conversations that we had was around who we are as a council. We heard from each other on what motivated us to serve this community on council and how we will work together to achieve shared goals. We had quite an in-depth conversation about these statements, and I'm sure each of you remember similar and different things. It's this diversity of thought and experience that makes us a strong council, and as shown here is something we have identified as a shared value. A few ideas that resonated for me from our conversations were our collective desire to serve all residents of this community, the importance of quality of life, and that our community expects a certain level of quality of life, and we as a council are tasked with keeping that top of mind, and our desire to work together and with others, and by doing so continue to learn and grow as individuals and as a council. The mission and these values will be embedded in our council's mission and values council policy to ensure that we have an ongoing reminder of these conversations as we do our work for the betterment of the city of St. Albert. Now I would like to share the information on our strategic priorities within our council strategic plan. We identified 3 key topic areas that will drive change and improvement in the city of St. Albert over the next 4 years. They are as follows: a robust economy and responsible growth. We will be strategic in our investments to ensure that St. Albert grows responsibly and that all facets of our community will grow in tandem. Our community well-being, and finally, fiscally responsible governance and accountability. You will see heightened communication and engagement with our community. Over the next few slides, I'll present each one of these in a little bit more detail. The first priority we'll present is robust economy and responsible growth.
This priority is about enabling economic growth and making informed growth decisions. We have a vibrant business community here in St. Albert, and we are growing. With the advancement of the Lakeview Business District and a need to ensure we are seeing adequate residential growth to support it, there is much work to be done in this area. As a council, we discussed the need for shovel-ready land, a desire to build an environment where businesses can thrive, and the important role our downtown plays in vibrancy of our community. I'd like to note that the deal in principle under the federal government's Build Community Strong Fund, which will, when solidified, rapidly expand our residential options in the city, increase affordability, and decrease the reliance and tax support on our residents. This was the first of its kind across the country, as announced by Prime Minister Carney in Brampton, Ontario, and the largest of its kind ever received by the City of St. Albert. And I commend administration for its tireless effort and work to obtain this. The next priority Council identified relates to community well-being. Quality of life in our community was a common theme in our discussions. We want our community to have access to the programs, services, and spaces required to build community. We also discussed community safety and how vital it is. Following that discussion, we felt that we were doing a great job at keeping our community safe. We need to continue that work, but we also identified that there are other aspects of how we ensure quality of life that needs improvement and more focused change. Our community is growing and changing, and we need to keep up with that, keep up with what is needed to support well-being. This priority spans all parts of our community, from social and recreational aspects to transportation and the environment. We are also demonstrating a renewed commitment to reconciliation with this priority. Our third priority focuses on fiscal responsibility, governance, and accountability. As council, we recognize that one of our responsibilities is managing the city's budget and keeping an eye on the long-term vision of the community and organization. As such, this priority guides administration to help us as council make the best decisions we can and manage our finances responsibly. This includes ensuring we have appropriate input into our city's decision-making. These things hopefully lead us to strong confidence from the public about how this council is making decisions and that the decisions we make are the right ones. Part of that equation is also looking at how we pursue non-residential revenue to provide more opportunities to offset our reliance on residents for municipal revenue. It's evident that municipalities are forced to do more with less, and councils and admin our council and admin is hyper-focused on being as efficient and effective as possible and find savings wherever possible, including regional collaborative efforts to help as well. With that said, we come back full circle to the necessity for a strong economy and responsible growth decisions. Seeing the connection between these three priority areas gives me the confidence in the direction this council is setting, and I'm excited to see what impact the council will have over the next 4 years and beyond. The last part of our council strategic plan is performance measurement. Measurement is a key part of this plan, and many of the performance measures that are part of the plan have been in use by the city previously. By aligning these measures to our strategic priorities, we are creating a clearer line of sight on how we are doing against the stated results for each priority. This helps maintain accountability to our strategic plan and helps us direct administration on the work it needs to undertake to reach those outcomes. This objective is also there to increase community confidence and sight on what council and admin is doing over the term and keeping communication more current to our residents. In total, there are 18 measures that can help us govern progress towards the success of this plan. With all that said, I will look to council for someone to make the motion to amend both council policies impacted by these updates, and then we can move to questions of administration followed by debate. Thank you very much. And I have a motion, request a motion by Council Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the amended council policy C-CG-01 council vision, mission, and values attached to the May 19th, 2026 agenda report entitled Council Vision, Mission and Values and 2026-2029 St. Albert Council Strategic Plan be approved, and that the amended Council Policy C-CG-02 City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan, including the updated Schedule A attached to the May 19th, 2026 agenda report entitled Council Vision, Mission, and Values, and the 2026 to 2029 St. Albert Council Strategic Plan be approved.
Thank you very much. Before I accept the motion, are there any questions for administration at this time? No. Okay, we will go to debate. I don't know if there's any opening commentary, Council Clerk, if you have some.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that you've said it all, but, you know, from my perspective, it was a very positive coming together to understand what each one of us was bringing to the table and the values that we each hold. And I think it was a very successful collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from council at this time? I would echo that. I think it was a great opportunity to understand and set expectations among council, and as well as, you know, collaborate and work with admin to set what that plan is going to be over the term here. So unless, do you have closing remarks? Not at this time. Thank you. So we can go to vote, please. That motion.
Sorry, I think we have to redo that.
Yeah, that was okay. Because something didn't work there. We will go to vote. Thank you. There we go. That motion passed 6-0 with one absent, which is Councillor Mackay. Thank you. We'll now turn it over to Mr. Fletcher for the AR-26-221, which is the 2026 through 2029 corporate business plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There we go. Mayor and Council, congratulations on the approval of your strategic plan. This is a follow-on, and I appreciate your indulgence as I walk you through the updated 26 to 29 corporate business plan, and my commitment to you will be far more eloquent than I was earlier on in the day. Corporate business plan provides focus and direction for your administration, enabling progress on your strategic priorities while ensuring the continued delivery of services as directed by your mandated service levels. The plan effectively operationalizes your direction and guidance, and we use it internally to prioritize resources and develop the proposed budget, ensuring shared purpose and common focus. Following your strategic planning session, administration undertook a very deliberate effort to rationalize, validate, prioritize, and sequence the initiatives in this plan to ensure continued alignment with your priorities. This effort implicated every component and every corner of the organization. The business plan consists of two sections, one that outlines initiatives specifically related to advance council's priorities, and the second that advances initiatives required to continue to build a strong organizational foundation, which then ensures sustainable delivery of services to the community and our ability to deliver on your priorities. We've identified a number of initiatives that will support Council's strategic plan and its priorities. In total, as you can see on the slide, 19 have been identified. Additional placeholders have been incorporated where we know defined initiatives will emerge from work already underway. I will speak to those placeholders directly on an upcoming slide. Over the next few slides, I will provide an overview of those initiatives by strategic priority. These initiatives are broad and transformational in nature and demonstrate the diversity of programs, services delivered by the City of St. Albert. To begin, we'll focus on the robust economy and responsible growth priority, which includes 6 administrative initiatives. To ensure the availability of serviced residential and non-residential land, a review and update of the city's municipal development plan will enable the city to best plan for land we need most to grow responsibly. To support existing businesses and foster conditions for new businesses and community programming, a downtown action plan will provide the city with a path forward for our downtown. As a key business area in our community and the primary venue for many of our community-wide events, this plan will enable a clear path towards supporting positive conditions across our downtown. To expand opportunity for employment and economic growth, the city will be conducting the Lakeview the Lakeview Business District, servicing, design, and construction. I was not more eloquent than earlier. Administration will advance the development of the Lakeview Business District, recognizing it as a key economic neighborhood and area of growth for the city's future. And finally, but certainly not least, to examine the impacts of land development to create a sustainable tax base, administration will undertake 3 specific initiatives. In no particular order, the city will conduct a growth management study that will define greenfield and infill development needs. The city will also conduct a study of St. Albert Trail to understand development and intensification opportunities along this important corridor. As housing plays a key role in how the city's land is developed, a study and plan for the city's missing middle and neighborhood revitalization will help inform new options for housing development in alignment with learnings from the Affordable Housing Needs Assessment and Affordable Housing Strategy. Shifting now to Council's community well-being priority, there are currently 4 initiatives here that administration will undertake. To respond to evolving community needs related to mental, social, and physical well-being, the city will undertake a recreation facilities planning and review initiative that will inform future capital developments for the city. Additional work under this strategy is also identified once the community's community well-being strategy is completed in the near future. The city is also developing a reconciliation action plan that will guide the city's efforts regarding Indigenous reconciliation and relationship building. To protect and enhance the city's natural environment and urban ecosystems, administration will develop low-impact development standards and bring to Council a conservation reserve policy. Both these initiatives will provide enhanced decision-making tools that preserve and protect our natural environment. Lastly, and as I had mentioned previously, we have a placeholder within this strategic priority. Council may be aware that the city is currently in the process of developing its Mobility Choices 10-year long-range strategy. In light of this, administration did not want to presuppose which initiatives stemming from that strategy most aligned to Council's strategic guidance. Because we are anticipating this work to be completed shortly, we will therefore opted to use a placeholder that will be filled in upon completion of the strategy implementation plan. The strategy is therefore likely to see the addition of new initiatives before the end of the year. We felt this was a prudent approach that enabled the best choice of initiatives to invest in the city's time and resources without predefining an outcome within another related planning process. For Council's 3rd strategic priority, fiscally responsible governance and accountability, administration has identified 9 initiatives over the next 4 years. In support of the first strategy of this priority, to strengthen meaningful, transparent, and accessible communication, engagement, and service experience, the city will enhance e-permitting services, review and update its website, redesign the strategic and budget public engagement process, and develop a customer relationship management roadmap. By completing these initiatives, tangible improvements are expected across multiple community and customer interfaces. To focus on medium and long-term business and financial planning and governance, the city will continue to mature its asset management program. This work has been a significant undertaking over the last few years and will continue to be a priority for administration. The city continues to mature a multi-year budgeting process, providing increased tax stability for the community. Complementary to this work, the city's efforts in developing a long-term capital funding framework. Additionally, the city will continue to implement recommendations from the recent audit relating to the city's resource planning model to improve efficiencies and effectiveness. Lastly, but by no means least, the city will undertake significant investment attraction efforts, and in fact, we're already doing that, related to the Lakeview Business District. Administration will promote, facilitate, and accelerate investment, development, and business opportunities in this key non-residential neighborhood. With that said, this now brings us to an overview of the organizational priorities within the corporate business plan. There are a total of 11 initiatives planned to enable 2 distinct priorities. Over the next few slides, I'll present these 2 priorities in a little more detail and share how we plan to action progress towards those stated outcomes. The first organizational priority within the corporate business plan is program and service maturity. As Council is aware, administration is constantly looking for ways to do things better, more efficiently, and towards the greatest result. For this priority, we are taking a very deliberate approach on which programs and services we intend to mature. By maturing specific programs and services, we can better support the outcomes Council is seeking to achieve and ultimately improve service outcomes for residents and customers. We've included 3 strategies to achieve this priority. The first is through deliberate efforts to mature and improve corporate practices. Secondly, we're going to strengthen the city's use of assets and data for informed decision-making. Third, we will continue to plan for the future by continuing to develop long-range strategies to provide long-term direction to the city programs and services. We will mature improvement and improve our practices, related to capital project management and procurement, and introduce a new practice around corporate portfolio management that will assist leaders through the improved line of sight on strategic work and daily operations. To strengthen the city's use of assets and data, we are undertaking a data governance review, developing an IT roadmap, and implementing strong asset management practices through the enterprise maintenance management and asset management system and related processes. These initiatives are more than just technology. Rather, they drive how we integrate our information across the city and leverage that integration for improved insight and analysis to inform decision-making. Lastly, we continue to plan for the future. Previously, Council had directed administration to begin planning for the community well-being strategy in 2026, and this work is reflected here. We will also complete our planning for the mobility choices strategy with an implementation plan. The third strategy will be around resilient infrastructure, which will provide greater direction on asset management, climate adaptation, and infrastructure needs. The second organizational priority in the corporate business plan is about people and culture. To continue to deliver exceptional service to this community, we need to continue to build a strong internal culture where employees are empowered and equipped to solve problems big and small. This priority is focused around building our administrative team to perform at its highest ability for the ultimate benefit of this community, to serve our community, and I do not use that word lightly. Action under this priority consists of enhancing our talent attraction programs to remove barriers to employment at the city. It also means providing opportunities internally to identify, develop, and support current and future leaders within our organization through a dedicated leadership development program. While this priority is the smallest in terms of number of initiatives, it is essential to ensure the long-term effectiveness and resilience of our organization, directly enhancing the provision of outcomes on behalf of St. Albert and St. Albertans. In closing, the Corporate Business Plan is administration's primary strategic document to translate Council's, your strategic priorities from your plan into action. This document provides direction at a tactical level to administration on how we're going to approach achieving the outcomes provided by you. We use this document to evaluate our budget, prioritize our work, and measure our progress. Following this presentation, the Corporate Business Plan will be updated on the city's website alongside your strategic plan. We will also update format of the corporate quarterly reporting, providing to Council so that we can actively communicate with you the progress and achievements. This will therefore be in effect for Q2 report and will be provided to Council in September of this year. With that said, I will conclude my presentation on the 26 to 29 Corporate Business Plan, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Fletcher. Must have been pretty thorough. There's no questions for you. You got all the dates right.
Because there's nowhere in there was the month of September written down, thankfully.
Perfect. Well, this was just for information purposes, so thank you very much. Moving along, we're just flying here today. I don't believe we have any emergent item. I will then just quickly move it to my council colleagues for their civic and external agency updates. Councillor Hughes?
Sure, very short. My waste minimization has been rescheduled to later in the fall, and the audit committee will be meeting next month, and I just worked on the agenda, and other than that, we're good to go.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortesh?
Yeah, not much. Both of my main committees meet next week. I did meet with the director for the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance this past week, just to get a better understanding of my role as the chair of the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance. And so, yeah, we now have a better handle on that. Looking forward to getting in touch with all the other member municipalities and starting to set the course forward on the Sturgeon River Watershed Association.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Seniors Advisory Committee met on April the 27th to discuss the Seniors and Elders Awards and the celebration planned for June of this year to honor those award recipients. And they won't now meet until September. That's it. Thank you.
Great, and I did get to sign all those awards, so I'm looking forward to handing those out. Councillor Bermansky?
Thank you. Through the mayor, my committees are all meeting next week as well again. Thank you.
And Councillor Patrick?
Thank you. The Community Services Advisory Committee, we met, but it was in camera to review the community grant funding submissions. They approved, I'm just trying to make sure I don't say anything I'm not supposed to. Yeah, they approved some community events and for recommendations for community capital. And then the Youth Advisory, they, what did we, I'm trying to find my notes. I was not prepared for this. Oh, yeah, the youth advisory had a lot of fun going to the Lifestyles Expo. They got to have a table there this year. So they enjoyed that. They're hoping to do that again next year and be a bit more organized for it. And they started discussing possibly having a youth service award program here in St. Albert. We're at the very, very beginning stages, just visualizing what it could look like. So that's exciting. That's about it.
Great, thank you very much. I don't have anything to add until we have, I guess, audit and that's it. Okay, trucking along. We're gonna move to council motions, which is 12.1 CM-26-016 regarding the Alberta Disability Assistance Program and notice given by Councillor Patrick. So I'll move to you to bring that forward.
Okay, so I have to read it in, right? Yeah. I'll just wait till it goes up on the. Okay, so that the mayor on behalf of City Council write a letter to the government of Alberta advocating for the government to, 1, pause the implementation of the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, ADAP, including the transition of recipients from the Assured Income for the Severely Handicapped AISH program. And 2, undertake meaningful, accessible, and transparent consultation with persons with disabilities, disability advocacy organizations, and municipal governments, including the City of St. Albert, to ensure that ADAP reflects the lived realities and actual needs of Albertans with disabilities prior to further implementation. And 3, publicly report on the social and economic impacts of these changes prior to moving forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patrick. I would say before I accept the motion, just a question for administration. There are other municipalities, obviously, that have done this and that we are following. From what I understand, if it's correct, this does follow in line with the language that's been provided as well. Can you clarify if there's been any results as of the motions that have been put forward by other municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our knowledge, there has been no subsequent follow-up or action from the government of Alberta based on the advocacy and letters submitted from other municipalities coming from motions like this one.
Thank you. So this is more of an act of solidarity in terms of trying to just display that we would like to see this, or how is it being perceived, I guess, or do we know that from the provincial side?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it's being perceived. I think, you know, in terms of the intent, I would defer to the mover, obviously, I think. But, you know, team can certainly jump in to provide some additional atmospherics, but we've not heard anything positive or negative out of the province based on it.
Yeah, through the mayor. So again, within the background or previously, the city's sort of supported the intent of this through our participation on the intercity forum on social policy. But within recent weeks, there have been a number of municipalities across Alberta that have been sponsoring motions to this effect. Previously, as you'll recall, at the Municipal Leaders Caucus in March, Minister Nixon did say that they weren't anticipating doing anything further prior to the implementation date of July 1st. And basically around that time is when the province issued their FAQ document, which was attached in council's agenda package today.
Thank you. And I guess my last question is, does administration have any other recommendations on potentially more effective ways to do this, or is this pretty much it?
Well, I think as Mr. Dooley indicated, certainly through the support that we've already received, administration wouldn't be bringing this forward. Obviously, this is as a poll for my council motion, right? But we have, State and Alberta certainly lent its support as previously indicated.
Okay. And Councillor Patrick, do you want to speak to the intent or I guess, what is anything more driving this? And I just want to ensure, obviously, the expectations are in line. It sounds like the province hasn't responded or is looking to make any changes, but maybe you want to speak to that.
I have an opening prepared. Did you want me to do that?
You can wait to open if you'd like. You can wait to open, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to use that, okay. So there's no other questions at this time, so I'll move it to debate and you can open now, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the new Alberta Disability Assistance Program, ADAP, will impact thousands of Albertans living with severe and permanent disabilities, many of whom reside right here in St. Albert. These are individuals who rely on AISH for basic survival, things like rent, groceries, medical supplies, and other kinds of supports. This new program has created a climate of fear and uncertainty in the community. I believe that the province is taking a risk by implementing a system that was not built from meaningful consultation and could possibly fail to meet actual needs of those affected, potentially downloading further social costs onto our municipal services and local nonprofits that are already at full capacity. If this motion passes, we would be joining a growing chorus of municipalities and advocacy groups from across the province. Cities like Edmonton, Red Deer, Calgary, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, I believe Camrose even, all who are deeply concerned about the lack of clarity and the unknowns regarding this new program. And I really feel like it would be like we should follow that leadership and show our support. So that's it.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council at this time? Councillor Bermansky, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We discussed this in length at the Intercity Forum on Social Policy, and the group there again had many of the same concerns with this. So I will support this at this point. It's to, if we can even curb some of the fear in the community. There's been several conversations from the other side of the context that there's people that are on AISH that they have one phone contact in their list of people, that they interact with, and that's, a caretaker, caregiver. And the idea in the whole program is to branching out into the community to find a social sect for these people, but by starting out in the direction of fear is probably not the best avenue. So I'd like to see it all come around for the best return so it doesn't hurt to advocate further. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bermansky. I'll move to Councillor Kortash.
Yeah, similar comments. I don't have a lot to add other than the folks that I know that are on AISH have concerns, have fears, they've all indicated to me that they'd like some degree of more of consultation. They're concerned about what's in store. And that seems to be a generalized concern, is that there hasn't been the consultation that's required. And we wouldn't be the first city doing this. We're joining a list of several other municipalities that are expressing the concern. It definitely has an impact on our municipality, on our social services and supports. And at the end of the day, we need to stand up and advocate for our residents. So thank you, Councillor Patrick, for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else. I'll maybe just say I'm happy to support this motion. I would just challenge that we're following the leadership of other communities. I think what we're doing here is we're doing what's best for our community. I understand others may be on that list before us. However, I think we take action on stuff like this at the time and the nature of what's important to St. Albert. So I want to be seen as taking that direction, not following leadership of other communities, because I think we do a pretty good job at doing that. But I'll certainly support this motion and sign that letter of advocacy. So thank you. If you'd like to close, you're more than welcome to.
Sure. I mean, I had something prepared, so I should read it. Once ADAP has launched, and this is actually taken directly from our agenda report, so I have a little part that I just wanted to read. So once ADAP is launched, applications for the disability income assistance will be assessed for general, financial, and medical eligibility, Once general and financial eligibility is confirmed, disability assistant adjudicators will review the medical information to determine if the applicant qualifies for ADAP or should be referred to a panel of medical professionals to determine eligibility for AISH. Eligible applicants will be placed in the program that best meets their unique circumstances and needs. And I wanted to read that because I really think it's important to keep in mind that every single person right now who is on AISH has already gone through the process of applying and being approved for AISH, and now they're being asked to do that over again. And this could also mean that they would need a new medical assessment that they could potentially have to be responsible to pay for, but they may not have the means to do that. Support for, and I just think that support for people who need assistance should not depend on these kind of changing thresholds, and that we should join other municipalities in urging the Alberta government to pause the implementation, reassess the program, and conduct proper community consultation before moving forward. By supporting this motion, I believe we are affirming our support for AISH recipients, their families, and the local organizations and nonprofits in our community that will be affected by this new program. And I just wanted to just close with a quote by a local disability advocate, Mr. Zachary Weeks. He said, he stated in an article recently, and I quote, "Many people are worried about falling into a gray zone where they are considered too disabled to consistently work, but not disabled enough for permanent financial security." I just think that's a good way to close it. So thank you.
Thank you. We can go to vote now, please. That motion passed unanimously 6-0 with the only absentee being Councillor Mackay. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 13, which is IR's notice of motions and announcements. I don't believe we have any IR. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. We don't have any information requests, so I do have two notice of motions, one from Councillor Clark and Councillor Cortash. So Councillor Clark, if you'd like to go ahead, please.
Yeah, just wait for Pledge to get it up on the screen. That administration explore the feasibility of and estimated costs associated with implementing a community response unit, CRU, to support frontline emergency response operations alongside our fire apparatus and integrated EMS service, and that administration review and report back on potential operational models for a community response unit, estimated capital and operating costs associated with implementation, staffing requirements and potential deployment strategies, opportunities for integration with existing fire and EMS operations, potential impacts on response times, service delivery, and resource utilization, and examples or best practices from comparable municipalities utilizing similar models, and any anticipated funding opportunities, partnerships, or phased implementation options.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for administration regarding this? Nope. Go to vote. Or would you like to open? Pardon me. Sorry.
Sorry, that's just read into the record, and
Oh.
it will be debated in at least 3 or more weeks' time at the next
Okay,
council
my
meeting in the
apologies.
future.
Okay. It's been a bit of a long day. I don't know if for everybody else. Councillor Cortash, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Notice a motion that council cancel the Children's Bridge lighting component of Culture-005.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any special announcements? Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion for us to move in camera for council CAO dialogue at this point. Thank you. Somebody has to put forward the motion. Councillor Patrick, thank you.
That council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administrative Officer pursuant to Section 29(1)A of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. That passes unanimously 6-0 with Councillor Mackay absent. Thank you.